Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the NECC Network. Joining me in the booth is TimeToLight, and my name is Bearlight. Excited to get some Rocket League action going here tonight. TimeToLight, how are you tonight?
I'm great. It's the Light Square duo for the first time ever, so that's going to be an exciting showing, as is our first matchup, as Ole Miss Red takes on LVC Esports. Do we have any predictions right off the bat?
Oh man, hit me with it early. I love it. Well, in the Challengers division, it's pretty compact, right? Lots of talent flows through this rank disparity. So for me, between these two teams, we're both sitting at 5-3 according to this one. Let's go ahead and get into some detailed analysis here, because when you look at these two teams, even on paper, as far as record goes, but for me, we have Lebanon Valley Blue facing off with Ole Miss Red first and foremost. And for me, Lebanon Valley Blue started a little bit weak this season. 2 losses right off the bat, and they had a 5-game winning streak, but that came to an end last week here at TimeToLight. So for me, a little bit off their game, but I think they look to bounce back here. I think they get a win over Ole Miss today.
Ole Miss has been looking okay throughout the season, but at that same point, you said it. Lebanon Valley College, their blue squad in this case, has been on a tear. Of course, they got shut down, but 5 in a row is one of the better feats that they've had. It was a nice way to come back from their rocky start, and I'd like for them to build off of that this time around, rather than just continuing on a losing streak, building off of that winning streak. It's a massive disparity, especially at this level of Rocket League, where sometimes you don't know the opponent you're walking into, and sometimes you don't know what you're going to face up against. Hopefully, Lebanon Valley can change that, and Ole Miss hopefully read into that. I'm looking for a 5-game series.
I think it's going to be that close, not only just because it's on paper, but also, you take into consideration a few things, and that's the results so far have been relatively close against the same teams that they played against. Obviously, being in the Challengers White Division, you'll go up against those same teams, and for me, it's kind of, back and forth as far as, who they performed well against, about the same as who they didn't do so well against, right? It's a very even team, which means we might see a little bit of that same style of play. I know Lebanon Valley is a big program as well in their own regards in esports, and in Rocket League, it's been growing like crazy. Not to mention a relatively young roster as well, with 2 freshmen here, a sophomore and a junior coming in too. So, this team's going to just build and get better and better. Let's take a look at the lineups now for LVC. We have Maggers, Frenchie, and Bisets coming in as the true freshmen, so junior, sophomore, freshman, respectively. So, although a little bit of experience here, you still have a little bit of young blood. But either way, in esports, it doesn't really matter. You can find some of the most talented individuals in the college scene at the freshman level.
Yeah, especially those that have had a lot of free time on their hands coming out of high school. I know right now I'm a senior in high school, yet I only have 1 high school class, so I've been playing a lot of Rocket League, and I actually got into GC. Whoop whoop. Hopefully I can play at this level for a long time to come. But now let's take a look at the Ole Miss side as they head into their 9th matchup of the season. You have Nit, a biology senior, the Eagle Rock, a grad student in business administration, and of course Rusty, the true freshman in, ironically, freshman studies.
There you go. And love to see them coming in with a little bit more age, right? Senior, a grad student as well. So, it's not all about the young blood these days as well. This team performed very well going in 5-3. Both of these teams coming in as a playoff team as well. So really this matchup all about not only 1, bragging rights, but number 2, seeding when it comes to the tournament coming up as well. When it comes to the playoffs, both of these teams looking to head into the playoffs, with a head of steam, right? You want to go into it with a lot of momentum, and that's what this matchup will allow you to do if you're able to get the best of the other ones. So, again, I do expect it to go to a game 5, just because these two teams are so evenly matched throughout, and we're excited to see if that's going to be the case. You got to start off on the right foot. Let's get the game number 1 underway between LVC Blue and Ole Miss Red, and a quick try there for Ole Miss Red as they're able to jump off, but now Magar's right back into the zone, but a shot going to go well high on this one, and another touch out of the zone, and a bit of pong action going on as the corner will be trapped here by Ole Miss Red, but a demo will free up a little bit of space there for LVC, and they're back out the center.
Decent ground gain from Ole Miss thus far. A decent pinch almost cost the LVC Blue side, but they will stay alive and clear the ball out the other way. Not a lot of possession gained for either team, at least not in their front half. Never mind. Rusty just takes a free one. That is an opener you're really looking for if you're on this Ole Miss Red side. 1-0 to the team in orange.
Yeah, and it looked like just a breakdown on defense. Nobody really back to guard it there for LVC, and so you want your rotations to be a little bit tighter on the defensive ends to start off the game, and then focus on your transition play, especially when you know that this battle is gonna be dead even. You want your defense to be on point throughout, and then once you get that rotation down, to move it down the field and really have that success. So Ole Miss showing to be the better of the two in those regards. A demo. But a good job in recovery there from LVC defense, and now it looks like they have found that rotation and a couple passes out. A lot more sharp than they seemed in that first minute of play.
But they're still not able to build past that halfway mark. The unfortunate part for this LVC blue side is they have yet to do anything of that sort. Finally, they're getting into this offensive half and putting on some pressure, but look at that. It's immediately relieved, and now a redirection back the other way. Frenchie will deny it. Nice save on the back line. And now, look at LVC. That's a shot into an empty net. Nobody's home. A top corner ping from Magars. LVC tie us up.
That was a good find and a touch that tried to keep it out, but I mean, just being able to play that down the field, a good passing play, and that's that transition play we were talking about. So right on cue, right when LVC was able to figure out the defensive rotations, no coincidence, they go right back down the field on a transitional play and a great pass and redirect to even us up at 1 minute and a half played. And it'll be Ole Miss red to try and play it back into the zone, but loosely played there, and to commit there on the offensive side. This will allow plenty of space here for LVC to work.
And that's exactly what happened last time we saw LVC score. Ole Miss got over-aggressive, and they overcommitted into a ball that didn't have as high of an opportunity as going in as it probably should have, considering how many players they threw at that ball. Biceps pushing forward with the ball and now with some boost, looking to put some pressure on. That's a decent pass. Magars, another shot. That one will be saved. A nice save on the back line, no less. But Ole Miss cannot get this pressure away quick enough.
Oh, a great pass play, too, but a reactionary save. Well done there by the Eagle Rock as he's able to really bail out Ole Miss. That was a great offensive chance there for LVC, and now back the other way, a chance. The 50-50 going to go in favor of LVC as they're able to work back out to midfield. A quick turn is bested and shielded by Schetz, and that was in front of the net, but they're just not able to capitalize. Nobody there, no teammates home to tap that one in for LVC. A good opportunity. Let it go to the wayside as Agar's right back towards center. Looking for the teammate, but not available there as they're on the back end trying to find their way through. Almost an angle there from Magars as well, but just couldn't quite connect. And Ole Miss try to play back out the center, but LVC doing a good job to trap the zone and play more offense. Finally, a clear from Ole Miss.
Yeah, but Lebanon Valley College are looking like a very, very good offensive team, something we didn't see from them in the early part of this game until they really tied things up. They were very difficult on defense, and they were having a massive challenge of getting that ball out and transitioning from that defensive side into the offensive half. That's exactly what they do here. There's a shot. There's a goal. Another one for Magars. A second pass coming through. Biceps with that one across, and LVC take the lead here in game number 1.
Yeah, good recognition there from Biceps to see that the third back there for Ole Miss was, well, a little bit slow to get back to it, right? Was rotating back, trying to grab boost, I believe, and so the quick pass was the play. Right there in the slot, too, and to find a teammate perfectly done, drawn up, and executed for Lebanon Valley College, as now Nit will try to turn on this one, but two defenders to stand in the way, and now LVC right back out. It'll be Biceps right up to a teammate. The shot a little bit wide, and it will be able to try and keep it out, but turn right back into the zone by Magars, at least temporarily, as this one falls right back in the hands of LVC. Off the corner as well, Rusty leaves it there. The shot will go, and a bit of a mishap, a missed touch there from Ole Miss, and Frenchie was there to clean up the loose change.
The demo as well, Biceps coming in. The flip off the wall, actually Biceps gets demoed,
Wow.
but just gets in the way. I thought Biceps got the demo. LVC extend their lead to 2 this time around. Ole Miss are panicking, to say the least. Their defense not looking as sound as it was earlier. Their offense seemingly non-existent in the final 2 minutes-ish of this game. They finally get a clear, but for how long?
And a lot of people will drive home the point, even myself included, that you want to get out to a strong start, especially in a best of 5, right? When, you really want to start out on the right foot. For Ole Miss, they did. And yet now, looks like the adjustment was made for LVC. Just not answered here, at least not yet from Ole Miss. Remember, they still have time to work with. Frenchie up here for a double touch. A good touch away, but it left right in the box. But great support there for Eagle Rock, as he's able to get the touch back out. Now in transition, a good pass across, but just a little bit too hot to handle from the offense of Ole Miss. Back across yet again, but LBC will be able to get out here. It looks like they'll be holding on to this 3-1 lead with 30 seconds to go, looking good in game one.
Mathematically improbable at this point, but still well and truly possible. If they get one quickly, they need one about as soon as yesterday at this point in the game. They're not going to get it. Final 20 seconds, and LVC are playing good defense. A nice clear away. Can Megars build off of this? No, they could just 50. That's good enough. That should do it. Ole Miss Red, they should lose this game, albeit it's going to be a challenge. Wait a second. Hold the phone. 7 seconds left. Ole Miss has scored. I'm not going to say I caster's curse this, but that's entirely possible. Yeah, I didn't do it.
Well, listen, 7 seconds left, so still a long shot. Hopefully I didn't there either, but off the kickoff, we'll have to see. It'll be a kickoff goal as they average 7 seconds in nature, and this is a good sign, but Magars able to get across and in that in its tracks, but it's not down to the ground yet. Quick pitch will keep it up here for Eagle Rock. We'll try to get it across, but tapped right back into the zone. They'll have to go to the link of the pitch again. And this time it's to the corner. Taps it out, temporarily keeping it up. And across again, a good shot, at least a lot of power here. Off the back wall again. They're doing a great job to keep it up. Maybe another chance to pop into the zone. Eagle Rock try to get it, but he's going to be denied there by LVC Blue. And they hold on, granted by a thread here, to pull off game one, 3-2.
I gotta say, I think I was a little more anxious than Ole Miss was in that situation, or LVC, because I was like, oh yeah, Ole Miss shouldn't win this, and then they score the goal with 7 seconds left. I'm like, there's no way. And then, we had like 9 seconds of overtime with 0 seconds on the clock. Wow. Nice way to keep things up for Ole Miss. Unfortunately, they don't score, so they're out at least of game number one. But this is a best of 5. The opening game goes the way of Lebanon Valley College, while the opening goal went Ole Miss's way. Is that indicative of how the series may go, where Ole Miss could come back later on?
It's a possibility for sure. I know Ole Miss like to credit their heart, right, to stick into this one, but maybe it's Lebanon Valley Blues saying, hey, we already have a 3-1 lead super late into this one. We can just kind of, play back, right? Play on our heels a little bit, and it's not going to matter. We still get the win, and you can do that against some of the lesser teams here in this division. But when we talk about Ole Miss coming in at 5-3, you're not going to be able to pull that off just by hanging back. You have to play with how you made yourself successful in the first place. Play a little bit more aggressive, trap the zone just like you were through the entirety of the next game. As we head into game number 2 now, and challenging the back wall already. The shot gonna go just high. It hangs on the goalpost too. But Ole Miss that close to striking first here in game 2.
I don't think Ole Miss got the memo that this is not the crossbar challenge. You're supposed to put the ball in the back of the nets. An unfortunate start to their game 2 here in the Forbidden Temple. And Rusty also missed a boost. Inanimate objects are usually supposed to be landed, by the way. Sometimes a little bit more difficult to hit than animate objects. Nonetheless, LVC keeping up this offense pressure, picking up right where they left off in game number 1.
They sure are. And now LVC looking to kind of match that energy here as they're, again, back to that trap game and making it difficult for Ole Miss to transition out. Eagle Rock does get past one, but again, another member of LVC able to push it right back in. It's Frenchie. He'll use the corner to get it across the box, but nobody able to step up there for LVC as, they're kind of playing a little bit more conservative, but that allows them to get it and keep it into the offensive zone in the first place. So look for them to maybe cheat up a little bit further and further as the game goes along. And Ole Miss, if you're sitting there watching this develop too, you may want to try some long shots, try to get it across. A bit of a bowling there from LVC's offense, but Ole Miss able to get away from the bumps and make a giant clear here again. And first minute 30 played, and it's still deadlocked at 0.
It's like the first 90 seconds just didn't even happen. Not too much has really gone on other than a game of ping pong, volleyball, tennis, pick your game of volleys. Rusty, however, shutting down said point and scores the first point here for the Ole Miss Red side. Nice pass across Eagle Rock, and Rusty finishes things off. Nice placement as well, threading the needle between Frenchie and Bisets. Ole Miss, another opening goal in their favor.
Yeah, it was placed perfectly. The 2 defenders there to try and swipe across and put it directly between the 2. But Eagle Rock as well. Great job to put the defense in a compromising position. You saw him put it behind a defender. That's so difficult to try to adjust and get a touch away from. And then you really give yourselves numbers, especially when you're in the box or challenging the box instead. So Ole Miss, with great recognition, both players definitely credited for that goal as Eagle Rock set him up nicely. Set him up for success, some would say. As now Ole Miss tries to strike back, a good pass and a shot, but that was answered. Great job from Magars to play the pass instead of the shot, but unfortunately not going to connect on the shot of his own. So it will remain 1-0 here for Ole Miss. If you're just joining us, it is 1-0 in this series in favor of Lebanon Valley College. And they're looking to build on it. A chance here to try to get the flick, and does, but it's off the post. But luckily a teammate there to clean up. And it'll be tied at 1 here with just 2 minutes played.
Frenchie the flick up and over top. Little Rock unable to get there in time, and Biset's in a perfect position to finish things off. We're dead even yet again. I'm getting some deja vu from game number 1 here, Bearlight, for obvious reasons. Ole Miss scored the opening goal, LVC tie us right back up, and now, like I said, we're back to square one.
Exactly right, how we were for the first minute and a half. But Frenchie will try and transition here for LVC. The Eagle Rock able to jump on it himself. Maggers, but trapped into the zone again. Eagle Rock beaten to it, though. Back on it, Ole Miss. Rusty, another flick over the defense. Gets it behind the defender, but a great job to stay put from the LVC defense. And now Eagle Rock just pestering this LVC defense and keeping it in the corner and trying to not only frustrate their defense, but really trying to get the boost out of their tanks as well. Transitional play, a good tic-tac-toe pass, but cut off in the process again by LVC's defense.
Rusty corner. Oh, no. Rusty took it away. Nit was there, and now they need to build off of this. Ole Miss are now on the back foot. Magar's back the other way. Nice shot in towards that far side, but it's turned back again. LVC are relentless with this offensive pressure, and Ole Miss need to shut this down before it ruins their rotations. Frenchie, that's a little bit of a difficult situation. Magar's bumps a teammate, but a mistake from Ole Miss may even things out.
Yeah, Eagle Rock was looking for a pass across. I'm not sure if he got bumped or if he just flipped out of position. Regardless, the pass was intended and not able to be capitalized on as they try to transition out. But now Frenchie able to jump on this one. Can Eagle Rock get across? He can! Great job with that 50-50 to place his body in front in order to guide that ball to the corner. And because of that, it'll remain 1-1 here with a minute left in game 2. Back down the field, it'll be Rusty trying to get a redirect. He'll go off ceiling, a chance for a teammate to step up in transition, but nobody available at all as Eagle Rock was all the way back in his own zone for boost. Maybe not the right time to go there, and a chance back the other way, but the shot going to go well wide. A missed opportunity there for Lebanon Valley College, and it's directly back out. 2-on-1 will be played nicely by the LVC defense, and they'll try to transition out themselves. A good box out there from Nit. Otherwise, it made it 2-1 for LVC.
Final 30 seconds, though. Dead even. We may see OT in game number 2, barring another caster's curse on my side. Rusty, straight down. That's not a pass. Nobody's there. Wait a second. I lied. Nit, showing up out of nowhere, seems like The Rock. Or, well, Dwayne, no, not The Rock. You get the point. John Cena, you can't see him. Wrong wrestler. Don't mind me.
Love that. Down to 2 seconds left. 1 second. They'll try to keep it
No
up.
way.
The pass way there. The shot. And
Ooh.
wow! LVC Blue gonna win it with 0 seconds left. And watch this passing play again. Magars found him right there. Oh, and the velocity on that shot, 116.6 kph. What a shot. What a finish. LVC Blue up 2-0 in the series.
And they show Ole Miss that sometimes it's at the length of the time that you can keep the ball up with 0 seconds. It's just the consistency of your shots with 0 seconds on the clock. A well-placed one, no less. If that went bar down, it almost certainly would have hit the ground and would have ended things there in game number 2. We would have gone to OT, but it didn't. And, well, we don't. Game 2 goes the way of Lebanon Valley College Blue, and they take things 2-0. It's a best of 5, though, so the reverse sweep is still well and truly possible, albeit easier said than done. For proof, I just said it, they haven't done it. Ole Miss needs 3 in a row to bring things back.
Very true. Lebanon Valley College, though, it doesn't seem like pressure situations faze them at all because remember, Ole Miss Red was knocking on the doorstep there in game number 1 as well on the comeback, and, they kept their cool. They were able to keep it out for the time being, and now in that game number 2, able to finish that one off. That being said, it'll be Ole Miss with a quick answer here, and so again, getting off to the right foot, but they just need to finish games, play the full 5 minutes, they'll be fine. Just a great pass and connect there to start things off here in game 3.
Sometimes I like to think of myself as a statistician. Ole Miss are shooting 0% in terms of scoring the first goal and winning said game where they score the first goal. So if I was them, would have just given LVC the opening goal just to try and turn things back the other way. Obviously, I'm only mostly kidding, but the opener goes the way of Ole Miss. LVC thus far are 2-0. and both 2-0 in terms of winning off of losing the opening goal. So see those statistics as you will. I don't think it's massively indicative of how this may go, but I do think LVC are a very, very good comeback team when they're down by a goal or even just down by momentum.
Absolutely. They've been proving it throughout this one. And, as a data analyst, at least that's what I studied in school myself, I got to agree with you, It's, you just let LVC have it because, the percentages say, the numbers say that you should just give it to them. Instead of flip reset there from Rusty as he tried to transition here for Ole Miss. As now from the ceiling, it'll be Frenchie back out, does beat the defender as well, but it'll be left on a 1v1 as nobody's there to support. Maggers finally stepping up on it, trying to get to a place where he can be fed the ball. Unfortunately for him, and the ball was heading the other direction as Nit's up for this one again. Gets a touch past. Frenchie left it from the back wall. The angle's tough, and although it was close, it'll be off the post there for Ole Miss. It'll remain 1-0 here in favor of them, at least for now, as the transition back out of the zone. It'll be Eagle Rock to hold it at midfield, but right back in. Maggars again across, or trying to get it there, but unfortunately off that back wall, and Nit will start from the Ole Miss offensive side of the field, where they do get a 50-50, but will try to play it back to center. It's intercepted in the process and right back out. Eagle Rock will have to start over again, and it seems to be that way when LVC has that lockdown defense, but beat to it again. A chance for a bump, but they miss, and it goes just wide. A good idea for Eagle Rock, but just a little bit off the mark on the bump.
Planning was smart, the execution unfortunately just not there, but Ole Miss still have the offensive pressure here. That's a pinch across that will not go in the goal. Wait a second, it may. Oh. It does indeed. Maggars, the ping, using the pinch off the wall as well. A game of billiards, if you will. A top corner shot. One I don't think anybody expected, even me, and I have the third-person point of view. They tie things up yet again on the Lebanon Valley College side. We're dead even. Like nothing.
Yeah, it looked like... Exactly. It looked like it was going to go a little bit wide off that bounce, to be fair. And then somehow it just found the exact right top corner, like he planned it that way. And then, maybe he did. He had to get around the defender one way or the other, maybe just trying to put it towards the net, right? Because the more shots you put on net, you're going to be more accurate, right? 100% every time. But either way,
100%.
I don't know.
You miss 100. Yep. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and if you're in my case, you miss 100% of the shots you do take as well. At least if you're playing Rocket League.
Me and you both, brother.
Yeah, that's about where I am in my competitive career as of right now. But luckily for LVC, they aren't. They've been hitting the shots they've been taking and playing good defense to boot. It's the defense that has won them championships, and the offense that thus far has won them some games, and I don't see any indication of them stopping. Frenchie up and over, trying for the double tap, is denied on the back line. Nice save by Nit, but they're not out of the woods just yet. Ole Miss Red need to clear this. They do not, and there's nobody in goal. LVC... don't aggress off of that, though.
Yeah, and Lebanon Valley College has been the better of the two teams when we talk about their mechanics. And Ole Miss Red just answers back with these simple plays, right? They like and prefer playing from the corner and a quick pass across, catching LVC kind of with their pants down a couple of times, right? But it didn't seem to affect them in the whole grand scheme of things, seeing as they have this 2-0 lead in this series. But overall, LVC's, you can see they go for the double touches, right? They go for the high skill plays, and Ole Miss, they just try to keep it simple. And, 9 times out of 10, the fundamentals, as long as you have those sharp, you're good. But look again, another double touch, a chance here for LVC. Shot it just off that post, off the corner. And it will bounce and Kareem across, where Biceps is bumped off this one, but a bit of a difficult situation here for Ole Miss is now they play off the corner. There's Maggars again. This shot just fought off on the doorstep again and back out of the zone for Ole Miss.
They clear, but not for long. It looks like LVC can bring this one back, but wait a second. No, there's a miss. Frenchie was playing for the 50, but wasn't expecting the complete whiff on the back line and towards that midfield. Maggars in a good position to deal with this. Nit getting in a good position as well. Completely misses the ball as well. It's a game of Whiff City here in game number 3, and with 30 seconds left, neither team can afford this. Most notably, Ole Miss, who are down by 2 games.
Exactly right, and then had an opportunity there to take a shot and did. But answered by LVC again. Back out of the zone, looking for an intended target, but a bit of a lazy pass, as you could tell LVC was all over that one, and now look to transition, but a bit of a mistouch themselves as they give it directly back up with a turnover. It's in the Ole Miss red offensive zone. They'll play across. It's away from the defenders and towards the back post. Oh, what a save! Rusty thought he had it. It's not over yet. Now it hits the ground, and we're going to overtime here, but knocking on the doorstep nonetheless.
Extra time in game number 3, but Ole Miss Red are at risk. Golden goal scenario for the game, golden goal scenario for LVC in terms of this match. NIT just sent someone to the stratosphere. I don't even know who that was because their name was moving so quickly. French in the backline, though, will keep the ball away. Rusty up, though. Not going to work. The mechanical prowess was there. Unfortunately, the ball no longer as it was stripped away. And you were talking earlier about that team play versus mechanical skill. At what point does mechanical skill outweigh the team play we've seen from Ole Miss?
Yes, for right now, it just seems like opponents to it is the isolation that, you know, if you open up enough space with the bumps, with the demos here for LVC, when you have that space to work with, you can use those mechanical skills to your advantage. For Ole Miss, they're looking like they're getting a bit more confident with their skill level, too, as they amped up their mechanical skill themselves. And if it's a sign of confidence, maybe a little bit too confidence can come to hurt you a little bit. But, you know, once you get that isolation play, once you get a defense doubting themselves, that's when you can really expose a defense with those mechanical skills.
Yeah, and building off of that, you also see LVC having more consistency, yet Ole Miss have that skill as a team. That's the most important part. Eagle Rock will score it. NIT with a nice little pass, the redirection straight down, using the corner to the fullest extent possible. Ole Miss take game number 3 and keep themselves alive in this series. They keep the hope of the reverse sweep alive as well, but they're not out of the woods just yet.
And more importantly, though, keeping our predictions alive that it was going to go to 5. I think
True.
It's been a super close matchup, too, and it could very well go either way. That being said, I talked about the high-pressure situations and the ability to perform for Lebanon Valley College in those pressure situations and in overtime with the chance to close it out. You didn't quite get it done. And so now Ole Miss hangs around. They hang around, and they play that simple gameplay. Again, Eagle Rock, was it a fancy shot? Was it a mechanical shot? No. Was it the one they needed at the right time? You know, just using their fundamentals? Yes. And so they're able to walk away with this game here time. So looking to bounce back into it now as they did get that last win for LVC. A little bit dangerous because if you let any of these teams at the Challengers division get a little bit of confidence or get a little bit of momentum, it could be a little bit tough to gain that momentum directly back. Let's see if LVC is capable of it as we begin game number 3. 4.
Math is hard.
Yes.
Don't do math on
Indeed,
stream,
yeah.
kids. It's not going to go well.
Oh, man.
Sometimes we were talking about that offensive prowess versus defensive lockdown, and I think that's also the reason LVC have been able to lock down what they have so far. The reason they're up by a game is because they've had that defensive layering compared to the Ole Miss side, who's been in a little bit of hectic situations on multiple occasions. Well, yes, sometimes mechanical skill is not always the way you want to go on the offensive side. Sometimes you do want to go the way of the team play like Ole Miss has. The defense also needs to be there, and for Ole Miss, in games 1 and 2, it just wasn't past that first minute or 2-minute mark. Finally, in game number 3, it was, but can they keep that alive? Is the consistency there? That is the real question as we head into our 4th game. The answer seems to be yes. Frenchie out of position, Ole Miss with their 4th opening goal in 4 games.
And challenging early in the midfield is definitely, you know, a ticket to success. Is it always that easy? Maybe not. But listen, it works in this scenario. The worst thing that's going to happen is a miss 50-50 that maybe goes to your own corner. But you can get a 50-50 that goes back towards their net, like you saw there, or to the corner. So always get a challenge early. The double touch is there. Forget what I said. Ole Miss does have that mechanical skill. This time it's Eagle Rock to make it 2-0.
Mechanical prowess meets the team play, and sometimes the team play is just overwhelmed. LVC, the defense was there, just not in a good position, unfortunately not placed perfectly compared to the shot from the Eagle Rock. 2 goals going the way of Ole Miss. The first time this series they've gotten 2 in a row unanswered by the LVC side. Is that now indicative of a possible game 5? Lucky for us, we only have about 3.5 minutes until we find out. But in that same right, this is a difficult situation for LVC, who are still winning by a game, but they still have to win the series. Reverse sweeps happen, albeit not as often as we usually see regular sweeps or possibly even regular series, but Ole Miss, they've shown this season that they have the possibility to pull it off.
They certainly have. I do credit Lebanon Valley as their defense steps up a little bit and trying to, tilt it in their fashion here in this game number 4. And quite an incredible save will maybe amp up a little bit of their life as they try and a bounce back from 2 goals surrendered early in this game number 4. This one will work its way across. No teammate there. A good demo as well down the field will open up plenty of space for Frenchie. He'll use back wall, but so will Eagle Rock as he's able to get to it and force LVC directly back out of the zone. And Eagle Rock a little bit awkward there on the corner, but handled it well. And the wave dashes, although it'll allow him to get back quickly, it's still not quick enough to beat LVC, and they'll work it directly back into the zone with some touch passing. Unfortunately, missed on that last one. Now a pass across again and challenge there on the side wall where Nit will get to it. Now, Bisets challenges it. It looked like a simple defensive play there for Ole Miss, and it looked like a simple shot for LVC as well, but they miss. Now the follow-up shot.
No way.
Oh, why?
No
I cannot
way.
believe that ball is still out, but then they finally get to it again. So after all of that chaos, LVC still going to pull it back within 1.
LVC, with those first 2 shots, couldn't hit the broadside of a barn if it was 3.5 feet in front of their face, and then the third shot was probably the most difficult of them, yet it went in the easiest. They bring 1 goal back, but there's still 2 minutes left for them to bring it all back and send us to a possible OT situation, or maybe just win it in regulation. Ole Miss, in that same right, can score a goal of their own. They will indeed. Rusty, a shot through off the pass from the back line as well. There's the team play we were talking about. Nit, a nice clear. Rusty in a perfect position, uses it to perfection, and with that redirection, will put Ole Miss back up by 2.
Yeah, a little bit of a too deep of a rotation back there for LVC, it looked like, but Ole Miss, credit them for not only finding that pinch off the back wall that launched it downfield, but again, the recognition that, the rotations were a little bit deep for LVC and being able to jump across and get that touch that powered it into the back of the net. So good job from Ole Miss to recognize that as well, and a quick answer too, because we talk about momentum all the time in Rocket League, and for LVC, you could feel it inching back in their direction. Now, they will try to fight this one off. What a save again, as that one looked like they had him dead to rights, but Ole Miss on their doorstep and able to make that incredible save and push back out. It's right over to Nit.
Oh, no.
He'll try to get the shot, and he puts it directly in. Another down the field pass, another conversion, and it's 4-1 for Ole Miss.
The Eagle Rock up to Nit this time around, and the defense wasn't there for LVC. Last time around, it was just beat. This time, it just was not there. And we are not seeing the same Lebanon Valley College that we saw in games number 1 and 2, and a little bit of game 3 as well. That's just not showing up here in our 4th game of play. This is a threatening scenario here for Lebanon Valley. They are now being put up against the wall. Of course, they're not at risk. If they score 3 goals and send us to OT, they can still pull this off, but the general rule of thumb, 3 goals in about a minute, and that's usually when you already have some offensive pressure in that game. Thus far, they do not.
Yeah, exactly. And you look into Magars, who did so much in that first in those first 2 games, and you look now, and it's been all Ole Miss for the most part in the last 2 games. As now Eagle Rock puts in a nice angled shot there with some velocity, top shelf, and just sucking the life out of LVC, who looked great early, but now Ole Miss has completely turned the tides. And it's hard to pinpoint exactly when that change happens. Obviously, an overtime winner does help that and build that confidence. But overall, even in that overtime game win, Ole Miss from the start looked a whole lot better, and LVC looking to fall off. And, sure enough, they're 30 seconds away to being forced into a Game 5 when it looked like LVC was all but going to finish the series early.
I just want to highlight this really quick. We both predicted a Game 5, so high five to us for being correctly analytical.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You love to see it. Ole Miss helping out a little bit. Love to see that as well, bringing us even closer than we were when we started. These teams have not been separated by much other than, our 4-goal deficit right now, but even then, it'll be reset in about a minute's time. Game 4 going by the wayside. Ole Miss will pick it up in the largest goal deficit we've seen thus far today, 5-1. As Ole Miss Red send us to a 5th game here in this best-of-5 series.
Yeah, Nit stepping up with 2 goals of his own. That's a name I didn't call at all in the first 2 games. So I would like to point out he's been really stellar for this team. When obviously Eagle Rock has been the facilitator, seems to be the playmaker, right? He'll create the space, he'll create the pass as well, and then he got 2 goals of his own, so he can do a little bit of everything here. Time it looks like he's a jack of all trades here. So I looked at Eagle Rock for that leadership to close out in game number 5 because it's great that you force the game number 5, but too many times you look for a reverse sweep, and in game number 5, suddenly LBC, if you allow them to live, it could favor them. But LBC again hasn't been exactly on the. They've been scoring early and forcing, Ole Miss into this question mark. Ole Miss looking to finish out this reverse sweep now. We head into game number 5 and, looking for a little bit of life for LBC as they do get the kickoff and try to work it back towards the net, and will get the first goal in this game number 5, bouncing back after that previous loss.
Hey, their first time getting the first goal, and what a better time to do it than on Champions Field here in our Best of 5 series. It is game number 5 of a Best of 5, hence where we now lie. LVC, their first opener of the series, and in a game of consistencies, this is the first inconsistency we've seen in the series.
Exactly. It seems like they had it pretty locked down for the most part in the last 2, and now sits at midfield here. Rusty, a little bit slow to get to it, so Frenchie will take advantage of this one. Agar's got a shot off, but it looked like it was going to be high. Eagle Rock was not taking any chances to get that save. And now back out. Nobody back there, and so it's happened. Looks like they went sideways with the chance, and Ole Miss just left it on the doorstep, and LVC strikes twice within the first minute.
Ole Miss score 2 in a row back in game number 4, and LVC say anything you can do, we can do better, and in this case, quicker as well. 2 goals in 31 seconds, the opening lead going their way, and now doubled so. Can they build off of this even more so than they already have? A pass across, Magars has a good one, just no shot as LVC are playing a little bit more passive with their newfound lead.
I don't think I've ever seen, Ole Miss look this lost in the season in this first minute. So hopefully they can gather their thoughts here as you see all 3 of them commit for that ball as well. And, that says a lot because you just came off of 2 wins. You should be hyped up to close out this series in reverse sweep fashion. Maybe that'll amp them up a little bit. But again, this shot going to go just a little bit high. But, credit to Eagle Rock for trying to amp up this team.
Unfortunately, they could not break out the protractor on that shot. The angle was not found. Nit, however, looking to bring things back the other way. 50 down. It cancels. And now up goes Reuter. No, not going to happen. Rusty, not Reuter. Rusty is going to get shut down. LVC build back the pressure, but again, they're not putting shots on goal like we saw in those first 2 games. This time they will. That's a nice save on the back line by the Eagle Rock.
It sure was. They'll need to do a lot more in transition, too. A quick turn, and now a chance. Bisets with some patience and goes up and over. Oh, my. What a play. 200 IQ in order to make it 3-0.
The difference between hesitation and a little bit of a fake is the intention behind it. That was a lot of bit of a fake. LVC catch Ole Miss Red with their axles across the field spread. Eagle, like the Eagle Rock, unfortunately that one's going to hurt, but they bring one back, so the fake is canceled out. Back to that 2-goal deficit, but Ole Miss are still down by 2 goals. A good kickoff and a good goal from the Eagle Rock. Can they now build some momentum off of that newfound goal?
Well, that was huge time because if you think about this, in LVC, they get the next goal and make it 4-0. Then suddenly Ole Miss, it seems almost insurmountable because you're back within 2, and it was Eagle Rock, getting faked and able to jump back. And now you see that it's kind of giving them some life. Otherwise, it would have just been dry for Ole Miss. But now they have an offensive presence that they want to build on as it will go across the field. It'll be Eagle Rock to get the next touch. He'll go backwards with it, though. It'll be into the hands of Magars as he goes across trying to find Frenchie, but instead he'll find Eagle Rock. He'll find it clear. Back to center. Nit sits up for it. Does get a second touch. A double touch. Oh, what a shot. And they're back within 1. Ole Miss on the doorstep. All from the hands of Nit.
Right, up and over. Frenchie just does not get there in time. A nice touch up and over and finds the angle. Another double tap from this Ole Miss side. This time Nit taking the torch. Ole Miss within 1. As we approach the halfway mark in this 5th game of play, a good demo denies a possibility of a kickoff goal for the Ole Miss side, but LVC again, in a situation where they have the lead, they have such an advantage this time in the game rather than the series, and it's brought back to almost dead even.
That's crazy that they were able to hang in with this one and make such a crucial play. I was crediting LVC again for performing in those pressure situations. When you're down 2, you need a goal, and that was a clean one. So pulling back within 1, down to 2:08 left to go. So again, 2/3 of the work done, but you have to try and convert. There it is! Oh, a tie game, the equalizer! No other than Nit to put it in.
Who better? In all fairness to him, nice shot up and over, and unfortunately, you just see Biceps miss. That's an unfortunate scenario. Nit takes full advantage. 3-3 in a 2-2 series. Game number 5, about as close as it could possibly get here in the best of 5. The winner of this will win the series. The loser goes home a little upset at the end of the day, or at least at the end of the series, because we still have more Rocket League to go. These teams don't, though. This may do it, and Ole Miss, 4 in a row, completely unanswered. LVC score 3 of their own, and Ole Miss go, anything you can do, we can do better. They do just that, and take the lead.
Ole Miss fans should be on their feet at this point. What a comeback effort, and they're on top with just a minute 48 or 49 remaining. That's crazy to see how this team has just built from within, and now another miss and another goal. It'll be Rusty making it 5-3, 5 unanswered here from Ole Miss. This is out of control.
You know, blink and you miss it, or in my case, look down and grab water and you miss it. Unfortunate, to say the least, for this LVC side. They've collapsed. Since the halfway mark, they had such an advantage, yet it's been turned back the other way. In just 3 minutes of play, there's been 8 goals between these two teams. Ole Miss has had 5 in a row of them. Of course, LVC, we saw open things up in that same right, just with 3. But Ole Miss have the lead. Now, can they play the defense we saw very, very well in games number 3 and 4? They may not even have to. A 6th in a row. And Nit gets yet another, putting the team on his back. Somebody get him a brace.
For real. That's another hat trick this man has been carrying over the last 2 games. He came to life after game number 2, and it's been a completely different Ole Miss team since. Ole Miss Red now with a 6-3 lead, and just LVC left scratching their heads after winning the first 2 games and then jumping out to a very decisive, or at least it seemed that way at the time, 3-0 lead early. And they've watched it not only dissipate, but also, move to a 6-3 scenario, up 3 to down 3 that quickly. As this will play across there for LVC. They needed that one, but now since we're down under a minute, it's going to seem like they have no time at all to try and mount this comeback. Although that shot from Ole Miss will challenge them again, but it will leave numbers the other way here for Magars as he gets a good pass across, but Frenchie not able to connect, just out of his reach. And that just sums up the story here for LVC on the last 3 games. They just haven't been able to find anything. Another pinch will ensure that Ole Miss will more than likely walk away with this one, as a goal every 10 seconds necessary here for LVC. Make it more than that, as Eagle Rock will make it 7-3, and Ole Miss will walk away with this game number 5. Amazing.
I don't think I can recall a time I've seen teams score 7 in a row, even in a 7-1 scenario. I've seen Brazil's, yet no team score 7 in a row, completely unanswered after the opposing team had such a good showing on offense to start things off, no less. In this case, it's Ole Miss with 7 in a row. LVC with that good start. It may be an 8th as well. No, unfortunate there for Rusty, but it really is not going to matter. In the grand scheme of things, 4 goals in 12 seconds is just not going to happen. The mathematical improbabilities are just too high. They will find one, but with 6 seconds left, it's all but over.
It is. Ole Miss. They dug deep after those first 2 losses, which, didn't seem like they were out of it at any point in time, to be honest, in my eyes at least. And, the reason why I say that is because, not only because the first 2 games were super close, but also Ole Miss just seemed like they had moments of brilliance. But once they pieced it together and made it more consistent, once they played over the 5-minute period, that's when they started to shine. Ole Miss completes the comeback, completes the reverse sweep, and will win this series 3-2 on the back of Nit, who was an absolute superstar, absolute leader for this team. A shout out to Ole Miss and that squad for the amazing performance they put on the pitch here today, Time.
Ole Miss Red also overtake the Lebanon Valley College blue side in that situation as well. They go from 5-3 up to 6-3. Lebanon Valley go from 6-2 down to 6-3, and because of head-to-head, well, Ole Miss take the lead in that right, and justifiably so. You come from a reverse sweep scenario. You were down 3 goals in the final game of the series, and you were like, I'm just going to win by 4. Well, in this case, 3. They scored the 4th goal at the end, but 7 in a row in game 5. What is that?
It doesn't happen oftentimes, that's for sure. Insane work against a team that's almost basically even with you, right? You looked at the paper and it was an even series, and sure enough, Ole Miss didn't hang their heads after the first 2. They jumped right back to work, and in fact, that's exactly what we'll do. So we're going to take a quick break, but after the break, it'll be East Stroudsburg University facing off with UMass Amherst Whites. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the NECC Network alongside TimeToLight. My name is Bearlight, and we saw a incredible series to start things off, but we transition now to the Emergence Yellow Division, where we have East Stroudsburg University facing off with UMass Amherst Whites, and we'll see if East Stroudsburg University can acquire their first win, starting at 0-8 right now, and only 2 wins on the season now, but maybe something to prove here as we move into this one. TimeToLight.
Yeah, 2 wins in total of games. It's not looking great for them this season, but there's always time to come back, and what a better time than the present, aka where we are right now. On the other side, UMass Amherst Whites, they are 6-2. They have won 4 in a row and 6 of their last 7 with a loss in week number 1. It's been looking very, very good for them. Notable results up against the Army Academy, or West Point for all of you who know it by that name, and they've just been looking good overall. I'm favoring them in a heavy fashion. Unfortunately for us, this game does not look as close in terms of numbers compared to our last game. It's a 6-2 team versus a team that's 0-8 compared to 5-3 versus 6-2. I don't know what to make of this thus far.
Yeah, I'm exactly with you as well. I think probably a 3-0 here for UMass. I'm going to say it plain and simple. So East Stroudsburg, I keep calling you the wrong thing, so prove me wrong. I'm your enemy at this point, calling you the wrong name and going against you at this point. But sitting at 6-2, you are definitely in the winner's seat here in 3-0 fashion as well, just because it's been a little tougher. East Stroudsburg trying to gain any kind of momentum, any kind of wins for the season. It just hasn't quite been there. But how big would it be for them if they're able to get a couple wins in the series, especially against a team that already knows they're in the playoffs, right? They already know that they have their ticket punched to the playoffs, and maybe they play a little bit lackluster, a little bit easy, because they know that they're going to be there, and they're going up against an 0-8 team. So maybe East Stroudsburg catches them sleeping for one of these games and takes it to them. But overall, I got UMass in this one. Let's take a look at the lineups right now as we see who is going to be on the pitch here for East Stroudsburg. We have Soulshine, Jonathan 66, and Luminous Knight will round this roster off. 2 freshmen and a junior on this squad here. Again, maybe a little bit of experience there from the junior. The 2 freshmen, still a young team, so even though you're sitting at 0-8, remember, a lot of time to develop your skill set over the course of your years here with this university.
Yeah, and looking at this East Stroudsburg side, they're facing up against a massive, massive giant, that being the UMass Amherst White side. You have Nick, a senior, Norbeaster, also a senior, and Discord Dank Theme, a sophomore. Yes, that's their name. No, it's not a typo. Yes, I just said it out loud. But you're looking at a more experienced roster, 2 seniors and a sophomore compared to the junior and 2 freshmen. That may be indicative of why UMass Amherst White are looking a little bit better thus far this season. That, and they've just been playing a little bit better. Sometimes it's about skill and experience, not just the individuality between the two. They've been showing that individuality between them, and they've been looking good doing it.
Yeah, not to mention Nick and Discord Dink Theme with computer science as their studies. So obviously it's built into the programming, right? They know how to win, right? And not to mention, every shot's going to be calculated. I can make these jokes for days, but no joke about this UMass squad, as UMass Amherst Whites will come into this matchup 6-2. Game number 1. We set the clock to 5 minutes. We're underway with this one. East Stroudsburg looking to shock the NECC Network and Nation with a potential win here, but UMass going to try to start off on the right foot here, as the Emergence a little bit lower ranked than we saw last time, but I've still seen some shiny stars when it comes to this level of play here, Time, so would not be surprised if we get a few more of those performers here again today.
I'm looking for the underdog. I want to see East Stroudsburg at least score a couple goals, hopefully win a game or 2. I'd like to see a game 5 again. I don't think it's going to happen. I'm going to be realistic with you. As much as I love to be an optimist, I'm also a little bit of a realist in that same right. I'm expecting a 3-0. However, I would be happily surprised with anything but UMass. But start things off. 41 seconds in, already an opening goal in their favor, kicking off about exactly as we expected.
Oh, and Soulshine, he was in the right spot, right? And was trying to bounce it out. Unfortunately, didn't get a lot of help and was sat, front and center in the middle of the net. So, yeah, UMass going to jump off to a quick start and maybe follow up with another one as Nick try to jump on it himself. Now it's going to be Soulshine trying to challenge Discord, but Could not quite get to it. Jonathan right back into the zone here as East Stroudsburg trying to put on some pressure. A good touch away, though, from Discord as it was trying to get it away from East Stroudsburg, but nobody really found in the vicinity there for that squad. So it'll fall back into their defensive zone. That's right into the hands of Nick. He'll take a shot. Although a little bit wide, Soulshine not taking any chances. We'll leave it again. And now it's East Stroudsburg looking a little bit sharper in the defensive zone. You like to see those back-to-back saves and push out, maybe build on something here as they move into the opposite side of the pitch.
The difficulty they're running into is, can they turn it into a counterattack? Yeah, they've cleared it, but they're not turning it into offense, rather just turning it away from their defense for a short period of time. Nice pass across, nice pass again. The tiki-taka not there, unfortunately. It will be turned away. East Stroudsburg, again, on that defensive side, clear, but don't turn it into offense, and it's costing them in terms of their possession, or in this case, the lack thereof. They cannot turn this into an offensive set of pressure, and they're not going to score because of it.
And now a quick turn here for UMass, and Jonathan again holding strong there on this side wall as Nick will try and just mount some more pressure here as Discord Dank will turn, play off back wall, trying to find his teammate. Nobody located, and so Luminous to jump on it. Pushed directly back into the zone by UMass. Soulshine gonna hesitate to go to that for that one, but he was called off by Jonathan, who will move it back into the zone. Off the corner, Soulshine waiting back for it, but again, it's going to play this very conservatively. Right now, that's one thing that stands out. East Stroudsburg hanging a little bit too far back, and Northeastern going to beat him for it. It's 2-0 here for UMass.
Nice shot, a good placement, and unfortunately, again, nobody home for this East Stroudsburg side. That was really the first time they were exploited because of the rotations compared to anything else, but as we reach that halfway mark, the goal scored at the 2-minute and 30-second mark, UMass Amherst showing exactly as we expected. Again, this is not too out of the blue from either team. East Stroudsburg have not been performing thus far in the season, while UMass have. Hopefully, one of those two things changes. I'd prefer to see East Stroudsburg perform better than I'd like to see UMass perform worse, but sometimes the cookie crumbles in a way you either don't expect or don't want. This is not one of those times.
Yeah, and it seems like East Stroudsburg's doing a good job to hang around in this one, too. I thought it was going to be an onslaught for UMass to begin as they come in with confidence, but again, knowing that you're already in the playoff picture might be why UMass is looking a little still strong, right? They're still all over East Stroudsburg for a majority of this game, just not as often as we thought. And maybe a chance here as the long shot almost made its way through. Soulshine directly back up for this one. We'll take another shot, and UMass with a double commit here on the defensive side of the ball, but luckily for them, looks like East Stroudsburg was a little bit too far back, has been characteristic of their gameplay so far, and because of that, it allows UMass to get back into this one and play back out of the zone. 1:22 remaining on the clock, still a 2-0 lead, and game number 1 for UMass.
They're not letting up. Oh, how about a shot, though? Soulshine, the opener for East Stroudsburg. That's one back the other way. They've brought it within one. They do still have to tie things up and or just take things in regulation. But baby steps, as they're called, because the first are always the most difficult. Past that, you can build off of it. East Stroudsburg with one on the board. Can they now tie things up?
Well, it looks like they, have nothing to lose, and they can play spoilers. And I think they've done the first step there as they've gotten one back on the board, find themselves back within one, and we'll try to step from there. I just think UMass might be a little bit too strong, but it's only game 1, so it's hard to tell here, as UMass has had a majority of the offensive possessions, but now it'll go the way of East Stroudsburg as far as pressure goes. Jonathan back up the challenge. That's a good 50-50. We'll try to win it, but it's right into the hands of UMass. Directly back in, though. Soulshine going to take a shot here. It will be difficult over the shoulder, but Nick comes in support for UMass and makes a big save. Down to 34 seconds left. Luminous up for this one, not able to connect. That'll throw up Soulshine as well, who thought he was going to connect on it. It's across the box and an easy tap in there from Norbeaster. And unfortunately, just a bit of mishap will throw up Soulshine, leave him on an island, and UMass does the rest.
Norbeaster finishes probably the easiest goal of their career off. That one was just a wounded duck chilling in front of that goal line, and it's finished off. 3 goals for UMass here in game number 1. Again, I was talking in the pre-show before we went live about the expectations about this here for UMass, and the expectations are for them to win, both statistically and just based off of what we've seen thus far this season. They are proving to be the better team. Of course, they in this situation are 4th compared to East Stroudsburg's 10th in the Emergence Yellow Division. That alone is massively indicative of how this could go, and then, of course, while we've seen it already 3 goals scored. UMass win with 3 goals in their favor, 1 on the opposing side for the East Stroudsburg half. But the opening game, UMass, they take it.
They do. They get that first win in this best of 5. And, East Stroudsburg University, we talked about how they've only won 2 games throughout the course of 8 matches. That can get frustrating. A lot of teams, a lot of lesser teams, granted, would quit and say, this season's over with. I'm not even going to show up for this last match. We see it all the time in esports. It's an unfortunate characteristic in esports that I think needs to change. And I love the fact that East Stroudsburg is not only hanging with us in playing out the rest of the season, doing so on stream, but also heading in the right direction. They face off with a team that's 6-2, and in that first game, they kept it close. They kept it within 1 for a long time there towards the end. And although surrendering that last goal to make it 3-1, I like that mentality. I like that mindset from East Stroudsburg to hang in there. UMass just a little bit too powerful for them to handle yet. So good steps in the right direction for East Stroudsburg. Is this series going to be their time to shine and win? I'm not so sure about that, but at the same time, baby steps.
Hopefully this series is their time to light if they can pull it off. I had to pull one out of the bag. I know you had one before we went live. I had to do one on stream. East Stroudsburg keep things 0-0 for the time being, and they now have some offensive pressure of their own compared to what we saw earlier on from UMass Amherst White in game number 1. Notably, East Stroudsburg had much better defense than I think I expected, or really anybody expected, but the one thing they really have to work on is turning it into that offensive prowess that we need to see on the transition. That did not happen in game 1, at least not enough. That was the catalyst to their game 1 loss, or at least one of them. It also helps that UMass Amherst is kind of nuts at this game. But that's besides the point.
Exactly. They do have that talent, and they're showing off again against this East Stroudsburg team. We'll try to transition back. A couple of great touches to put it back towards the net, but going to be denied easily by UMass and directly back out. Nick is going to leave it for a teammate there. You can tell the communication is just on point for UMass as well, as they call off their teammates consistently, and you see them go for bump whenever they do overcommit. So UMass still making a few mistakes from here and there, but overall it seems like they correct their mistakes, right? And they're able to adjust accordingly, jump out and get a bump if you didn't get that next connection, right? So that's, I think, what separates the Emergence top side of the division versus the bottom side, is being able to have that decision making made pretty decisively, but on top of that, being able to communicate that decision making to the rest of your team, ever so important. And UMass has gotten the better side of it. And a chance for a shot here, but it's going to go high. The follow-up could be there, just not there for Discord Dank Theme, as he'll have to backtrack and start again in 2 minutes in. And East Stroudsburg keeping it deadlocked at 0 here.
Zip apiece, 0-0, whatever way of saying it you please. Nick on the back line, nice save, actually 50s that one away. I didn't think that shot was going to hit. It almost did. Norbeaster up and over. Jonathan's on the back line, will save that one as well. Both teams playing very, very sound defense in their own rights, but the offense just not showing up, at least not enough to beat the defensive prowess from their opponents. Finally, we may see something like it. Luminous Knight, a pass into the middle. Nobody there for East Stroudsburg, and the rotations again not there. That may cost them here in this series. It already has in game number 1.
It sure has. UMass going to try and make it 2-0 here, as when goals are come at a premium, getting that first goal will be ever so important and potentially lead to the win. This is going to be a waterfall back down, a chance to touch it in. Nor'easter couldn't read it, but Nick can a shot. Jonathan, another big save, as he's been great on the defensive side of the ball. Definitely a standout here for East Stroudsburg.
Yeah, Nick, unfortunately making a touch I don't think Norbeaster expected, and Discord Dank Theme has to touch that one up and away. They don't have this really any possession on the UMass Amherst side, and it's much different than what we saw in game number 1. East Stroudsburg are keeping up their learning. You were talking about them being 0-8. You could not tell from this game specifically, and they're sticking with it. Notably, they're learning, and that's the best thing for them. They're playing up against teams that sometimes are better than them, like UMass Amherst, at least in this series thus far, and they're learning off of it. They already have heading into the second game of play, and they're sticking with them through and through. We're still tied, and there's only 80 seconds left. Never mind.
Norbeaster able to kind of put a halt towards that statement. But, I mean, to kind of back you up in this sense, though, it's not like UMass Amherst is coming out here and playing subs. They do have 5 listed on their roster, but these are the 3 that have gone, for the most part, for a majority of the season to make them 6-2. And, in fact, all 6 wins, they had these 3 present. So, you know, when you take that into consideration, that just shows the strides they have made as a team. Unfortunately for them, they do surrender that one big goal there to put themselves down with it. 1 minute left on the clock here for them to try and mount something. But I've been impressed by the defense of East Stroudsburg. But UMass proving a little bit too hot to handle here for East Stroudsburg. As you know, I've had the opportunity to visit the UMass campus, a beautiful campus as well. As you know, with Stay Plugged In, we've traveled to Helix and Foxborough and the Boston area pretty consistently. So, great place to not only study, but obviously play Rocket League, as the 6-2 record would show here in the NECC network.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good, both in terms of their campus itself. I got to take a look at it when I went up to Massachusetts back when I was like 13.
Okay.
I'm a Red Sox fan, so it's been a little while. But I went up to Boston and took a look around Massachusetts, just a little peek. But notably, UMass has been showing up, and they've been showing out in that same right throughout the entire season and here in this series. Not as much as we expected here in game number 2, but it should still be a win. There are still 3 seconds left, so as long as there's time on the clock, or sometimes as long as there isn't, you can still score. Now, there isn't, and the ball has touched the ground. UMass Amherst will win game number 2 just 1-0. A little bit less of a showing than we expected, but a win's a win, whether you win 7-3 or 7-4, like we saw in game 5 of our previous series, or right here, 1-0.
Yeah, UMass holding on and really just getting the result that just about everybody expected here in the first 2. And now it's their time to close out. We saw in the last series, sure, it's closer on paper, but we saw in the last series, you can't go to sleep on any team in your division. Otherwise, you know, they could very easily come back and reverse sweep. So East Stroudsburg, obviously a long way to go in order to accomplish that, but we'll see if they can piece something together, as Soulshine, Jonathan, and Luminous have been a relatively solid trio here. A few mistakes, but you can say the same thing about UMass here too. We'll see if they can bounce back here in this game number 3 and try and find some offense. I think their defense has been great, especially Jonathan. Want to call it his name for being that go-to for the defensive side of the ball. Who do you look for to make those saves? For me, it's been him, but they're going to need that full team effort here in game number 3.
Everybody's going to have to band together, and notably they're going to have to score some goals, more than they scored in game number 1, and, well, they didn't score any in game number 2, so obviously more than then, just the same. I'd like to see a 4th game here, and I think East Stroudsburg can pull it off. It's just a matter of, does it happen, rather than can it happen? They had the defense to keep themselves in the games. They just didn't have the transition into offense to put themselves on top of them. Discord Dank theme and a shot. That's going to go bar down and bar away. Unfortunately enough for this UMass Amherst side. The opening goal not found in the first 40 seconds.
Oh, and Soulshine going to try to make it happen for East Stroudsburg as they transition. It'll be Jonathan. He's already up to the ceiling. We'll use it as a pass to get back down to Soulshine, but Nick read it all the way, and now they'll have a 2-on-1 if they can hurry. Nick shielded nicely by Luminous Knight on that side wall in order to hold it out for the time being. Soulshine will need to make it happen again, and he does, as he will clear the zone on the right side of the pitch, but directly into the hands of Nor'easter. He's finding Discord. Luminous, a great job to jump in. And, you know, they looked a little bit reluctant to challenge in the midfield. East Stroudsburg did, but now it's a different story here as, you know, we move forward. That was a great challenge to cut off the passing play before it could happen. And now they will try to transition down the field themselves. But a bit of pong both ways. And goal scoring has been a little bit lackluster here for both of these teams in the last 2.
I think that's the understatement of the day. Combined, what, 5 goals in 2 games? UMass expected to score a little bit more, just in terms of their statistics and the fact that they're 6-2 playing up against a winless team in terms of series. They were expected to show up a little bit more, and East Stroudsburg has been more of a defensive team, so that's a little understandable from them, but their defense has been showing up. That's the most notable thing. You can build off of your offense as long as you have the defense to support it. That may be just a later thing, maybe even next season, because there's always learning opportunities, and this team is relatively young. Nice save, by the way, on the back line. Soulshine proving my point in the fact that the defense is still there, and it continues to be as Discord Dank theme is 50'd away and kept away. As we approach the halfway mark in this third game, UMass, a couple good offensive opportunities, but nothing massively glaring.
Exactly right. It's not very exciting to watch, but they have gotten the job done in the first two, right? So it is what it is. Low scoring defense, a couple of big saves here and there, but listen, you don't have to get fancy. You don't have to put on a show if you're UMass. You just have to get the job done to, work yourself into a good position for the playoffs as far as seeding goes. You want that 7-2 mark. You don't want to sleep on anybody, and this is a good chance out of the zone here for UMass. Soulshine will get one touch away, but directly where Nick was waiting, it'll set up a shot here. But great defense again. Soulshine will work back out. He's got the next touch. We'll try and get a pass, but shielded by Nor'easter. He's back in the zone. A chance to shot here from Nick, but it's going to go well wide as he was challenged there in the box again by the defense of East Stroudsburg, who will misplay it and get demoed, and they'll pay for it as now it's into the hands of UMass.
A double demo, no less. Nor'easter is beat on that front line, though, and will not get a second touch on it. Nick, good speed, not going to get it past Jonathan, though, who is in a good position. The positioning has been much better from East Stroudsburg in this previous game and 2/3, and they've been able to keep themselves in these games. Nick, a nice shot, that'll go bar down and bar in. 90 seconds left on the clock, and UMass get an opening goal, albeit very late, but a goal's a goal.
Yeah, sure enough, off bar and down. Looked like they might have missed that initially, but a great job to make sure that one's finished, because Soulshine looked like, he had the defense on the back wall all the way, but then kind of doubted himself. It looked like the double commit kind of cost them as well, and now it's going to make him pay twice as hard as UMass going up 2-0, this time off a kickoff as Nor'easter just off that win, just forward, knowing that the defense was going to go for boost there and cheat. And then you have open reins when it comes to the box, and UMass now looking to close out here in the final 124.
There's not much, unfortunately, that East Stroudsburg can do compared to what they already have done. They have a combined 1 goal through 2 games, plus what we've played thus far here in game number 3. It hasn't looked great for them, but their defense has looked pretty good. Unfortunately, it's fell apart a little bit in the last minute or so, but it's not the end of the world. I don't see this series as a win for them, but I see it as a good building series. Them knowing that they have the defense to stick with the upper teams, but they know they now have to build off the offense. And that's good for the coach, for the team to know what they have to do. At least a known variable compared to unknown variables, because I hate algebra, and I'm assuming they're not too much of a fan of it either.
Not so much. Not in this instance, at least. As UMass will now transition down the field, killed even more time as East Stroudsburg looking to try and find at least something, because their defense has been pretty stout sometimes. Again, sometimes it's been a little bit iffy. Their offense has been basically non-existent, and, well, unfortunately, it's been hurting them. UMass, again, looking like they're going to close this one out. That will move them to 7-2 on the season, which is definitely a good place to be when it comes to the playoff time. So credit them for getting the job done here. I don't discredit them for, a lot of people would say, why didn't they score more goals? You would think that they would just put them up in bunches. And the reality is East Stroudsburg did play better than what most would think they would. So credit UMass as well for at least hopping in here and facing a team that you just count out. And instead, you get the job done. You win 3-0 in sweeping fashion, which was expected, by the way. And they move to 7-2 on the season. Great performance there from UMass to close out and head into the playoffs with the head of steam.
You're talking about credit where credit is due, though. I got to say, a very, very good accommodation to the East Stroudsburg defense. Now, their offense just really wasn't there. I'm not going to go into that. But the defense was, and they shut down UMass in multiple situations between all 3 games. Game 1 a little less so, but games 2 and 3 ended 1-0 and 2-0 respectively. It was very good on the back line from East Stroudsburg, and again, something we didn't fully expect, but something that we love to see from a team that looked like they weren't 0-8, now 0-9. Yet they had the defense to show that they look like a middle-of-the-pack team.
Exactly right. The building blocks is what you said, and I honestly second that. I wanted to kind of echo that as well because you have a young team for the most part. A majority of your players are young. You always scouting season as well to bring on some even younger talent as well, freshmen or maybe some unknown talents, maybe some college transfers. Get back out to the drawing board and find yourself. Really connecting not only with this team, but add some depth to the roster as well and see if you can find some connections. And a good coach will definitely go a long way in building your program here at TimeToLight. But it was a pleasure casting with you as well, man. I appreciate you joining us in the booth.
It was blessed. I'm glad I got to see a lot of defense from East Stroudsburg, the expected win from UMass, and of course the reverse sweep. Who doesn't love one of those?
Exactly right. We have the classic duo, Bass and Hyperia, going to be on the call for the next one, so you definitely don't want to go anywhere. It's Concordia, Wisconsin, facing off with NTC White on the NECC network. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the NECC Rocket League week number 9, the final week here as we get back into the action with our third matchup of the day. My name is Bass in the Past, joined alongside by none other than Hypheria. I know down below it has it a little bit backwards, but it's okay because the action is going to be the same nonetheless. We're going up here to our Merchants Black Division as we are going to be getting into Concordia University, Wisconsin versus North Central Technical College, NTC White. And this is going to be an interesting one because, Hype, this isn't necessarily going to be as even of a battle as we might, hope for.
We always hope for it, but we need to stay realistic as well, and that is that the one side is 5-3 and the other one 1-7. So history, if your track record is not necessarily great, it is pretty likely that it's not all of a sudden going to be millions of miles better. But, that they could all of a sudden upset. We've seen that before in a little thing called esports. But Concordia, Wisconsin, let's have a look at their roster real quick. See who they're going to be rocking with, who they're going to be popping up on the field with. This is a team that is 5-3, and it's Two Dog Lucky, Acre, and Sausage Llama.
And this is a team that we've seen many times before. Aside from just playing well in this league, they've been in other leagues and they've been here in previous seasons of the NECC. So we've seen the CUW team many, many times, and they've been a solid contender, thus why they are 5-3. When we look on the other side of NTC, the North Central Technical College, it's another familiar roster. We've seen all of these guys, Nutmeg, Mini Pie, and Fritzy, time and time again, but the unfortunate thing for them is that it hasn't necessarily gone as well as their opponents. 1-7 on the season, and they haven't gotten a win since week number 4. So Hypheria, they come into this one with, I'd say, pretty low momentum.
And the 3 losses that were taken on the side of Wisconsin were all in the 3 weeks right after each other. So they just had a bad streak, and then they moved on with their lives. So considering that the past 4 losses have all been in a row for an NTC, well, yeah, that doesn't necessarily instill confidence, and it's probably not going to be with themselves as well, and that's the most important part, because we can sit here and think, okay, well, this record is probably not going to be too great, but they themselves are probably thinking somewhat similar to that as well. Their playoff chances gone out the window right behind us, so they just want to have fun with it at this point.
I think at this point, it's one last hurrah. Like we said, this is the final week here for the NECC before we end up getting into playoffs. And, well, speaking of getting into it, let's get into game number 1 here. Concordia versus NTC, a best of 5. And like we had mentioned before, this isn't necessarily one that's going to have too much impact on the overall standings. And, oh boy, here's why we say it could be a one-sided affair. Concordia off to a strong start.
There wasn't even anybody challenging either. There was somebody on the goal line, just did not bother to go in, probably because they did not think this was even a capable thing that Two Dog Lucky was able to pull out. They did not expect it, thus they didn't go for it, and they conceded once. And NTC, we can already say that they need to be heads up on what Concordia are going to be pulling out, because apparently mechanically they'll be able to do a lot here as they do get onto the attack. Find a bit of offense there, but with a 45 boost in the tank, actually does get a pretty decent flip and a pinch down the other end. Wait, is that just going to be in? No, just barely wide, but there's still some people in the box. What is going on?
You're asking me as if I can clarify. At this point, it seems like NTC a bit too uncomfortable to really understand what they want to do on this pitch right now. Concordia are trying to give themselves, I'd say, a chance to increase their lead, but NTC are also being a nuisance. Chaos erupts here in the first minute of play, and I think we're going to get back to a normal back and forth here, Hypheria, but I don't know what to think at this point. A minute's gone by, and I feel like we should have had 5 goals by now.
It's a madness. It's perfect game 1 vibes. It's just chaotic. Nobody knows what's going on. Neither do we. I just hope they do get it sorted out, because I feel like for everybody involved, this is going to get very chaotic. Two Dog Lucky trying to straighten everybody out, and that is exactly what he does. Concordia up by 2.
They find themselves their second goal, and they do so in pretty dramatic fashion. A bump like that clears the lane, and Two Dog Lucky, all they have to do is get it on target. Bar down and in. And it's a heck of a way to get back on the board from Concordia, and really, I would say try and make a little bit of a, let's call setting the tone here. After what was a chaotic first minute, for Concordia to pull away with a second goal, maybe we can settle down at least a little bit.
I would like so. I think Concordia is looking to straighten it out a little bit more, but thus far, the offense having to come entirely from Two Dog Lucky to not necessarily mechanical intensive goals, but they are somewhat decent goals. Sausage Llama right to the backboard. Nutmeg being able to clear it out, but NTC is under a bit of pressure here by Sausage Llama, who's sticking up close. Acre and popping in there as well, getting it into the box. Oh no, that's a triple commit, leaving the way open for Two Dog Lucky. That's his third.
We are only 2 minutes into this one, and already Two Dog Lucky, like you said, finding that hat trick. Acre able to find the assist, but really, that's a free assist if I've ever seen one. Or I guess it's assisted by the other side, unfortunately. At this point, feels like NTC, they're trying to figure out where the ground underneath their feet really lies, and can they stand there stably? Because it just looks shaky. When the pressure goes on against them right now, it feels like NTC double and triple commit to leave some opening gaps, and all of a sudden, Concordia take full advantage of that and find themselves some goals. So, 2 minutes into this one, I'm not going to say that NTC are completely out of this, but they do need to settle down a little bit here. It feels like the nerves are a bit too shaky, and if they do not settle down, they're going to be in for a very long series.
This could help a double commit from the side of Concordia, but NTC still struggling to break away proficiently. Fritzy leaving the ball then for Acre, who's obviously going to bang that down the orange half yet again. Mini Pie trying to backflip into it, just a little bit too far away from the ball to actually get a proper shot. They do get credits at one now, but it's way too weak. It's not actually going to go through, so NTC, they need to think of more, and perhaps they need to go into mind games to CIA. This is something they've been trying to learn for decades. They're getting inside each other's heads.
I was gonna say, I didn't really understand what came here. Two Dog Lucky apparently showing that, no, only I am the one allowed to score. No one else is allowed to score at this point here, and, well, no, wait, Nutmeg now gets a free assist, so I guess trading free assists, you know, helping out the other team. Everybody gets a little bit of a score share here, and gets a stat pad a little bit more, but I don't know if stat padding is gonna be enough to get you the win, especially when there's a quick response out of Concordia. Sausage Llama to put the lead back to 3.
Weirdest goal here. One of them ducks away. Two Dog Lucky ducks underneath, and Sausage Llama just rams it from behind him. It's like a distance maneuver where you want to throw your opponent off and make him faked out entirely. It's odd. It's weird, but Concordia haven't scored all 5 goals that's currently been scored in this match. One of credits towards NTC. I think Concordia are just going to keep on trucking. I think we have a pretty clear game view, and it is only game number 1. Sure, it could still change, but it is looking heavily in favor for Concordia.
There are 2 minutes left. Like you said, this could change at this point here, but I think the unfortunate reality is that NTC, they need to find some more momentum, and they need to find a way to not double commit on the back line. Two Dog Lucky finds a 5th goal here, and you can see this. It's one double commit here in the corner. A little bit. Oh, wait a minute. That's actually another player. That's Acre on the other team. Excuse me. Apparently, they just cleared the net.
It's just a bit mean. A bit rowdy in the goal line. It's all right, though. Concordia for their 5th. It's just getting away from NTC, and I've not seen enough for them just far to actually instill confidence in me, where I think, okay, this can actually be something fruitful, because they're giving the ball away rather quickly. Concordia are very quickly on the challenges as well, so pretty much every single factor of this game is in favor of Concordia. And even the team game, which is something that NTC very much could do well with, and trying to mitigate some of the mechanics by Concordia, is also not really coming into shine.
It just kind of feels like right now we're waiting for something to shine for NTC. They're not playing poorly, but again, the double commits and the little errors are leaving them in very exposed positions. Two Dog Lucky finds what I believe is now their 5th goal of this game, and it's off the back of an error on the line here. You just got to feel for them at this point, Hyperia.
It's an error on the line, but it's not necessarily something that you are looking at and thinking, oh, that is dreadful. It's just an accumulation of unfortunate. I mean, I guess that was fortunate, but it doesn't really matter. It's not going to change the outcome of the game, unfortunately, for NTC. But it's just an accumulation of little errors, little mispositioning that build up, that rack up, and all of a sudden they get out of hand. You cannot recover them anymore, and well, then everything resets to a after kickoff scenario still. So that is kind of what's currently going on.
It just feels very chaotic right now. It just kind of feels like as soon as the panic sets in, no one knows how to try and let it dissipate, and especially on the side of NTC here, a single double commit, like you said, compiles into greater errors, compiles into bigger issues, and all of a sudden they just crack from the seams here. So let's see, can we find a little bit of a response with 30 seconds to go? I don't necessarily, well, I'm not going to say I think. I know that NTC cannot come back at this point. They might have been able to find some momentum in their favor, but as the Brazil goes on the board here, Two Dog Lucky will continue to rack up goals.
Even the momentum that they could have gotten has been even made worse with the fake out that's just occurred right in front of the net. And Concordia They're going to do it with a Brazil, perhaps even better, even more goals on the board since their kickoff is immaculate. It still gets cleared by NTC, and I feel like in general, even momentum is not going to do it right now for NTC. They need a big overall, and they need it in this 1 minute of break that they're going to get, because otherwise they're going to be slapped out of here, knocked out of here by Concordia.
I want to say that this is going to be a series in favor of Concordia, and obviously, you know, the record will probably back that up, but at the same time, you never really know. It's game number 1, and as much as I want to say this is overwhelmingly in favor of Concordia, which it is, I can't say it's overwhelming enough that they're going to just run away with this series. Yes, it's a Brazil in game number 1, but it is only game number 1, and Concordia walk away and increase themselves to 1-0 on the series, but how can they run with that momentum? That's the big question at this point, High Fury, because yes, they look really good, but was it that they look good, or was it that NTC made too many errors? If NTC can clean that up, I think we should have a pretty good series here.
Well, here's the fun part about this entire thing, right? You're going to think, oh, this is going to be slap in the park, an easy one, walk in there even. But they're going to start getting complacent. They're going to start being too freestyly. You already saw at the end there, you know, getting a little bit loose with it. And if they continue that trend going into the second game, that might allow for them to build some confidence and actually rack up some morale, some momentum. And that is a way for NTC to perhaps, and we have to keep it up perhaps, because that first game was a blowout, but that is a way they could perhaps get back into it.
And I think that's the thing, is that we do have to hold out a little bit of hope. We know that NTC are a strong team. They played like a strong team previously. It's one of these things where they really have to show it here and now. They don't have another chance. It's the end of the season. If they want to try and prove to people going into playoffs that a team like Concordia are vulnerable, this is where you do it. This is where you start to upset. Because again, it's not as if this is going to change their playoffs. They can't get into playoffs at this point. At 1-7, the odds are nearly impossible. But the thing is that they can at least play upset. They can at least play spoiler. They can be that thorn in the side of Concordia that has other teams starting to look at them. So let's see, can they actually put a dent in this Concordia Wisconsin side, which dominated in game number 1? Considering they just bit for a fake kickoff, I'm thinking maybe not yet. 5 seconds into this one, and it's already on the NTC half.
Oh. Okay, Concordia. Well, they're messing about with a fake kickoff as well. NTC, the indecisiveness by Ebby to just not go and then get 50'd into the corner. Very odd run of play. I don't necessarily know what will happen there, but it's a dreadful start for NTC. I think we can all agree upon that point at least.
It's not the start they were hoping for. I'll put it at that. That's probably the nicest way for us to say it right now. NTC, ooh, they will find a quick response, though. Apparently, their mental not in the gutter. It's actually all the way in the sky high, because Fritzy, what on earth?
Fritzy, what on earth? Very good finish. There was one sitting on the backboard, and one of them is out of position in center. Concordia, this is exactly what we were talking about. They are getting complacent, allowing NTC to actually start showing up in the way that they can, because we didn't see that from Fritzy in the last game. Oh no, we did not, when they're being able to show that right here, right now, and that is all due to Concordia not taking it as seriously as they should, but they might still net a goal out of it. And no, Ebby actually sticks on the line.
I don't know if the word is seriously enough. They're not respecting their opponents enough, if that makes sense. It feels like one of these things where you're recognizing that the opponents could do something, but you've seen them make so many mistakes previously that you don't respect them. You don't believe that they can even score on you, even in positions where normally they probably would. So this feels like right now, Concordia need to play this like any other team. Forget that it was a 7-1 game number 1. Forget the fact that you have a chance to go 2-0 or 2-1 here. They don't actually take advantage of it. But yeah, that's the issue right now. Concordia need to play this like a standard game, because that should have been a goal. But when you have 2 players diving at the corner at once, including Two Dog Lucky, who apparently tried to do his best impression of a jet airliner, yeah, it's not going to work out. Go something a little bit more standard. How about a third man diving in here? Oh, wait a minute. That's left them completely exposed. Ebby just put it on target, and that will be enough to get about as close to off target as they can, but it will hit the back of the net, and NTC will find the lead.
I think you and me both had the same exact reaction of, I hope to every single power upstairs that there is, that's actually into the back of the net. And well, NTC fans with us as well. That was a scary moment, but they have gotten the lead, and purely due to Concordia saying, oh yeah, we don't actually want to continue scoring. We want to do it in a fancy fashion, you know, flip, reset, must-see, double tap, that kind of stuff, huh? But if that's not going to fly, NTC, they will still punish you. They've got capability for that. So Concordia, they need to strap it back in. We all know that they can dominate in that regard, but NTC, they still have a solid defense in order. So if you're not going to be able to break through in the last 3 minutes, Concordia, you still have an L in your hands.
The unfortunate thing is that it does feel like Concordia are starting to try and make a bit of a transition, but here's the other issue of when you start to play a little bit more loosely like they did at the beginning of this game. You give momentum to the other side as well. NTC now have the confidence that they need to try and beat this team here. They're diving up balls a lot more aggressively. Their boomers have a lot more power behind them. So Concordia, you've now let NTC through the door. Can you shove them back out and kick them out the house party? Only time will tell. 2:40 left on the clock. There is a chance for a response here. Sausage puts it on target and Two Dog takes it away from him. I like the idea, but with that little power, instead of redirect, all you're really doing is ending the offense and letting it go the other way. NTC now, as we go into the half, have a lot of momentum in their favor and some offensive pressure as well. Concordia looking a bit disorganized here. What was a fantastic game number one has now devolved into a whole lot of chaos as the players are just colliding with each other on repeat and not even making contact with the ball. Huge opportunity gone awry.
And there's a reason why you don't fight with somebody who has nothing to lose. NTC, they've got nothing to lose. They're not going to slow down. They're going to try and waltz all over you and do a little sidestep with you on the way as well. Concordia, they have to strap it back in themselves, pull themselves up. Because NTC, they're charging and they will tally on a third to the count. Nutmeg gets it through, whips it over the top of the final defender.
And once again, there's the lack of respect there. Aker knows that Sausage is behind him and goes, don't worry, you'll be fine. It's a 1v1. They can take the shot. You can 50-50. But you're not actually recognizing that NTC are a quick enough team to catch you by surprise. A minute 50 here, and it feels like Concordia have been their biggest thorn this entire game so far. The lack of respect for their opponents, the fact that they are trying to play this almost too patiently is why they are still without a second goal, but not for long. Sausage Llama finally finds a response.
And the Jaws theme starts playing. Can they actually make the comeback? Well, that's a very important question to be asking here. And by the particular player that just unfolded right in front of us at the pitch, I would say so. Concordia certainly in this 97 seconds remaining. NTC, they're going to be putting this puppy on lock, and Fritzy might actually have a goal locked up for himself. Maybe can't punch that center, and Nutmeg thus is going to falter a goal for it. Fritzy rotating back far, giving Concordia a bit of space in the midfield, and that's an aerial space. Sausage Llama is going to put his stamp all over NTC, though. They're holding on greatly in the defensive end thus far.
They're doing a good job holding on, but can they keep it out of the half? A lot of good clears have gone nowhere past the midfield, meaning that Concordia have just been building pressure. Oh, and pressure, eventually when it builds, it will overflow and pop. With a minute to go, NTC need to get this off their half and try and relieve this pressure, get back some boost, or shots like that will become more frequent. This time, Fritzy able to get in the way, but what about the follow-up? Sent back onto the half. Sausage Llama will try and facilitate something for his team. No 50-50, but he sees Ebby on the follow-up. He also sees Two Dog Lucky, but someone needs to take the shot. Lackluster play again, Concordia. Their patience comes back to bite them, but their aggression will work out. Two Dog Lucky pre-reads this off the backboard and finds the equalizer.
He went up early for this as well. I was somewhat expecting him to miss it, but Two Dog Lucky has been immaculate this entire series through. He's been insane, carrying Concordia's offense on his back. NTC, this is where they need to not falter. This is where they need to shine. 35 seconds of one goal. Fritzy currently got the goal pole on top of his car. Social Llama needs to avoid it down, but Fritzy just forces it through.
And there it is. This is why you can't give him space. The breakaway play comes. Sausage Llama thinks about trying to challenge early, but waits far too long. And by the time that he gets there, Fritzy is ready with the 50-50. 4-3, 30 seconds to go. It's possible for Concordia to turn this around, but they need to find a perfect kickoff. And oh boy, demo plus that ain't it.
And we've already seen Concordia dominate, which is why we're getting so kind of hyped up for NTC almost. As that ball off the crossbar and out, they need to get this away from the defense. And NTC, they're struggling. Concordia, they're passing it along with Aker. That goes a little bit too far. Now he needs to take it to an aerial space. Flip reset, perhaps land, but at least not used. And E-Boy will keep it out. That's a miss on the side of Concordia. Surely this game is over. NTC, only thing that they need to do is drop it. Nutmeg, just get it to the ground. Aker, at least for one last try, pops it into the center, and NTC, they've actually gotten game.
Not only have they gotten a game, they've gotten their opponents with their pants down. They've caught them in an embarrassing moment here because Concordia, that's 2 whiffs in a row to end the game. They should have at least put a shot on. They should have kept it up. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Doesn't matter anymore, though. NTC will take a game and even out the series, and this is why we said Concordia could not get complacent after a win in game number 1. You saw it. They started getting a lot more lackluster. Their pressure was not there. Their pace of play dropped significantly lower than it was in the first game. So that's the issue. When you get too comfortable, it allows openings for your opponents to start taking advantage. So right now, we need to see a switch up, not from NTC, but from Concordia. They need to focus on playing this team like anybody else. They can't just play it like the domination they had in game number 1.
It's as simple as that, and it's really tough to be a Concordia fan right now, I reckon. Because, well, you saw the power in game number 1. They were dominating. They were playing you off the pitch. It was nobody business. You were League 2 high. You walked up on the wrong day, and all of a sudden, you've got this in the second game. You wonder what has happened. Has their striking gone down? Not necessarily. I mean, sure, they probably have a little bit less shots, but it's just the inaccuracy. It's stuff like that all comes with confidence. And one key part that you lose when you lose a game like you just had is confidence. It just sucks a piece of your soul out of you as soon as you lose a game that you feel like you very much should have been favored, and now you have to do it all over again to try and prevent it.
And that's the big issue for them right now is that they need to break this momentum. If NTC, they win this game and all of a sudden it's 2 in a row, Concordia face themselves, not a reverse sweep, but about as close as you can get without that. Basically, gentleman's reverse, and that is not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination, especially the whiffs continue. Two Dog Lucky completely airmails this one and has no idea how to respond.
Now we gotta wonder, was that game number 1 from Concordia actually just a lucky game where they completely popped off? Because NTC, yet again, opening up the scoring here against Concordia, continuously building themselves stronger and stronger. The ball's still lurking in front of the net. Ebi wants to convert it. Aker Police pops it out for now, but that's going to go top bins. Nutmeg. That's NTC up by 2.
It's up by 2, and not just up by 2 within the first minute. And honestly, it's doing so off a great read as well. Ebby gets a beautiful 50-50, and Nutmeg, that takes some pretty quick reaction time to even recognize that that shot is coming. So, NTC, it's very clear. Concordia have let them into the series, and they plan to stay here like a squatter. So, can they get kicked out the house, or are Concordia not going to have the broomsticks to be able to nudge them out? 45 seconds into this one, NTC are looking strong, but Concordia finally could have had a response. Two Dog again, another uncharacteristic miss after 6 goals in game number 1. I'm beyond shocked to see the performance here in game 2 and 3.
Well, that's the problem if you go with individual prowess. As soon as that individual prowess actually doesn't go through anymore, here goes Two Dog Lucky with a flip reset, and he still got it. You think he lost it? He just went to the lost and found, grabbed it out, and he will do it on Jim Chu. Two Dog Lucky. That is brilliant.
And this is why we say we've been waiting for him to get back to his performance in game number 1 and 2. I don't think it's a fluke. I think it might have just taken a little while to try and find his footing again. You know, get the right Air Maxes. Make sure that he's comfortable in the shoes he's playing on the court with here today. Because, well, if you're not too comfortable, you're going to have a little bit of difficulty here because NTC are making it oh so difficult, especially with fake outs like that. Sausage Llama completely bites, but Two Dog Lucky behind them will luckily enough back them up. 3:40 left on the clock here. NTC definitely not in as much control as they were the first minute of this game, but Concordia still have a long road ahead of them. If they want to even this one out, it could be a little bit shorter of a stroll. Aker just needs to put it on target, or maybe he needs a little bit more than that. What on earth? Concordia almost get away with highway robberies. That one just barely did not flow into the net.
Sausage Llama, this is uncomfortable shot on target. Aker, they're back in time for the reinforcement. Still another shot by NTC. They're not done entirely, but I think they Concordia just called them off, and they'll be going back home. Aker bullying in the net, and Sausage Llama rams it through the goal mouth.
And yet another goal where it's just brute force from Aker here. He really has been such a nuisance. 2 bumps in a row. And Sausage Llama will easily glide that one through. NTC no longer have their lead that they fought so hard for in minute number 1, because minute number 2 has been all Concordia. But now we've got another 3 to go. And as much as I think Concordia have found their momentum, can they hold on to it? So far, yes.
Well, we want to all be happy again for Concordia for having found their sway and having found their scoring ways. This game is far from over. I'm sorry to poop on the party just a little bit, but what exactly the way that got Concordia up this high again could also knock them down as soon as they start losing that confidence or thinking, oh, there we go, we have it again, we can start styling. I certainly hope that Concordia make the correct decision in that regard. This is Two Dog Lucky. Almost did exactly that, but NTC will still go down the line. Nutmeg, what is that kind of flick? Pulling out all the tricks out of the bag.
Okay, so that's how they want to do this. It's a stunt show here. Wait.
Whoa.
Okay, it's not in. I was about to say, I'll let Hypheria do a little bit of background commentary, because that would have been something spectacular. But luckily enough, at least for the side of, NTC, I was going to say that the lead has not increased. A little bit too early to call that one. 4-2, all of a sudden, we see another goal from Concordia.
I'm still stuck upon that almost high up on the wall pinch, reminding me of something that happened in RLCS like once throughout this entire duration. But we've only just crossed half-time. What are you on about? I do not believe this timing method. We have 6 goals already happening and about to be a 7th there if Concordia can actually close the gap to it. The Sausage Llama gets a run-up of a lifetime and then actually gets it to the backboard for free as well, while Aker just tries to go low. There's a final reinforcement there of NTC to actually back them up. But my word, what is this defense by NTC?
They're doing a great job at just being able to turn away every single thing, but we've seen this before. When Concordia start to put on the pressure, NTC, they might be able to save off the first couple of shots, but can they continue to make all of them turn around? If you have 2 players dive out of midfield and either one connects with it, yes, the answer is absolutely yes. But Concordia, apparently they're not going to let them stay on that half for all too long. NTC are forced back into their own half and then forced to play some defense. Fritzy will keep it out to the side, but it's not going to get it off. Sausage Llama puts it center. Aker puts it off the bar. Could have been a huge opportunity, but it will not be enough. But the follow-up will be. Concordia go up by 3.
Oh my. The defense by NTC, I mean, it had to go wrong at some point. If you're continuously on the back foot, and EB trying to make a final last-ditch save, but she couldn't even manage. And it's unfortunate for NTC, but if you're stuck in your box for that long, you need to break out. You need to have that man up the pitch, or, well, that player up the pitch, rather. And NTC, Two Dog Lucky, storming at them again. It doesn't matter whether you have to player back or up the pitch. As soon as Two Dog Lucky is up in the air, shivers will run down your spine.
Can you really blame them for those shivers? At this point, they have been an overwhelming force here. He's been able to get goal after goal after goal after goal, but can't we find a response from NTC with a minute to go? I don't know if they can win this game, but they can definitely try and gain some extra momentum as they head into what could be the final game of this series if they're not able to turn it around. This will be series point for Concordia. 45 seconds to go, and as a 6th goal rolls into the back of the net, Two Dog Lucky will pick up their 2nd hat trick of the night and continue rolling for Concordia.
2 taps from the one end of the pitch to the other, and it's a goal. The efficiency is stellar for Concordia, and unfortunate for NTC that they didn't have anybody in a passing lane nor anybody in the shooting lane. Well, there goes EB though. Another one to the count, and at least cut it in half.
Ebby doing a great job of being able to facilitate all of the momentum on their side, doing a good job at keeping this team in this game. She's done a good job previously, but the big issue is that she now needs to carry her team for 40 seconds to go. They need to try and find themselves some sort of extra momentum because, again, solid game from NTC here. The issue is that the defense, when it breaks down, it really leaves them exposed. So let's see, can they at least gain some momentum going into game number 4 here? Because if they do not, that will be a very difficult battle to try and regain from, as they could potentially end the series.
Well, Concordia are doing the correct thing. They are actually keeping it normal and, you know, trying to pop off. Sure, Aker doing a flip reset, but nothing more than that. Not trying to force it, not going too ridiculous, making sure that they keep it in check so they can actually bring it out the next game as well, instead of losing it, having to refine it for an entire game. So Concordia, they've just put a timer on NTC. I think we can be very honest and frank in that regard, where NTC don't really have a chance in the current standings if they're playing in the way that they are, because Concordia in that regard are so much worse, so much better, and have been showing more consistency. But NTC, they can slip through the cracks, and this certainly could be one of the series that they just kind of steal away.
I would say it's possible, but I think at this point the unfortunate reality is that it's momentum fighting against them here. NTC do look good, but they've got a long climb if they want to try and get here. So get your snowshoes on, get your ice picks out, get your gloves, get your hats, get your beanies, get everything in between, because if you are not fully prepared here for game number 4, I think that's the end of the series. I've got faith in NTC. They definitely look good, but the big issue for this team has been getting past that one win. They've been able to get a win in two out of their last three losses? No, 2 out of the 4 of them they've been able to get wins, but getting over that hump has been the big issue for them here. So they need to try and just continue through with the momentum that they have found. It may not be a lot, but the fact that they were able to even recover a little bit at the end of that game means wondrous things for them going to game number 4.
Well, that could be the final one, and for Concordia, they need it to have kind of their final day before actual playoffs to pull through and get that momentum, because we see it with Two Dog Lucky already. He can pop off, he can be the entire team basically, but he needs that consistency, and his mates also need to feel comfortable, because realistically, we don't even know whether it's consistently Two Dog Lucky or whether it's one of those scenarios that where it pops off, where it goes in turn. So I like that they're facilitating Two Dog Lucky, who's currently on the day playing phenomenally.
Yeah, they've been playing phenomenally, but like you said, consistency has been the big issue. In game number 2, you could see Concordia really struggling when Two Dog Lucky wasn't able to hit all of their shots. A couple of whiffs here and there of them very exposed, but now that they have gotten right back on the horse here in game number 3, let's see if they can do the same in game number 4 and gallop all the way to a victorious series. 15 seconds into this one so far, Concordia are going to give up a lot of pressure. NTC with a huge opportunity early, and it's not going to end here. Off the back wall, Sausage Llama will clear it out, but not get it past the half, and NTC putting on the pressure against Concordia early.
Concordia just struggled to get started. They're like an old steam engine. It needs to get blowing before they finally actually gain some traction. NTC, they might actually be breaking through the cracks here. A proper shot will do the job, but Sausage Llama, unfortunately, him being close to the play made it NTC's worst enemy, and they got scared, they got frazzled, and yet again, Concordia, they come screaming through the sky and leaving a trail behind them as well, but EB not breaking through, and NTC still struggling to find any kind of attack here continuously. Two Dog Lucky just goes over with a flip reset. I think that summarizes it pretty properly.
It's basically, can Two Dog Lucky facilitate enough offensive pressure that all the rest of Concordia can swarm like vultures and eventually find a goal? And that's not to discredit the other 2 players on Concordia. It just sort of means that's their game plan here. Put in that initial blow, and then you can get a couple more jabs, left hooks and right hooks until eventually that knockout happens. So let's see, can Concordia continue to play this one brilliantly with these boxing blows back and forth, or are they going to find a random uppercut that sends them tonight? Maybe NTC can, I was going to say, start their counterattack here. When they float it to the other team, though, no such counterattack will be found. First goal to Concordia.
Well, even worse, it wasn't just a failed counterattack, it's just a straight up pass right in front of the goal. They were doing a cosplay as the golf tee. Perfectly laying it up for the side of Concordia. It's unfortunate, especially since Concordia, I feel like they already get enough hole-in-ones. NTC, try and take some for yourself. You deserve it as well, lads. NTC, this is your time to start that fight again, because that's the beautiful thing. We've seen so much heart out of NTC, and they're getting tugged on the heartstrings right now because they're getting put under pressure.
This is the issue. This is what has failed NTC so many times previous. They played really well. Their offensive efficiency has been stellar, but when it comes time to the defense, a single mistake throws them in a complete tizzy, and they do not know how to respond and recover. NTC need to be careful here. Although Concordia only have a 1-0 lead here, this is what they've been doing on repeat. Two Dog Lucky goes in for the initial attack. Sausage Llama and Acre will lurk in the wings and try and keep the pressure up, or maybe Sausage Llama would prefer to not do that. But again, this is the way that Concordia are playing. Send the front man, get enough damage that NTC get uncomfortable, and wait for your golden opportunity to strike. The issue is that you do need to strike. I feel like that's the upteenth time we've seen a shot go off the bar. If Concordia want to definitively win this game, they have to hit the back of the net.
I feel like they fill up a bar every single time where it's like, okay, you can have something incredible happen to you now, whether it's a goal or a save, and they use it every single time on a save or off of a missed shot out of Concordia instead of them converting down the other end. NTC right now, they are getting very fortunate with Concordia missing their shots, and the goal differential only being one certainly possible for NTC. They need to start the comeback rather quickly and at least get that engine running, but at least they've got legs on the comeback. There's something viable to be playing with here, but they need to keep Concordia away.
They're barely doing so, keeping it off the line with these miraculous saves time and time again. But speaking of time, they do not have very much, but they have the efficiency we were talking about. Give them 1 second on the half and they will strike NTC to equalize.
Thought I missed this for a second. As soon as that went to the left instead of to the right, that scared me. Probably was expecting the other player to jump in and it being a pinch instead of having to free reign of the goal instead. Maybe that's a bit awkward. It's a tad too slow off of kickoff and a short landing on target. Two-Dog Lucky trying to fake it out, but instead the opponent will buy and they will get the ball for free. So Slam infield past Two-Dog Lucky, still there in the vicinity. Not going to be good enough. The pre-flip or the pre-jump rather. Aker working out lovely on the sidewalk, gaining a bit of extra momentum. And Concordia, they're struggling. That's a double commit of NTC out of their own defense, slightly wide.
Barely wide, and honestly, I think Concordia are pretty happy about that. They did not have anyone prepared on the back end, and speaking of slightly wide, NTC happy as well. Ebby not able to get a touch on that one, but they need a follow-up, or they do not! Double commit out of Concordia means that this is almost inevitably a counterattack out of NTC, and again, this is the issue for Concordia. They're getting so close to finding that goal, but they just continue to make these little errors, whether it's inaccuracy, double commits, not passing accurately enough. Something is going wrong. Concordia need to find a perfect solution, or they'll just find the woodwork yet again. Finally, they hit the back of the net, though. Two-Dog Lucky with a response in the lead with just underneath a minute to go.
Going from bark to bite, and you need Two-Dog Lucky to do so. Of course, whipped up by his two teammates, who unfortunately got it off the crossbar, but it bounced back in, and that's the exact reasoning why Concordia has been so great. No, NTC, every chance that you've had have just gone into the bin, and you can go begging for them, but you will not get them back.
I don't know what's more frustrating, for NTC basically giving up a goal like that and realizing that we don't have the time to make the comeback, or Concordia, who have just spent 4 minutes slamming shots against the woodwork, and then that just goes in as soon as they find that goal. It's frustrating, but it's also got to be a sigh of relief, because now they can basically close out this series. 20 seconds to go, and a 2-goal lead means that NTC, unfortunately, are going to conclude their season right here and now. A valiant effort. They finish off the season 1-8 total, and they do a great job at that, but unfortunately for them, they will not make playoffs. This will be the end, and they'll have to try and run it back next season here in the NECC. But on the other side, for Concordia, Wisconsin, congratulations. You are 6-3 and moving on to the playoffs.
6-3, a stellar way to finish it off here. They've done impeccably, and I can commend them for their effort. They're looking solid for the playoffs. They had a lot of advances going forward, but they do have that one player that makes the advances, and that is Two-Dog Lucky. I feel like there's no real way that we can hop around it. We do need to point that out, and that's something that they have to not necessarily change, obviously, but they have to give him reinforcements when it comes to playoffs.
You go to notice that's the big difference. That's what gets them the win in that final game, is that we had talked about it. Two-Dog Lucky is the front man. Then you've got 2 and 3 behind him who are going to try and continue with the assault of shots, but it wasn't working out. So what do? Switch it out. 2 and 3 now are all of a sudden that front man. Let Two-Dog Lucky wait for the rebound, and he slams it on target. So it's very clear this team made the necessary adaptations, were able to do what was necessary to take this win from NTC. The question is can they do that in playoffs? They've got a long road ahead of them, Hypheria, but so do we. We've got more games coming up, folks. We're not quite done here yet on the NECC channel. When we return, we will have yet another series, our 4th of the day. So do not go anywhere. We will be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to NECC. It is the fourth match of tonight, and well, the names are beautifully round. My name is Alvira. Next to me, this idiot is called Bass from the past. How are we looking forward to? Where's this? What do you mean? Is it wrong? Is it wrong?
Yeah, absolutely. It's 100% wrong. I'm going to take the mic away from you before you slander me any further here. Like I said, though, we are getting into our fourth matchup of the night here. It is Upper Iowa University versus Lincoln Land Loggers. And two interesting teams. Two teams that have also been in the NECC for a while. And, well, that's kind of obvious because it's the last week. We're here in the Emergence Navy. These two teams are relatively close, though. Quite literally flipped records. 5-3 for the Lincoln Land Loggers. Meanwhile, on the other side for Upper Iowa, they are 3-5. So both these teams in contention for playoffs, but for Upper Iowa, this is kind of a do or die moment. They need to win this one.
Oh, absolutely. You have to. If you want to get in playoff contention, I'll admit right here, right now, that my brain had a frizzly moment, right? Because I saw this and I was like, oh, so if Upper Iowa win, they have a tied record. Well, no, that is not the case. No, me being done and then me killing you, the idiot. That's kind of ironic. And then that's usually how it goes for me. I do something and then I end up doing it myself, but it is still incredibly important. If Upper Iowa want any chance of making it into the playoffs, they need to perform here. They can't let Lincoln Land just walk all over them.
I would 100% agree. At this point, there's not much else to say besides the fact that Upper Iowa, they've got to pull out all the stops. And, well, let's figure out who's going to be pulling out all the stops here. Let's take a look at the lineups here today, starting off with that Upper Iowa University. The three players we're going to have on the pin or on the field here tonight are going to be Tenpin Krupster and Kenny RL. All three of these players going to be rather interesting to watch as it is a little bit more of a veteran team. We've seen a lot of teams with a mix-in of a freshman of different skills and different levels, but sophomore and juniors only, a little bit more in the middle of the pack, if you will.
It was good to have. Got to get that spread all across the pitch, but Upper Iowa are not the only ones fielding a team here tonight. You've also got the Lincoln Land Community College, who are going to be fielding a squad here, and the Loggers are going to be rocking Wonka, Relic, and Cyberstraw. Cyberstraw done very nicely with numbers. I feel like that's a fitting name. If you call it Cyberstraw to substitute any possibilities with numbers.
Not only that, but it's also perfect for the major that they're going for. Computer science with a name like Cyberstraw. That is just chef's kiss, perfectly done here. But question is can that perfection continue onto the pitch here? Like we said, Lincoln Land Loggers do come into this one the favorites, but not necessarily overwhelming favorites. They've had a bit of an up and down record over the last couple of weeks. They get in week 8 a 3-1 victory over the Firebirds, but they lose in a sweep the week before that. And before that, they lose in game 5, a heartbreaker trying to keep themselves alive. But the good thing is that's pretty much the exact same record as their opponents here. Upper Iowa, same thing. Last week, they get a win. 2 before that, both losses.
Yeah, it's not great in the record department, but you might as well get underway. Upper Iowa versus Lincoln Land. And here we go. It's the emerging division. You want to do well for playoffs, so you might as well have it to a phenomenal start. And Tenpin already trying to start it off with a little bit of physical play. Cyberstraw having to back down rather quickly. In Upper Iowa, they have at least the most attacking pressure from the get-go, but Lincoln Land, they're going to lay down easily. Tenpin clearing that away, but it's still going to be somewhat scary here for Upper Iowa to actually properly get the breakaway.
And they're going to try and get something started here. And considering it's game number 1, both teams kind of trying to do that right now. Just gain themselves a little bit of momentum, gain themselves something spectacular. Relic apparently is going to be the one to try and start that off, and he will no! I was going to say cleverly redirected. There was a goalie in net, so it wasn't the worst idea to touch the ball, but in retrospect, maybe he should have just left it.
That one's gonna sting for a while after the fact. You get denied a flip reset goal. That just started off with, and you probably scored a flip reset once or maybe twice, but that's probably gonna be it. Tenpin standing steadfast on the goal line as well here before I can even finish my story. Upper Iowa, they're holding on. Lincoln Land, they're just not allowed to pop off a phenomenal almost flip reset double tap gone awry, and then also the follow-up. Unfortunately, there's somebody on the goal line. That indeed it will leave its
Wait, what?
Yeah, okay, so this is interesting purely because
Thank you. So, folks, you can't see this, but he's handed me the mic. Now it's my turn to fill this in, and I'm going to tell you the crazy thing. I disagree. This is not interesting. This was actually as far away from that as physically possible. This was a calamity on the side here of Upper Iowa. They unfortunately let in a goal very early that I don't think they should have let in. Now, the question is whether or not we're going to be able to figure out what's going on next. We are back into the action here. Lincoln Land will hold on to the 1-0 lead as we go just underneath 3.5 minutes remaining. Upper Iowa, though, looking like they might want a quick response. Wonka's going to turn that one away and easily get that past 2 defenders. So now it's going to be a bit difficult as Upper Iowa have to play from a numbers disadvantage here as Lincoln Land march down to the other side of the pitch. Tenpin will get a good 50-50 and actually an even better follow-up as well. They'll get it around Cyberstraw. They need one to beat, but as Wonka rushes out at midfield, they will stop the attack, but at least for now.
Upper Iowa, they're showing some individual prowess. Lincoln Land, they're linking up right here. A shot goes on target. The save actually a lot more awkward. And a third shot, surely, no Wonka. He puts it out to the left side. He has to go right. He's had his directions mixed up for just a second. And that's enough for that opportunity to go out onto the ocean and sail away. Never to be seen again with our Upper Iowa. They now need to actually use that distress that Lincoln Land were showing as well.
I love that you're using a sea-based analogy for 2 of the most landlocked teams in this entire league. These guys, I know you don't necessarily know your U.S. geography, but Upper Iowa and Lincoln Land, yeah, this is about as center as you can go for the United States. So maybe not necessarily sailing away with this one as much as riding off into the sunset on their noble steed here. But they do need to ride a little bit further. Right now, they're trying to ride away from their opponents, but they're also in another wagon behind them going, what's happening? Where are you going at this point? Because it's only 1-0. Lincoln Land, they should be able to run away with this with the amount of pressure that they have found, with the amount of, I would just say, shots they have found at this point, but they cannot put them on target. Another good example is going to go a begging here as both Relic and their teammate in Cyber cannot get a solid enough touch on the ball. So with 2 minutes remaining, as much as Lincoln Land would love to run away with this one, they need to get a little bit further away from their opponents before they make the final sprint.
Upper Iowa, they're a bit odd right now. They're struggling to break away, but also not having a tough time in defense. They can't really place them. And one mistake, that is something I can tell you will send them into detrimental position. Upper Iowa, they cannot falter at any moment because Lincoln Land, they're lurking in the bush and they're looking to pounce out on any single opportunity that you give to them. And really, he's already been known to pop off with some mechanics. Upper Iowa, finally a big clear all the way into the Lincoln Land half. That gives them a bit of a pressure relief. It seems like Lincoln Land, they want to start an attack yet again.
They're trying their best here. They'd love to definitively take this game, and here is why we said they could not run away with it. One single mistake on the back line, and it will cost them. Tie game as Upper Iowa find an opening.
Oh, those reads are terrible to try and make. You push out too far because the ball, you think the ball's going to come there. All of a sudden it lands behind your car. Nothing that you can do, and you need to move on. One tiny mistake, but the effects are grand as the Upper Iowa, they managed to close the gap and evaporate it altogether.
Yeah, that's the big issue here at this point, is that Upper Iowa have not only closed the gap, but they've completely taken away the lead that Lincoln Land had held on to for so long. And not only do they take it away, they take it for themselves. 2-1, Upper Iowa find the lead with under a minute to go.
And then pinned that back into the net yet again. The beautiful was into the box, and he made sure that it was actually converted. Upper Iowa, they actually took the lead here. So from Lincoln Land being up, and we talking about them having the opportunity to be up even further, it might be Upper Iowa perhaps scoring their third as they're soaring through the sky. Tenpin lays it back, and nobody's going to be there to try and actually take that shot. But this game has quickly turned upon its head, and Lincoln Land, they need to do it, make it do the 180 again to fully rotate around.
It feels so nerve-wracking right now, though, because Lincoln Land, they need to remember they're still in this game with just about a half a minute to play and only a single goal deficit. They can send us to an overtime, but they need to play a little bit more organized. It feels like they're playing too chaotically, diving at the ball on repeat in hopes that something miraculous goes in their favor. You need to play a standard game, and you need to play some defense as well. Wonka seems to know that, so they will try and start up the counterattack. Good 50-50, and with 2 players in the corner, if they had a follow-up, they could have caught them off guard, but a demo at midfield is going to completely end this one, and all they can do is try and keep it up, but Tenpin will deny. Upper Iowa take game number 1.
This is exactly what we can come to expect from a series like this. Whips and quips and whatever, everything turning on its head at the final moment as well. We went into the final minute with still a lead, and all of a sudden the team that's supposedly the underdog here, I guess it's a 3-5 record against yeah, it is somewhat of an underdog, but realistically not the biggest one. They showed that in game number 1. It can be chaotic, so we're not going to take too much, or at least personally, I'm not going to take too much from that particular game, but there's a bloody bath ahead of us.
I would say so. At this point, it's very clear. Upper Iowa are not going to give in to the pressure of their opponents. Yes, that Lincoln Land may come into this one the favorites, but it's not a drastic favorite, especially when you go to look at the wins these guys have taken. They've traded wins and losses across the board here. We talk about how last week, 3-2 victory for Upper Iowa over Morningside. Guess what? Lincoln Land didn't get a victory over them. They lost to them in game number 5, but then you go look at a couple other teams that they have played against here, and it's completely different sort of results. So I've got to wonder what we're going to see out of these two teams. Is this one of these cases where Lincoln Land find themselves with good momentum early in the season, put themselves as the front runners, but can't solidify that? Or is this the case of where Upper Iowa maybe didn't have the greatest start, but are starting to find their momentum as the season goes on? Only time will tell. That is only game number 1, so I'm not going to put too many bets hinging on that single game, but I would say if Lincoln Land aren't able to settle themselves down and not necessarily dive at the ball as drastically, they're going to have a rough series ahead of them.
Now, I'm going to bring a bit of trivia to y'all, and to you as well, and for that, we would need to be on the player relic, which might come up rather soon. As soon as that happens, I'll actually start with the little story. For now, Kenny, he's actually going to place it on target. Cropstar almost placed it across the top. Relic chasing into the corner with Tenpin. That's actually called in an awkward position. Keeps it out for now, and Wonka bowing on the attack. Good, decent shot, but Upper Iowa, yet again, they're strong on the defensive end. Brilliant touch even to manage it under control and continue it further on into the attack.
I will say, at this point, Upper Iowa, your offense hasn't necessarily been so spectacular that it's turning heads every time, but it doesn't need to be. With a defense this solid, all you need to do is wait until you get your opportunity and strike while the iron is hot. Lincoln Land are trying to warm up the iron through an onslaught of shots, and just enough of them that eventually, through sheer just force, it will turn red hot, but it's not working out. They need to be a little bit more accurate. They need to be a little bit more precise. It feels far too volatile for me to think that Lincoln Land can take this one definitively in their favor. I do like that the midfield presence is becoming a little bit stronger, but if you're going to have a midfield presence like this, there needs to be a follow-up. Boomers into the half can only do so much, especially considering that Upper Iowa do not look fragile. Like you said, they look comfortable on defense, so if you want to make them uncomfortable, you can't just be putting standard shots like we're seeing right now out of Lincoln Land.
It could be another standard shot here by Lincoln Land as they look for another attack. And, you know, since we are just not getting to Relic, I'll start this anyway. You know it's the cap he's got on, right? Yeah, he's got an alpha cap on. That is actually, you might actually know this, but this is Becky, also from Lincoln Land. So it's a player that we already know, and that it's I think it was 2 seasons back, if I'm not mistaken, that we first saw him. And they were up in the highest division, so Lincoln Land. And this, more specifically, Becca, we've seen so much from him, and the consistency coming out is going to be an important part with Relic as well.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be a big thing to have a player like that. We've seen this cap around time and time again. And another thing that we always got to say, you know, skins equal wins. If you're looking good, you're feeling good. And if you're feeling good, you got some confidence. And so let's see if this confidence can really carry them to a victory or maybe even carry them to a goal. Halfway through this game, neither team has been able to find the back of the net, and definitely not for a lack of trying. Upper Iowa have played patiently while Lincoln Land are trying to force the issue, but can they actually force it on target? That one was on target, but it was denied very quickly. Wonka immediately intercepted by one of the Upper Iowa players, but can they get it off the half? Now Wonka instead is actually going to have to try and play some defense. Takes it to the sky, but can they get it off of their own half? Maybe not. 5 boosts left in the tank. All they can do is really 50-50 against Kenny RO, which will pop it out to the side. Cyber sends one to the backboard. Is there going to be a follow-up from Lincoln Land here? They will try Relic to keep it into the corner, but this is what we've been seeing out of Lincoln Land. They are diving at this ball, keeping the pressure on the Upper Iowa side, but they need to have one hit the back of the net, and they will find it. Wonka to open up the scoreline.
And Wonka's too quick with it. And just to the skies. And the initial pop-off placed so smartly because the pop of the ball was in a position where Kenny had to pull the trigger. He had to go for it, but he actually was too far away, and that's exactly what Wonka recognized, thus him putting it in that position, closing the gap earlier than his opponent could, and thus furthering your advances. Lincoln Land incredibly smartly playing with 2 minutes remaining. That could be the game winner. Upper Iowa, they're trying to change that fact, though, and heavily moving into the attack, perhaps even overcommitting. They're still home, though, for this save.
I don't really like this. Unfortunately, I hate to say it, but Upper Iowa, we've seen this happen to too many teams too many times before. They start to try and get into a bit of a, I'd say, more aggressive approach, but they don't need to. It was working for Upper Iowa before. Yes, you do give up a single goal, but it's a single one. You cannot hinge your entire adaptation based off of a single goal, because all you do at that point is leave yourself exposed, and here is why we say that. Relic to find the follow-up from a double commit, and Upper Iowa maybe getting a bit too eager for their own good.
I feel like the style that suits Upper Iowa is kind of a slow, more thought out style, whereas Lincoln Land, to me, they've got the mechanics. They have got the skills in terms of maneuvering the car, but Upper Iowa, they've got the skills in terms of where to position your car on the pitch at all times to prevent a continuation, which is why they look so calm in their defensive end. Even though Lincoln Land were under pressure or were in control of the ball and putting you under pressure the entire time, Upper Iowa were able to hold on and make sure that there was no lack of defense, no lack of anything. But at the same time, as soon as you're going to change that fact and you're going to start being more aggressive, well, you actually play into the strength of Lincoln Land. So they need to fully 180 yet again and change it about.
And I think that's the thing right now, is that we are seeing that Upper Iowa are playing this one as if they have to adapt to everything that Lincoln Land is doing. But like you said, this really does play into the hands of Lincoln Land. They want this team to start getting aggressive and get in their face, but they also don't really want to play defense here. Not sure what happened. All three players not even close to the net. Eventually, Cyber gets back, but this is an easy goal for the side of Upper Iowa.
I guess Krupser just giving up his life, or at least his stroll about the pitch for a goal, blocking the final defender, rotating in as well. But Lincoln Land actually off of kickoff. Hold up, that might be in. Wonki's played some once, knows exactly how to get around that kickoff goal, and will convert it.
As a team that won our last Ones event, yes, it's been a very long time since we had said Ones event, but, maybe some residuals still lurking around here. It's definitely going to be enough to get them the lead, or at least solidify it, I would say, at this point, because with 30 seconds left, Lincoln Land, yes, they do have themselves, I would say, the win in this game, but this still feels a bit volatile. It feels like Upper Iowa, yes, they were not really in this one definitively, but if they can make this adjustment work, I still see them having a pretty competitive series, but at the same time, if they just fall into the trap of Lincoln Land trying to force a quicker game, I was going to say it's not going to work out, but again, Lincoln Land, second time in a row, what happened to the defense?
Cyberstraw got bumped up and the clear away was right into the hands of Tenpin. I feel like that's not Cyberstraw's mistake. Cyberstraw sees, okay, there's a clear away, let's go for it, let's head after, let's make sure that we can actually get into the attack. And instead, the clear is weak, and Upper Iowa, they get the chance. Tenpin to the backboard. Oh my word, Lincoln Land, be careful. It's a clear away by Relic, but they are not done just yet. The neck of the woods is still very much surrounding them, suffocating them. Lincoln Land, they still very much get out of this game as the victor, but only barely. And there was a lot of momentum built on the other end.
That's the big thing here, is it does feel like it is barely in their favor. Like you said, Upper Iowa starting to build some more momentum, starting to figure out the puzzle pieces here, and I think the issue is that if we do want to see this aggressive of a play at a Lincoln Land Community College, they need to focus on defense. It's working out for their offense. It's doing a great job, but at the same time, Lincoln Land, offense is one half of the game. You also have to play some defense. It does not work if you only do one or the other. I know it's a mind-blowing thing to think about here. Other really crazy fact, score more goals than your opponent and you will win. It's the only reason why Lincoln Land win this one, to think about it realistically. As dumb of a recommendation as that might be, Lincoln Land scored 3 goals. Meanwhile, Upper Iowa get 2 open nets. So it's one of these things where they didn't have to play defense. They just scored more than their opponents, let as many as they could, or I guess let as few as they could in, and that was enough. So I like it. It's not a bad strategy, but I'd like to see them play a little bit more of an all-around game. It feels like right now Lincoln Land are focusing heavily on their offense and hoping that that's enough to support them for the long haul.
I don't think it will be. Lincoln Land, you've got great mechanics, but as soon as they're actually able to stop it on the side of Upper Iowa, well, you're still done, you're still rinsed. So there's nothing that you can really do to get around the pop-up potentials. I'm liking what Upper Iowa is currently doing. It's just the consistency in it is really tough to uphold. Both the sides struggling with a bit of an inconsistent play style that they're adapting to, but ripping it to the backboard and following it up might be very nice. Well, Upper Iowa, unfortunately, Tenpin is going to be bumped off that before you can even get it through, and Lincoln Land, no! Had an open net. What? No, okay, now down the other end as well. Surely Upper Iowa score this. No, okay, at least they don't do that, but Lincoln Land, what happened?
Don't really know. Again, so listen, I know I said don't focus on offense solely, Lincoln Land. That does mean you still have to focus on a little bit of offense here, as it would be a great way to start out this game. So far, no one been able to start this one out, though. Upper Iowa looking pretty solid. I do like that they're not necessarily rushing the ball as aggressively, but they do need to get this off the half. It's in a very precarious position. Someone needs to touch the ball. Anybody, please! Upper Iowa eventually get it out to the side, but Lincoln Land are allowed enough time to restart their offense yet again! And here's why you don't let them lurk. A minute into this one, and a passing play will open us up.
Fortunate 50 and a good bounce by Cyber completely throws off the final defender. I can understand it. You expect that to roll off the ceiling and go into the midfield a little bit more, but instead Upper Iowa, they do not have the bounce in their favor, and sometimes it's just not on your side. Lincoln Land, they get a bit of a, oh my word, that net is open. Relic, where are you going? I guess trying to make it more open, but that pinch was far out of the mark, and the target not anywhere close to being hit. Mortar shell going off the top and exploding about 3 miles in the next village.
What happened? Lincoln Land, all you had to do was just drop that one center lightly, and you would have easily had a follow-up from your second attacker, and instead, they just pinch it as aggressively as possible. Lincoln Land do have this 1-0, but this seems to be their curse. Getting past that initial 1-0 is so difficult for the squad. The good thing is they've got plenty of time to try and get that second goal here. 3.5 minutes, but at the same time, there's plenty of time for Upper Iowa to respond. They've been getting more and more aggressive. They've been getting more and more in the face of their opponents, and while I think that it could be to their detriment, not when the goal is completely open. Third time in a row now that Lincoln Land have left the net open and have been punished.
The double commit as well in the clear. I can very much understand you going in there if you're Wonka, because you want to clear it outfield. You don't want to have it straight through the center, because, well, that's exactly what Upper Iowa are. Instead, it does get cleared into the center. The communication on the side of Lincoln Land is not great, and meanwhile, Upper Iowa, they play exactly like they should. They're playing this perfectly, just waiting it out, baiting Lincoln Land into making silly mistakes, and then Upper Iowa are there to strike. So I'm really enjoying this Upper Iowa playstyle, but it needs to be further just a little bit more, of course, because you're right now in a tight scenario.
They are in a tied scenario, and they're not only in one that I would say is starting to slowly fall away from them here. Feels like Lincoln Land, they get the momentum in their favor, but unfortunately, they make little mistakes, and it starts to fall apart. Another example here. Lincoln Land allow this one to go not only across their net, but they do so with all three players within the vicinity. No one can make a touch, and they will go punished.
It's a very weird game that we're looking at, a very weird series, because the way it kind of is Upper Iowa, an incredibly steady line, not making any mistakes, but also not necessarily popping off the entire way through, where Lincoln Land, they peak, and then they also directly fall all the way to the bottom, to the Mariana Trench, so that's something that they have to take into account. Upper Iowa, they reap the benefits of it, though. They're up by 1 currently. Lincoln Land moving this play along the pitch all the way down to the blue half. Upper Iowa, you need to be careful. Just a second, and a miss is not necessarily going to help it, but they at least managed to break away, and Lincoln Land, they are now under scrutiny again.
Are indeed, but can they survive for another 2 minutes and find a quick enough response that they can take the lead back in their favor, or at least force an overtime? I'd like to think so. With the way that their offense has been operating, it does feel like they're starting to get a little bit more controlled in the way that they're operating around this pitch, but at the same time, so are their opponents. Upper Iowa has turned this one up a notch. They've also taken a couple of plays out of their opponent's playbook, though. Open net, and Lincoln Land will score.
Yeah, so pretty much anything that we've said thus far can go out the window. We have, we've called everything wrong. We say that Upper Iowa are incredible in defense. They leave it completely alone. We say Lincoln Land are not great for showing consistency. They actually are showing some consistency, and Upper Iowa leave the net completely undefended again. I don't know how they've done it, but it's happened a second time.
If there's one thing that's consistent in this matchup, it's the lack of defense, unfortunately. I hate to say it, but at this point, we're starting to see both teams are just going back and forth with leaving themselves exposed, and I just feel bad because you want to see momentum. You want to see one of the two teams start to take this one in their favor, but as soon as it seems like a little bit of momentum, it's immediately stifled by someone on the other squad finding a response. There is one way to stop the response, though. Lincoln Land, a beautiful save on the line, will keep this one out, but they They need to do that for another 90 seconds. Upper Iowa still have the ability to get back into this one, although they do need to keep the offense together. Kenny sends out a little bit aggressively along the wall, so I don't think a follow-up touch will arrive. Lincoln Land now a chance to send this into the other half, and if they can score a fourth goal with just about a minute remaining, I'm calling this one hype. This will go in favor of LLCC.
Well, I don't want to call it just yet. Everything is still up in the air. Everybody can still try and contest in Upper Iowa. They're doing exactly that into the attack in Lincoln Land. And do finally get a bit clear as well as Upper Iowa. It's going to be tough for them to keep up this pressure, the sustained amount. It just hasn't been great enough for Upper Iowa to break through consistently. Lincoln Land, they're in a shootout and they're accepting it. Upper Iowa, unfortunately, have not been able to, and their defense is looking very rough right now. Lincoln Land still to the backboard. Good block by Tenpin. There's nobody there to actually further it, bring that ball on the carriageway and get it out further. An awkward touch by Krups and the 50 over the top. Lincoln Land, they're just going to surge on through the sky, and the save off the line. That is brilliantly done.
How on earth Upper Iowa giving themselves a second life here, keeping themselves in this game, but can they find a way to make the Reaper punish? Yes, they can. Upper Iowa with an equalizer. 16 seconds to go. We might just be going to overtime.
The likelihood increased greatly, and what a slapper off the crossbar, down and in. Upper Iowa get away with the skin of their teeth. That's not the game just yet. The regulation time still ticking down. 16 seconds is what is remaining for that beautiful overtime. But surely, if you're the team that can score here, it's going to be all over. Lincoln Land thus pop the ball forward. Good block by Tenpin. Wants to defend with all his life. Wonka off the sidewall. It's going to bounce back into the center. Shot Krupser actually to the backboard. This is still Lincoln Land, but nobody actually there to try and take this shot. We move to an overtime.
Oh, it could have been over right there and then, but Lincoln Land just not prepared for that follow-up touch. You can't really blame them. They didn't expect it to be there in the first place, and I don't think either team expected to go to overtime. Upper Iowa were only able to equalize with 15 seconds to go, so now they need to do something with it. They've gotten themselves to a forbidden place, but can they do something special with it? You need to play some defense, and indeed they do. Krupster and Kenny double commit to get it off of their side, but not off of the half. They are not out of the danger. Redirect puts it to the side, and they should be able to relieve the pressure for now, but Tenpin will end it off. Lincoln Land give themselves an open opportunity, cannot strike, and will get punished for it.
They absorb all the power that Lincoln Land is exerting on them, and they turn it the other way. They just simply play an Uno reverse card in Upper Iowa. They are all of a sudden the ones not holding all the cards, and they've just got aces, put them on the table, and Lincoln Land, they're flat out of money. As soon as Upper Iowa are able to find that quick turnaround, it is insane by them. Lincoln Land are looking solid, but that final moment was all Upper Iowa, knowing exactly what to do, because Rocket League isn't all mechanics. It isn't all, oh, wow, they actually did a double flip reset or whatever, so they must be the better team. No, it's about recognizing situation. Upper Iowa recognized the final situation to a T.
I would say more than anybody on just Upper Iowa as a whole, more Tenpin recognizing that. Usually a shot like that, what you're going to expect is that, okay, shot on from the midfield there. We've got two defenders coming back to this one, so we're going to take this slowly off the backboard, wait till we can get center, pop that back out, and restart the offense. Tenpin recognizes that both defenders have gone for the boost out of each opposite corner. They get there fast enough, put that on target. That's the end of the game, and that's exactly what Upper Iowa did. Recognize that in that moment they had better speed, they had better pace of play than their opponents, and took full advantage of it. I know that LLCC can turn this one around, but they've got to be careful. Their little mistakes are what are coming back to punish them, whether it's a whiff, the inaccuracy on their shots, or the defense just not being there. It's been too many of these little errors for them. They need to be careful here, because at this point, that's what the game is. It's the littlest thing separating the two teams, and, well, one of the two of them seems to be more aware of that. Upper Iowa are on series point.
A serious point, and that coming from the team that went into this with a 3-5 record. What is going on, Lincoln Land? No, this is exactly the opposite of what you need to do. Just a simple long clear over the top, and they do not manage to deal with it.
It hurts. It hurts. It's just one of these things where the initial fake, brilliant, very well done out of Upper Iowa. I can't blame Lincoln Land for not being prepared, but the follow-up again from the back wall, if you see that coming through, don't try to go for a spectacular save. You've got a lot more time. Get back to the ground and get yourself centered again, and oh my word, Lincoln Land may need to not do that. Is this going to be a goal? No, Kenny sends it off the backboard, and we've got a chaotic start to the beginning of game number 4 here. Let's try and settle down as this one goes to the corner, and maybe we can find some some normalcy as we get into not even minute number 2.
Oh, you think? I don't think we're going to see any of that. I hope so. I would have to make my mind think a little bit less about this series, all the current standings, all the current moving cogs. The cogs in the machine are currently all spinning to a T as Upper Iowa to break through. They're getting into the attack, but they've been very, very reluctant to actually rip off a shot only when they know for certain that they're going to get it through. They just very easily don't shoot.
Listen, if you don't shoot, don't shoot. It works sometimes, and other times it does not. For right now, it's been working out, though I don't really know what's working out here. The chaos really has devolved all the way at midfield, the final third, everywhere in between. A double commit there out from Upper Iowa means that Krupster has to keep the offense alive and will do so by themselves. They even set up one of their teammates here. Can the shot go on target? No, Wonka will turn it away and will turn it to the other half. Kenny misses out at midfield. Wonka then misses up the follow-up touch. Krupster should be there and does get denied by the defense on the line, but yeah, this one's feeling a little bit more chaotic than 4. The boomers back and forth are allowing a lot more space, and I'm feeling like someone's going to get punished because of that. One big whiff here could open up the scoreline for a second time.
Especially because everybody's taken off for an aerial play so early on, which it doesn't necessarily seem like a big problem, right? Because, you get the certainty of actually hitting the ball, but really going up here. 10-pin was on the backboard. He had that covered. Oh, no, nobody actually owned Wonka with a free shot now. That's going to bounce over the top. So incredibly awkward for Upper Iowa, but somehow it gets swatted out to the side by whatever power, and Lincoln Land are back onto defense. Perhaps a free shot. No, instead is Wonka yet again being able to bring that all the way down the other end. Free shot yet again, number 3 now at third times. Not the charm in this case.
They're trying their best here. Lincoln Land are starting to put on more pressure, starting to put on more shots as well. We mentioned before that their inaccuracy was a big issue and part of the reason why they're in a deficit in this series, but they do need to be a little bit more strategic with these shots. They're just kind of firing them against their opponent's net. That is the strategy we are looking for. Fake out to a pass. Brilliant from LLCC.
Especially with the positioning that the final defender had as well. Straight head on towards the ball. So you have to make a decision. Is he going to pass? Is he going to shoot? Is he going to fake? One of those three options is going to be, you had better guess right. Otherwise, you are probably looking like a fool. And considering you can take 2 of those options somewhat in the same avenue, you usually are just going to dive for the ball instead of diving in for the pass or whatever, trying to fake it out. Brilliantly done indeed by Lincoln Land, but the time it took to explain the one goal, well, we're already perhaps onto another as Upper Iowa are into the attack and they're putting themselves into the bootstraps. Oh no, that was a brilliant opportunity by Iowa, but unfortunately, they sweep it out to the side themselves.
Oh, that could have been a huge chance for them to not only take the lead, but to potentially close out this series with under 2 minutes to play. Every single touch will be crucial. Same with the double commits. Upper Iowa trying to move into their opponent's half a bit too aggressively. Will be dispossessed because of it. But Kenny moving it all the way to the other end. 2 50s in a row will keep this on the Lincoln Land half. And this has been part of the issue. Lincoln Land have tried to get out of their own half, but to no avail. Upper Iowa have gotten more aggressive as time has gone on and have gotten better at keeping that aggression in their favor. Usually it's because they find an open net, but they have to put the shots on target. The follow-up will be, and 10-pin will take the lead for Upper Iowa.
I guess we can call this a strat. Missing the initial shot and landing on the final defender, steering them clear of a target. Let's call it a strat instead of anything else, what would probably constitute a more accurate statement. But Upper Iowa, they're actually in the lead and they're on their winning ways. They are closing in on the finish line now. They just need to not stumble. Lincoln Land, they've got many tricks up their sleeves though, so you need to keep those shut. And Upper Iowa get it into the box of 50, going all the way into the defensive pocket of their own.
They're going to have to try and clear this one out quickly, too. As much as we've been complimentary of Upper Iowa being able to keep the pressure out at midfield, Lincoln Land have done the same. The only reason we're maybe a bit more critical of the team in yellow is because they haven't been able to convert. They've exerted so much pressure onto the Upper Iowa side. When it comes time to put a shot on target, it is either off target or it is lackluster. And I know that they can turn that around because we've seen some banger shots from them before, but now they need to do it right here, right now. 40 seconds to go, and if Lincoln Land cannot take a goal right here, they will unfortunately not only lose the series, but they will not even get a chance at overtime. 30 to go, and Upper Iowa will send this back into the Lincoln Land half, but as Relic is out at midfield, he will keep the pressure for now. Can they find a shot? Can they even find a chance as the clock continues to tick on down?
Ooh, that was incredibly close of a ball already strolling on target, and Lincoln Land, they at least want it. You can see that in their gameplay. Of course, they're moving into the attack and being incredibly aggressive towards these final 5 seconds. That doesn't mean anything. The heart is where the home is. Perhaps that home could be a loss here. Lincoln Land, they will get dropped to the ground. And Upper Iowa, they managed to win this out in a spectacular fashion. Close it out 3-1. That brings their record to 4-5 in the season.
And like we said, this is playoff week, baby. We've got our first week of playoffs coming up next week, meaning they end the season 4-5 and give themselves a fantastic shot, not only in playoffs, but a fantastic shot at potentially meeting these guys in the future. They are a single game difference now. Lincoln Land finished their season at 5-4, meanwhile 4-5 on the other side. So they're about as close as you can get seeding-wise and record-wise here, meaning that Upper Iowa, you might need to watch your back. Someone on the, I would say in the Lincoln Land College is probably going to be out for revenge.
Certainly. Especially in that first week of playoffs, everything is going to be so much more bloody. Everything is going to be chaotic. This was already an incredibly chaotic series. A lot of whiffs as well, but I feel like nobody actually had any clue of what was going on. Everybody was chaotic, and nobody actually managed to get any sense of, okay, this is what we're doing, this is how we're playing. This was just continuous adaptations to each other.
I would say so. It did feel like this was a game where people understood the pressure and the severity of the game that was being played here. And because of that, it lended itself to a couple of weird plays here and there. And while I would say here and there is probably a good description, I don't actually know if it is. I say it out of my mouth and realize it's a little bit more frequent than that. We were seeing that chaos really on either side of the pitch, and that's kind of the reason why I think that this was such a close series. Yes, Lincoln Land, they do find themselves the unfortunate losers here. They do it through one-goal games. Every single game that we had here was a one-goal game, so give it another day, give it a different coin flip, and you might be able to see Lincoln Land come out on top. But the good thing for them is they do make playoffs, and they do have a chance to try and redeem themselves of that coin flip. Maybe they can get a quick rabbit's foot, and it'll be enough luck to turn this one around. We don't know, but we do know one thing. There's more Rocket League to come here. That was only match number 4 for the day. We've still got many more to go, so we're going to take a quick little break, but when we return, our 5th series of the day, you're not going to want to go anywhere. It'll be Aquinas and Fanshawe when we get back. See you guys in a little while. everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Rocket League week number 9. Once again, my name is Bastion the Past, joined alongside by none other than Hyperia. And we are here with our third match of the day, the 5th one here on the main channel. It is Aquinas College versus Fanshawe College here. And this is a little bit of an interesting one for a number of reasons. Fanshawe College come into this one 5-3. They are overwhelmingly the favorites because Aquinas College come into this one 1-7. Aquinas have not been able to get a win under their belt for a couple of weeks now. The good thing is it was a recent win. It was in week number 6, so 7-8, although they didn't go in their favor, they do have a little bit of momentum in their side. The issue is, so do Fanshawe. They've won their last 3 against OTSU, Siena College, and University of Mount Union, so as much as I believe in Aquinas to get this one done, they've got a very tough task ahead of them.
Well, they've got an incredibly long, rough road ahead of them, especially considering they're 1-7. I don't think that's anything we can get around. They're 1-7 against 5-3, and well, the usual thing that we've seen is that the team with a better record is just gonna slap. Not all the time though, because well, there is indeed evidence from earlier today that it could fall either way. So let's have a look at the rosters real quick to see who is actually performing here. So for Aquinas, it will be Stux, Lemon, and Powder, and I feel like we kind of know these dudes.
But not only do we know these guys, we know a little bit of extra info as well. Powder, one of our friends here, he's another caster in the Rocket League scene. He's done a lot of different events here and there, but we're not going to be focusing on Powder here tonight. Tonight, we are focusing on Stocks. He's a senior, as you guys can see, in business administration and sports management, meaning unless Aquinas are able to win significantly enough here tonight, this will be his final game for Aquinas on their Rocket League team. Want to give him a huge shout out and just sort of say thank you for all the work that he has done for the Aquinas squad. He's been there since 2019 when they first created their Rocket League team. He was able to help them get to a national runner-up finish in NACE in 2019 when they founded that team as well, and has continued to play incredibly well, even earning a WHAC, their local conference MVP, in the fall of 21. He's had a fantastic career, so a huge shout out to Stocks for everything he has done for Aquinas. Though this could not be their last hurrah. If they win this one significantly enough, they can take this, but they've got to win this against the Fanshawe College, which we've seen this roster time and time again. We'll bring it back up one more time to reiterate. It is going to be Backstar, Van Rye, and Jackie Moon, a team which has been taking dubs left, right, and center.
Every single place they've taken a dub, and well, that's also why they're 5-3 going to be competing. I feel like Van Rye and Baxter, those are the two most prominent. That as soon as I hear their name, they are the attacking side, because I remember Jackie Moon as well. And Jackie Moon is brilliant, but a little bit more on the back half, a little bit slower with things, and that is exactly what you need when you have a Van Rye and Baxter who chase after everything, who go incredibly quickly. That's something that Fanshawe, I guess I want to look at this in a way of, how are they going to get beat here? Because they are the favorites, and I kind of want to see a way for Aquinas on their last hurrah, perhaps, to put in at least a good dent, a good effort.
And the thing is that this could not be their last hurrah. Like we said, there are a couple of scenarios here where they can make it to playoffs. The issue is that it's not just about them winning here today, it's also about Northwood losing. Northwood Black is also in this division, and that is who they are directly competing with to try and make that playoff spot. So, for Aquinas here today, they need a significant victory. If they can take a sweep here, they give themselves very good odds as long as Northwood lose. If they even drop a couple of games here, they basically need Northwood to fall off and take a sweep loss in order to take this one, and they just might be able to. Starting out the gate, Stocks will open up the scoreline.
A little parting gift, perhaps, getting the ball right in his lap. Jackie Moon, unfortunately, the facilitator of it, is going to have to try and manage that comeback later on, but at least a decent start for Aquinas. Exactly what they want, exactly what they need, and Fanshawe, they're going to need to make this comeback, and Jackie Moon actually going for an interesting turn, and usually the player on the side backs down, the other one goes for it. And the middle player cheats up, but instead they use the side player, and Powder, incredibly awkward, only preserving his flip, and a good bump as well to prevent a second shot.
They're doing a good job so far here, Aquinas, of allowing the pressure to go against them, but not being too frazzled by it. I do appreciate that Fanshawe are throwing off shots after having what I would say a surprising start to this game. But look at that, Powder continuing to be a defensive backline here, 2 saves in a row, but he's going to need someone else on his team to get involved. Unable to get this off of the half, and they're still putting on shots. Stocks to turn this one away off the backboard. Jackie Moon to get interrupted, and Stocks almost has a clear lane here. They just need to get past one defender, and they cannot. Powder will try and go for the fall. follow-up, and we'll put this one down to the center. Jackie able to put it away, but Aquinas, they're here with a little bit of, let's call it vigor right now. They're running this offense.
Going incredibly rapid, but a 50 over the top of Fancho. It doesn't matter what offense you run, as long as you're 50, launch the ball in between and get it into the back of the net. That works just as well.
Oh no, you have to feel for Powder there. He just wanted to keep the pressure up, and honestly, it's not a bad decision to try and do that. It's just a risky one, and the risk, it did not work out this time. Not calculated quite enough in Fanshawe. They will come out the better half of it. 3:30 to go, though. It is not definitively slipping away from Aquinas here, but they do need to start making some saves. Wait a minute, Van Rye gets this goal?
Don't ask me, man. I'm not the game, and we barely... Okay. It makes sense. It makes sense if Van Rye got it. What do you mean?
Jackie got to that one. I wasn't sure. Van Rye, the one coming through the air, thought it was maybe a redirect off the backboard. The camera made it look like they were focusing on the backboard person. I thought that was Van Rye and got very confused.
Just have your fake glasses on that you used in RLCS too. Okay, yeah, he's still got his fake glasses on. That makes a whole lot of sense. But unfortunately for Aquinas, that just got turned on its head rather quickly. They're going from a 1-goal lead to a 1-goal deficit instead, but they want to fight it back, and they are doing exactly that. Dishing out punches, but Fanshawe are holding steadfast in the defensive end.
They're holding pretty strong right now, but the big issue for them is that they do need to relieve this pressure kind of quickly. Aquinas has spent a decent amount of time on the half, but a double commit is going to not allow them to spend any further. Good touch from Powder is actually going to pop that one there, and Lemon's going to try and put this into the backboard. Could be a shot if they can get there in time, and Stocks will put it to the backboard. Where is the follow-up? Powder unable to make the touch. Aquinas, they're getting close. They're looking like they could have a response, but how quickly can they find it? Halfway through this game, Fanshawe do only have themselves the 1-goal lead, so if Aquinas can tie this up, they give them a heck of a chance of going to overtime.
Still plenty of time to try and get that tied up with Fanshawe. At the same time, they could also extend their lead and build up a bit of a safety net. Lemon somehow getting met by Van Rye when neither of the two opportunities were actually a great one to be going for. They somehow managed to still make it work out. Van Rye, that's going to get back into his hands. A decent pass, and nobody there to actually try and catch it. Backstar into the center. Nobody still home before a follow-up. And Fanshawe, they're having a rough time with the follow-ups. They get the initial clear past one, and that's it. Aquinas, they're playing really well together.
Aquinas are playing very well as a unit, but the issue is they're only playing well as a unit because they're not over-rushing themselves. They're playing this one patiently, waiting for their opportunities, and as great as that might seem, it also does allow a lot of extra pressure out of your opponents. Fanshawe are able to stay so long in this half, basically set up a vacation at this point because of the fact that Aquinas are not rushing to these balls. Notice how Powder takes his time before approaching this one to make sure that a 50-50 doesn't go awry, and as great of a play as that is, as good of an idea as it is, you've only got 75 seconds to try and tie this one up. Now it's time to take the risk. You've got to try and run this one and see if you can even get a shot. Stocks wants it right there, but it's denied by Van Rye in the sky. And there's the issue. With a minute to go, they cannot waste any single second. And they will! No, they will not! Stocks finds the follow-up in miraculous fashion.
He still wants to continue his season. The second one on the board for him. Lemon out of contention, just flying above, and that always hurts. Seeing the ball not go in off of your shot and being incredibly close. Fortunately, we're able to strike a deal on Fanshawe. Let's go and concede a goal here. Aquinas rather, apologies. They're going to get the favorable interaction. But again, they might be able to. Aquinas onto the attack, getting held up by Fanshawe for now, and they did get pushed away to its fullest. Aquinas, though, they're still having a tough time in defense for just a second here at Fanshawe. Oh my word, what is going on?
You want me to answer? I don't think I can. At this point here, we've got to see something out of one of these two sides to definitively take control. With 30 seconds to go, Chaos is seemingly reign supreme, but maybe that can work out in favor of Aquinas, who have played patiently and should be able to see a way through this fire, smoke, and flames. They find a way to at least stifle the fire, but can they put it out altogether? Where's the extinguisher? And also, where's the response? 10 seconds left. Aquinas need to get off their half as Fanshawe have planted themselves firmly here. Stocks will put it to the side, but Lemon can't get the follow-up. Maybe Stocks can instead. Dribble out in center, flicks it up high, needs a follow-up. Jackie put to the backboard. Where is Powder? And he will let it drop. Does not opt to even go for the risking play, and we head to overtime.
Game number one, overtime. It's perfectly what you want to be seeing. Powder Turning in for the ball this time, getting taken off the pitch cleanly shortly thereafter, but Stokes still soaring through the sky. Stokes, that is a ridiculous play for his third as well.
And there it is, the hat trick from the star-studded striker. The senior here, he will put his team on his back and take them to a victory in game number 1. A very well-played game out of both sides, but Aquinas will come out on top.
I have no clue how Stokes just managed to do that. He got bumped up in that particular play, and I guess he really does not want to go home. A third one for him for the first game, carrying his team on his back. But that instantly also rings some bells for me, because they are 1-7, and now I am looking, okay, they won that first game, pretty solid. Why are they 1-7? Because that looked pretty solid, right?
I think it's just kind of the luck of the draw. The unfortunate thing is if you go and look at their losses, 3 of the losses they have taken of their 7 have been game 5s. This team, unfortunately, hasn't necessarily had the clutch factor to be able to take more than a single win. The big difference, though, is the last time they lost against McGill, they got swept. The last time they lost against Mount Union, it was 3-1. Can they make that hurdle, though, and get to their second win and potentially take down their opponents in Fanshawe? Only time will tell. Game number 2 underway, and like we said for Aquinas, they need to hold on to this momentum. If they want to make playoffs, their best shot at that is taking a 3-0 here.
3-0 is still incredibly far away, but maybe if Baxter helps you, what is going on still in front of the box? Aquinas, they can't convert, and I do not blame them by any stretch, because there was no way you were expecting that to actually land in front of the Fanshawe goal, but I have no clue what's going on with Fanshawe as well. They look like a whole mess right now in terms of communication. Struggling to figure it out, shooting it on their own target, constantly having to struggle to try and break it away, and then Fanshawe get one breakaway, or Aquinas get one breakaway rather, and you're in the dump. So Fanshawe, they need to start upping the pace, because there's no word of that. That did not go in. Powder now down the other end. Also will get divvied up at the start by Baxter. No way, that's a redirect. Just slightly off target.
Slightly off target, and Aquinas can take a deep sigh of relief because of it. It's not going to be all too deep. We'll take that back because it's still on their half. But can they get it off here? Stocks not able to get that touch. Powder should have the follow-up. Booms it out to the side where Stocks is waiting, but interrupted by Jackie Moon. Lemon will have the follow. He'll try and send that one out to Stocks, and they continue to go for these passing plays to get it off their half, but have not been able to connect successfully. Maybe Powder can change that here. Keeps it close in the corner. Actually fakes out Backstar, but it's only going to lead to a 50-50 on the follow-up. Fanshawe spent a long amount of time in their opponent's half. They could get a goal to show for it, and indeed they will. Backstar finds the follow-up in the first goal for Fanshawe.
2 little mistakes, and that is exactly what happens. Powder trying to get that boomer clear. Now, there's some extra oomph behind the shot, and instead, when you try and go for that inch, you might miss it, and this is exactly the result. Missed it, the ball pops back center. In that case, you do just want to go for the more consistent touch. Unfortunately, Aquinas decide against it once, and it gets punished. Fanshawe, they're all over that, and I do like it. Powder trying to redeem himself with a good demo to start it off. Stokes now to the backboard. Free open net, but a tough angle to shoot it from. Another open net, another tough angle. Yet again, not converted. Let's see the third time round. Lemon is going to power that through to the side, and Powder there to catch it. Yet again, getting it through a final defender. Nobody there for the shot since the pinch is a bit awkward.
It's a little bit awkward here, and the unfortunate thing is that this awkwardness does not seem to end here as the demos on the back line are going to leave them incredibly exposed. Can they take a shot for it, though? Fanshawe not able to read the touch off the backboard, and it's going to leave them completely unable to continue with their offense. Boomer to the stealing. Where's the follow-up, though? Powder does get there. They actually dust their opponent, but no one's able to expect it. Aquinas thought that that was going to be a 50-50 at minimum, so they're not able to keep it on the half. Van Rye, though, he'll send one into the other half instead. Boomer out to midfield. Can they do anything with it, though? We're starting to get into a little bit of a tennis match here, High Furias. It's just kind of going back and forth without much purpose. That had a little bit of purpose, though. 50-50 from Lemon will now start off some offense. Powder puts it center, and Lemon can't get there in time. Stock's the only one on the back half, has to delay for his team, and will do so. But with 2 minutes to go, Fanshawe, they still have their lead. Woo, but it could increase. Powder barely able to make that save.
It's always when something crazy happens right in front of you, you have to take a bit of a step back thinking, what did just happen? And I feel like everybody currently on the pitch has that from the previous game, where they don't know exactly what happened. Stokes, I don't think you know how he got away through, just went into a little side alley and finds an absolute brilliant world on top of him. And Stokes just gets a free road.
This man, he wants to try and continue here. He is determined to continue on. Stocks, actually, as a matter of fact, has every single goal for his team, if I'm not mistaken. I think all but one, maybe. Lemon, I think, maybe had the finishing touch in that last game, but it doesn't really matter. He has been the sole star striker for his team, and it's part of the reason is because of Powder doing that. He's been getting it into the corner, trying to set up plays for his team, and has done so brilliantly. The issue is if you're going to set it up for someone, there needs to be someone there to follow it up. Stocks will try and do that here, and so will Lemon. Wants to put a redirect back on target, but can only get it out to the corner where Van Rye is waiting. They'll put it back to the backboard, though. Stocks will be there, and they'll keep the pressure up. Aquinas looking to take the lead with very little time left on the clock, and are getting close, but they got to be careful. If Fanshawe get a good breakaway, they could absolutely turn this one around.
Baxter high up to the ceiling, not enough boost to trail it. Jackie has enough boost, but not enough confidence, or at least actually, and maybe even a better plan to back it up with. That's always brilliant as well. Aquinas onto the attack, heading into the final minute. Fanshawe lose one more, and you're all of a sudden having to reverse sweep Aquinas, which is going to be a scary thought, but considering the amount of Game 5 losses they already have, that could be some extra confidence, but you don't want to be there, Fanshawe. No way. Okay, they get it in a second way around. Jackie Moon makes sure.
Oh, it's the little things that separate the teams, and Lemon missing that touch there is what's going to cost them. I can't blame Stocks for not getting the save because it bounces off the bar. Had it been on target, they probably would have had the save, but they're not expecting it to be a little bit off the mark. They need to be very, very careful at this point, though, because they do not have much time to waste. 45 seconds to go. I know Aquinas can turn this one around, but it would be so much better for them if they can take a 2-0 rather than having to fight from an even series. Powder will try and change that right here, right now. A good 50-50 means that Lemon can follow it up. What can they do with their follow-up? Another good pass center. Who is there? Stocks is on. He puts it to the backboard, though, and Powder has to keep the play alive. A miss out at midfield means Lemon has to come and dive in. Chaos erupting. 20 seconds to go. Aquinas have a chance, but it is slim.
Incredibly slim, but Aquinas, they still manage to keep it alive, continuing that attack, continuously peppering the backboard or peppering the net with shots. Lemon, could he then perhaps have the final one, but the pass back weakened. The panic is setting through with Perpetual at this point on the side of Aquinas, but they have so much time left over in terms of the series because they just lost game number 2, and Fanshawe will be taking it home.
They lost game number 2, but again, for a team that is 1-7 overall, you cannot say this is a disappointing result. They are looking very solid. The issue is they now need to convert. You saw that Powder with 4 total shots, but not a single goal to show for it. Means that the team is getting their offensive opportunities, but they cannot convert. It feels like one of these things where it's just a little bit of difference. If they can be a bit more lethal with their shots, a bit more proactive when it comes to those follow-up touches, they can keep the pressure up on Fanshawe a little bit greater. But it's ifs, thens, buts at this point here. They need to do this now. They need to turn this one around. Otherwise, I think Fanshawe might just be able to run away with this.
I think Fanshawe are playing this game brilliantly. I don't think they're necessarily doing... They're playing their own game, whereas Aquinas, they struggle to maintain their play style. Instead, they're continuously trying to adapt, even when they don't necessarily have to, leading to a scenario, as we just saw, a game where you don't really figure it out. And Fanshawe, they're a frightening squad. As soon as they get rolling, it is incredibly tough to stop them. A demo on the goal line, sending everybody into disarray, and Van Rye will break through. That is exactly why Van Rye is so tough to stop.
And this is the difficulty here, is that when the pressure goes on, they just don't know how to try and relieve it. We had seen this before. Aquinas go for those booming clears, hope to try and get them off their half, but when it doesn't work out, it just turns into calamity. 1-0 here, 20 seconds in, and this is why we said it was such an important game for Aquinas to win, because now the floodgates have opened, and they need to close them.
Well, I think it's going to continue raining. What a save was that on the goal line by Aquinas and Fanshawe. They are completely stunned. An incredulous gasp is heard from the Fanshawe camp. Unfortunately for Aquinas, they've not been able to turn that into an Uno reverse card, turn it into an attack, find that transition properly. They are jumping in on the side of Aquinas. Big clear over the top is putting Baxter into a 1v1 scenario, but Stocks went too quickly, and unfortunately that's the entire attack for Aquinas gone. And Fanshawe, they do have one though. Jackie Moon with a redirect. Oh. Hello, there it is.
Oh my word, Jackie, this is filthy. You gotta, again, it's not one of these things where this is a guaranteed goal. Yes, the goal was open, but you could see Stocks almost got back. They get a little bit of a touch without Jackie's redirect, and boom, that one is getting saved. But instead, Jackie finds themselves yet another goal here in this series, and Oh boy, starting to slip away here. 2-0 with only about a minute gone means Aquinas have a very tough battle ahead of them.
Their attacking battle has been the biggest struggle thus far. Fanshawe, in game number 1, there was quite a lot of attacks by Aquinas. Fanshawe were letting it through. Second game, they started straightening it up. They did not let him through as much. And this game number 3, Aquinas are barely being allowed on the side of Fanshawe, and every single time that they are, Fanshawe actually managed to hold it together. A stark difference from what was happening in the previous games, but still a difference there. Nonetheless, in Aquinas, they need to manage and deal with it and adapt to it yet again. Get that shooting back in order.
They really do at this point here, because we know that they can, but shots like that are not going to be enough. It's a creative idea out of Powder, but with not enough power behind it, it's really not going to frazzle the defense whatsoever. It's a good touch from Powder here, though. He can try and get a 50-50. Van Rise up, but someone from the rest of Aquinas should be there to follow it up. Stocks tries to get a bit of a cheeky touch and redirect it to himself, but at this point, you got to stick to the fundamentals. 3 minutes to go here. You just need to get that pressure. Good 50 from Powder. He's going and demo hunting as well. Throws the defense off tilt, but it's not going to be enough again. This has been what we've been talking about. Aquinas, they get that pressure there, but when it comes time for a follow-up from one of the players, they're just a bit behind the mark.
They're on a bit of a seesaw, unfortunately, whipping back and forth, and unfortunately, that whip forward was not enough to thrust it into the back of the net. Fanshawe, oh my word, they got to carry a service towards the center. By Aquinas themselves, Lemon at the final second, having to save Aquinas from certain doom as Fanshawe. They just use every single opportunity still to their fullest. Aquinas, they're grasping at straws, they're throwing the water overboard again, making sure that it gets back into sea, but their boat is only barely staying afloat.
It's barely staying afloat, and that's the issue, is that this is not a team that should barely be staying afloat. We saw this in game number 1. They have the paddles to be able to win an Olympic sprint, but they just can't seem to get it done. They're coming so incredibly close, time and time again, but they just need to convert one of these goals. If they can do it with one goal, I've got faith in them to turn this entire game around and send us to an overtime, but it's becoming more and more of a difficult task when Van Ry is doing things like this. Powder has been such a solid force at the back line, but they need to try and get this one out. Stocks will do his best to do the same, but it's not going to go all too far. One, I think, is going to be able to do something here. Powder passes it to Stocks. Stocks passes to Lemon. A little bit of back and forth here, but you do need to now actually take a shot. Stocks gets the flick. It's denied, but where's the follow-up? It's never there. Eventually, Powder will arrive, but again, the same issue that has plagued Aquinas this entire series continues to be a problem, as the follow-ups are not in time, and they are off the mark as well. Golden opportunity gone a-begging.
Oh my, it's gone to bronze and even wood because they're struggling in the opposite end here at Aquinas. All they had to do, Powder didn't necessarily need to shoot that, they just needed to get it into the center, but they panicked. A reoccurring theme on the side of Aquinas. Constant panic, and Fanshawe, they're probably pushing the panic button now as well. And well, if you're pushing the panic button, the P's are already getting forward. Of course, Powder is going to be the one to finish this one off.
I couldn't help but clap on that one. Finally able to get this converted after what felt like so many attempts on repeat. The issue for them, though, is that they need to do it again. 53 seconds to go, and Fanshawe, they only have a 1-goal lead, so if Aquinas can find a quick response, they will all of a sudden find themselves in overtime as well. Potentially the win if they can even run further than that. But right now, they need to run out of their half. It's a good flick high, but where's the follow-up? Lemon puts it center. Jackie's there. He'll clear it all the way to his teammate, and Van Ry. Jackie cannot get the follow-up touch. Powder's going to be happy about that one, as demos will come a-flying on either side. Should be an easy clear for Aquinas, but they're having trouble here in the corner. Van Ry dispossess them yet again. With 20 seconds to go, Aquinas cannot afford this. They need to get out of their half, and they need to get some shots, and maybe Powder can do that here.
What's heard about is fair play, so they are going to bring it out along to the orange half. Aquinas, the unfortunate miss on the sidewall. Lemon with by boost is going to have to back down. Powder all the way to the backboard. It will spike right into the midfield yet again. Lemon struggling off the sidewall. Nobody in the center, even if Powder did get it there. And Fanshawe, they get the dub. They get the victory in game number 3, sending them onto match point. This series is not done just yet, though.
This series is not done by a long shot at this point here. It is possible for them to be able to turn this one around, but it feels like there's a little bit of a hump that they have to get over right now. The last 3 games have all been 1-goal games. It's the second game in a row where it's been a 2-1 in favor of Fanshawe. So it goes to show you, Aquinas is that team that is able to compete with anybody but can never seem to take that hurdle. Can they do it here, though? It's their final week. They've got greater motivation than I would say almost any other team playing here today. But is motivation going to be enough, Hyperia? This is their last hurrah, and they need a very loud shout.
I've always very much been a vivid hater of the statement, they want it more. I understand the argument, but I don't think pure motivation is going to trigger Aquinas here. There are certain things to figure out, and that could make it start clicking, absolutely. But, well, Fanshawe, they want to put him in the dirt 6 feet deep. Aquinas, there's currently a big hole being dug for them.
This is the issue, is that, listen, you can try and disagree as much as you want with the motivational differences between the teams. I'll stand forever by saying that motivation does make a big difference. But in this one, you know what definitely makes a difference? Momentum, a different M word. And that's one that I think we have to agree. It's in favor of Fanshawe. And every time that they get these early goals, it only further solidifies that.
It's one of those things where I don't necessarily think that Fanshawe are going to want this less, and well, they're showing that exactly by popping in 2 goals off the get-go, 2 goals into the back of the net already. And, well, we're bringing in M-words already. I'll bring another one. Margarine.
What? All right, I offered him a chance to explain himself, and I don't think he's going to. So I'm going to try to think of other insulting M words to use in favor of Hyperia here while in the meantime, but I don't think it's going to work out. And honestly, I don't know if it's going to work out for Aquinas either. They're getting more pressure. They're doing the same thing we've seen time and time again. But when it comes time for them to put a shot on target, it will not be found. 30 seconds into this one, Fanshawe seem in control. Not even similar to anything else we've seen in the series. They haven't been in control previous, so for them to start off with a 2-0, this is going to change things up entirely, Hyperia.
Certainly. It was because it was smooth as butter, but yeah, sure. Whatever. Well, Fanshawe, they are cruising here as well. Aquinas, they're struggling, absolutely. Having a tough time all around. And it seems to me, that game number 1, that's kind of where we will be able to see whether there's any distinct differences between the two. And I think the main difference, Fanshawe getting their third, that obviously is a difference as well. But a big part of this is Stokes is not getting forward as much anymore. He's being utilized on the back half where, well, sure, they need him as well, but they need an attacker, and that's just Stokes.
That's the big issue right now, is as much as Powder has been a solid attacker for Aquinas, really keeping up the pressure when it counts, it's not necessarily when they've been most effective. The most effective has been when it's been Powder on the back line playing stellar defense on repeat, and Stokes is able to put on pressure like this. I think part of the reason why they're starting to see Powder get involved here is because Powder is the third man. The only goals that are going through for Aquinas is after they've had an onslaught of shots. Lemon and Stokes will both take their attempts, see if something makes the mark, and if it doesn't, Powder is there for the follow to put shots like that on target. He's doing a great job as the third man, but it also just goes to show that the first and second man are no longer nearly as effective. But maybe this 1-2 combo can do it right here. Not as Stokes gets too fancy. Lemon gets the perfect demo, but Stokes decides to go sky high, and oh no.
That was a sublime demo by Lemon, and Stokes still making sure that everybody in Wall Street is cheering right now because the Stokes are soaring through the sky. Lemon even faking it out, allowing for Stokes to barge it through. And well, there goes Striker Stokes again. That's exactly what Aquinas need.
It's exactly what they need, but in addition to what they need right now is another 2 goals. They need 3 minutes for 2 goals to just guarantee an overtime, but unfortunately, overtimes are not going to be their bread and butter. They don't want a risky situation, so how about they get out of their half and get the offensive flow in? Lemon, he's going to try and pop this one to Powder, but Powder's not going to be able to get there in time, so instead, he'll let Lemon chase and keep up the pressure. Shaco's on target, but Stock should be there to at least allow the offense to continue, but he turns away. He sees Jackie Moon getting up to the touch, and rather than going for a 50-50, he allows it to go all the way back into their own half, and now maybe you're starting to see the reason why it has failed them previously. Stock's put in a third-man position, and he looks all too uncomfortable. So Aquinas, you're gonna have to settle down here. Everybody uncomfortable on defense except for Powder, who will clear it off the half. Eventually, Van Rij will get to it on the other end, and Fanshawe, they might just be able to close this one out right here, right now. 2-goal lead in their favor, and with 2 minutes to go, the clock is ticking down and fighting against Aquinas, and so is Jackie Moon. A player we said that's not usually known for their offense now has a hat trick.
I think the burial of this ball, motivational or a metaphor rather, not motivational by any stretch of the imagination, well, a metaphor for Aquinas slowly starting to lose grip as well, and perhaps in some people's eyes already haven't done so. At least they're in a terrible position. That's something we can constitute in Fanshawe. They might just make it worse. A fifth one, not on top of it. Okay, that was a very weird one. I was expecting that to roll differently.
I mean, I was expecting it as well. I think the entire pitch was expecting it, but the unfortunate thing is that expectations at this point are that Fanshawe are going to wrap this game up in 4 and take the series overall. Aquinas have given a great effort, but 3 goals in just about 100 seconds is going to be near a miraculous turnaround. I'm not saying it's impossible, but they really need to start converting on this offenses, and they need to be careful as well. Powder tries to get a bit aggressive, and that's going to allow now for Fanshawe to go the other way. Van Rye puts it on target. Powder there for another save as well, and Stocks will be able to boom it off the half, but they are fighting against the clock. 20 seconds off since we last spoke about it, and it doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Shot on target. Aquinas can't put it into the back of the net, and they are trying their best, Hytheria, but every single shot is being denied by this Fanshawe defense.
Almost down the other end. They put a peacher in. I think that summifies it pretty well. Aquinas struggling to get anything, and Fanshawe almost striking the stars with every single hit that they have, as well, they are just going to dribble it through, not at least to make Stocks look like a silly little buffoon in his final game that he's playing, and I do appreciate that, because Aquinas, they're not going to go through the playoffs. Even if they had won in game number 5, there would be so many things that would have to go right down the other end, that even then, I don't think Northwood Black are going to, because they would have to lose in a sweep, right, if Northwood Black would make it, or if Aquinas would make it through over Northwood Black. So, no, I don't think that is going to happen. And Aquinas, with my chatting all along, well, the end has become nigh.
Yep, you can try and run all you want, but the inevitable has arrived. 1-4 here. Aquinas are not going to be able to turn this one around. They can maybe get a goal for the road. They've got the pressure here, but as it's relieved and sent out to midfield, Fanshawe, they'll do one last victory lap here and maybe even get a goal as well, but they will not. Results stay the same, though. Fanshawe move on to 6-3 to end their season, and Aquinas, they finish 1-8, but they do so off of a very solid performance. Again, shout out to Stocks here. Their final game of their Rocket League career, and we salute them for that. A fantastic way to go, as they tie themselves actually for the most goals out of any player on the pitch. So, hey, not a bad way to go.
Yeah, Stokes did everything that he could. Stokes had a phenomenal final day, but unfortunately, sometimes it just doesn't necessarily click, because here's the thing, right? Stokes can have an amazing game, and he can be upfront in all the stats, but if when he's not scoring, position himself wrongly the entire time, all of a sudden that makes Stokes the worst player. Absolutely not saying that's the case, but more making sure that not everybody tries to jump on a hate wagon here, because I want to prevent that. Everybody played amazing today, and unfortunately, there's always got to be a loser.
At the end of the day, there can only be one winner, and as well as Stocks did play and the rest of the Aquinas squad as well played well, it's not going to be enough to take down a team like Fanshawe, especially when we say players that don't usually pop off start popping. Jackie Moon finishing off that final game with 3 goals and an assist, really running that offensive efficiency that we had asked them to do so. So, Fanshawe looking as good as usual, and Aquinas, I will not lie, they surprised us. They gave a real good run for their money, but unfortunately, that is the last time that they will gamble. They're out for the season, so again, congratulations to Fanshawe on taking the win, and thank you to Aquinas for participating in this season. A really good run here. And Stocks, we wish you luck in whatever you do in the future here. It really was a fantastic final performance, and hope that you have a find great success moving away from college. However, we're not moving away from college here. We're going to stay in the collegiate space, because we've got one last matchup for myself and Hytheria, and then we'll leave you guys in the capable hands of Hail Monkey Man and Grant CFO. But we got to get to that series first. So, quick little break, but when we return, our final match for Hytheria and I, and then one last one to conclude it all. So do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Rocket League week number 9. Once again, my name is Bash from the Past, and for the final time tonight, I introduce my lovely co-caster, Hyfuria, our final in-person cast here for the NECC. It's been a long season, and it's been an extremely long season for the two teams that have played here today. New Mexico's Institute of Mining and Technology versus Dakota Wesleyan University. And the reason we say that this is a long season for the two of them is these are two teams with only a single win on the season. They have tried over and over again to try and give themselves a shot at playoffs, but unfortunately here today for these two teams, this is not a battle for the extra season. It is a battle for pride, and who comes out on top, it's anybody's guess.
It's a battle of the bottom of the barrel, unfortunately for the teams involved. But you know the statement. Time flies when you're having fun. Time moves very slowly, probably, if you're losing every single week, but that shouldn't stifle the fun too much, I hope. So let's have a look at who they're going to be fielding here today, who is going to be playing, because there's a lot of players on each side. Well, New Mexico Institute of Mining and Technology coming up first, and it's Dreadful Monkey, Call Me Flux, and Capissimo. Apparently, I would like that to be Capissimo, but that is the squad of New Mexico Tech Miners.
It's an interesting name here, and I gotta appreciate that they're going to be playing with this lineup because, like you said, they have 6 players officially on their starting lineup here, so they could have been running with any sort of mixture in between. Today, they've apparently decided on these 3, but on the other side, for DWU, we've got a completely different lineup here. Well, obviously, because they're 2 different teams. It is Tay Henry, Orbital Atomic, and Grim Tots. And yes, you cannot see Hyfuria right now, but he's acting as if his mind has been blown from being able to take that, or excuse me, for being able to, clearly understand that before I stated it. And can you really blame them, Hyfuria? Listen, sometimes, what if you do have a copied name? We've seen some crazy names before.
We've seen an Atomic before. We've seen an Orbital before. We've seen... No, I've never seen Grim Tats before, so yeah. I've seen a Henry before, so that's unoriginal. Probably just his real name. But either way, he's in athletic training. I always like to see, someone that's not basic, like business or whatever. This is athletic training, which probably is a lot more intriguing, and there's a lot more constitute in it than just, going out of the track and having a run.
I would imagine so. Crazy little fun fact, both of my parents are athletic trainers, and one of them actually did graduate with that exact degree. And yes, she has made me do many things besides just running laps. And well, let's see if the two teams can run laps around each other, because here we go. It is game number 1 here in this best of 5, New Mexico Tech versus DWU. And this is going to be an interesting back and forth, considering the fact that, again, these two teams do not necessarily have a lot of momentum in their favor. Both of them have had rather rough seasons, so the minimum, one of these two teams walks away with a second win on the season and gets one last hurrah.
Well, at least they will do it in style on the side of New Mexico Tech. They're balled out. Of course, the Miners, they've got all silver on. They're balling out as you like it. But DW Blue, they say theirs today, or at least they would like it to be theirs. Because still, even though they're both only 1 win in the season, that is a ridiculous shot. And that's already at least a tiny dub that you can put in your pocket.
That's a big dub you can put in your pocket, because it's a great shot off the bar to start us off here. Orbital Atomic finds that entry. And honestly, we were talking about this going into this one. This is not the team we actually expect to take this. As much as we say, both of them only have a single win on the season, so it should be pretty even. The big difference has been here that for DWU, most of their wins, or excuse me, most of their losses, I should say, have been sweeps. The only win they take was actually last week against the Western Colorado University. Before that, it was 5 sweep losses in a row. And here's why we say we don't know if they're going to be able to do this here today. New Mexico Tech, a team that has battled time and time again, and maybe here they can find their second win.
Perhaps. It's grimy though at the bottom. I feel like we can state that. It's rough out there, and I think it's going to come down a lot to what roster are you running with. If you see a roster with 6 people on there when you only need 3 to complete a roster, that's going to be so tough to get that chemistry going, to find the best roster as well, because there's so many iterations that you could run as New Mexico Tech while they're banging it to the backboard. A good clear away by DWU, and that actually might give them an opportunity. Good fake by Grim, not going around the right side though.
Not quite able to get it around here. They're getting close, and this is what we want to see. The two teams just firing on all cylinders, going back and forth until eventually someone finds that second strike. 90 seconds into this one, it could be New Mexico Tech here as they start up their counterattack. Flux gets around one, and he's going to get a follow-up from a teammate. Capismu going to be there to at least keep the pressure on as Dreadful sends it into the corner. Where's the follow-up touch? It's in the center. Is anybody there? Flux is there, but cannot make the touch. And New Mexico Tech have a huge opportunity gone awry. But I don't think it's going to be the end of their offense. Kept into the half by Dreadful, and they will continue with their onslaught.
New Mexico Tech are actually starting to link up a little bit. They're starting to pass it over to each other, but no way, DW Blue somehow, some way, do not get a goal here. That is ridiculous. They were out the store with that bag, and somehow it's still not in their possession. They're going to have to fight for it another time.
They have to at this point here. It feels like it's too many opportunities gone awry for them to not be able to find the back of the net. Oh, or maybe they could not. The inaccuracy going to plague them here as that one goes a bit wide, and now it gives a chance for New Mexico Tech to go the other way, but they will not. Tay Henry finds the second goal for DWU as what happened?
I feel like you ask me this too often. I'm not some sort of sentient human being, or I guess I am.
Well, yeah.
I guess I am a sentient human being, but I'm not an all-knowing human being, unfortunately. I don't know what happened there either. With just as much the same eyes with New Mexico Tech, we can very much constitute that they are struggling at times on the defensive end, but a big ball over the top is going to be landing in the hands of Grimtat's going to bring it all the way down the other end through the aerial space as well. New Mexico Tech, they're holding on strong to this game of volleyball.
It feels like New Mexico Tech still got a little bit of ways to go here. While DWU are finding ways through the chaos, instead, New Mexico Tech are trying to settle it down and find a little bit of normalcy for the team. If you want normalcy, you got to play some defense. Dreadful gonna find that one out of the half, but oh my, was that scary as Capismu could not make the touch on the line. Can they make the touch on the other end, though? They absolutely can. They'll set up their teammate, but Call Me Flux cannot put the shot on target. 2 minutes to go here. DWU, they have the lead, but it feels like New Mexico Tech should have tied this. They've thrown shot after shot at their opponents, but none of them have been able to stick. And, well, if they give up another goal right here, that could be the end of the game. Beautiful flick. It's barely off target, and the follow-up will be denied. New Mexico Tech giving themselves a second shot here in game number one.
DWU, yet again, the efficiency not coming through. New Mexico actually struggling on the breakaway just a little bit. DWU want to keep them in their own half, and they actually have been. But Grimtats, the shot too weak. Then the follow-up by Tay Henry. Oh, he's done it before, so he can do it again. And bangs it through, and that is 120 kph. A bit of a ripper.
Not only a ripper, but it's also going to be an RIP for the end of the game as well here. 1:13 to go, and I don't think that DWU are going to let this one slip away. I'll knock on wood to try and help them out, but the unfortunate reality is that New Mexico Tech, we've been talking about inaccuracy issues, and considering how difficult it's been for them to find a second goal, I don't know if I have enough faith in them to turn this one around with the little time that they have left. They are back on the prowl, though. Dreadful is going to try and make me eat my words as they send this one to the corner and potentially into the back of the net. It's a little bit high. Where's the follow-up? It's from nobody. Call Me Flux does his best parallel line impression as he goes side by side with his other teammate, and New Mexico Tech, another opportunity gone awry. Oh my word, and it could come back to bite them. 40 to go, and DWU want to close this out.
Well, the way they've lost most games is by a sweep, and I think we can constitute that this series won't end in one against DW Blue with 30 seconds remaining. Well, 4 goals for them now, and 3 goals in it for New Mexico Tech. This game is dead and buried easily for the side of DW Blue.
It's so unfortunate. DWU here are doing a good job at being able to hold themselves as just an offensive force. New Mexico Tech get the same sort of pressure, but when it comes time to put a shot on, they cannot find it. 27 seconds to go here. DWU will absolutely take game number one, but my bigger question aside from that is what is the response going to be out of New Mexico Tech? They have also chalked this one up. When Capismu is putting shots at their own net, you have to imagine that this team has already put the mentality of GG go next.
Still missing, though.
Yeah, I mean, he might have missed, but listen, what's better, missing your own net intentionally or hitting it intentionally? It is mind games at this point, Hyperia.
I mean, is it intentionally? That's the first. Okay, it is intentional. Okay, then I guess missing your own net intentionally sounds pretty. You know, it give the fans a little bit of a flare up in the crowd. And DW Blue, they were flaring up all throughout the thrusters were on DW. They set themselves up nicely, but setting yourself up nicely, it's only half work, and they're still so much ahead.
There's a long battle ahead of them here at this point. It does sort of feel like DWU have planted the right seeds, but are they going to be able to really grow into a tall tree, or is it going to be just, you know, little shrub?
Shrub?
Yeah,
Like by the side of the road?
I mean, listen, I'm a fan of Shrub. I've always been a Fortnite fan of Bush Gang, forever and always, baby.
I'm a big fan of Shrub as well. Hey, Shrub, my favorite OC player.
Anyway, so we got game number 2 just about underway here. Shrub is not a player in OCE for anybody wondering. If you'd like to find out a little bit more, I implore you to go and check out RLCS OCE. Shout out self-promotion here. But actually, though, we're gonna focus on the NECC here. And really, I feel like out of all teams we have to focus on, it's gotta be in favor of New Mexico Tech here. We have to see something different from this team. It doesn't feel like they're letting this slip too far away from them, but at the same time, it doesn't feel like they've got any grip on the series. They don't seem to be in control as much as they're just kind of going with the ebbs and flows of their opponents.
That's the unfortunate part. It stayed somewhat close to a certain extent, but they weren't not necessarily able to continuously gravitate towards the opponent's net. They were not able to hang around there for long enough to actually put some proficient shots on, because they had decent shots. They unfortunately went wide, and a lot of them did. So either, well, it at least gives us the information of this is still going to be a close game. Absolutely, because if you miss your shots by an inch, well, the next game you all of a sudden hit those by an inch, and this is actually a game. So here we go, New Mexico Tech versus DW Blue, and an important one for New Mexico Tech, because otherwise they're going to have to reverse sweep, and against the DW Blue, oh my word, and New Mexico Tech are at least starting off whole.
They're starting off hot, but can they actually light a fire? It's one thing to stir the coals, it's another thing to reignite. And honestly, I don't know if I should even say reignite at this point here, because it doesn't feel like they've ever really been able to find that spark. We talk about the spark alive. Could this be the one? New Mexico Tech find their first lead in the series, and this is a big turnaround for them.
Moments where you see the most life is when you're surrounded by death, and the defense, it certainly had a momentarily seizure, at least. At the very minimum, but New Mexico Tech, they had an open net, and they indeed get that spark alive again. I thought they was going to actually own goal this. That was incredibly scary. Please don't ever give me a heart attack like that again, but call me Flux. I'm going to try and give it to DW Blue instead. DWU Blue. I keep on swapping the U and the blue.
I can't really blame you, considering we've also got a JWU in this league as well. Listen, universities, I understand that ending with a U is the way that this normally goes. If you could not, you know, just for the sake of, like, our ability to call you, because guess what? DWU are the ones to score now.
Doesn't the U mostly stand for, like, university or something?
That's why I'm saying, like, if we can find a new word for university, imagine how cool that would be.
We could think of one, mate.
College exists, but that doesn't necessarily mean, you know what I mean? Like, it's not the same thing.
Yeah, but, we can think of a word. Words are not necessarily, by law, defined as a certain thing, but, how about we don't think of a word? How about we think of a word that could be needed right now? A bit of a thinker exercise for New Mexico Tech.
I will say, Institute is, yes, you are correct. We're getting some calls from the chat saying that Institute is another option. The big issue here is we already have an Institute in this, and it's not making this any easier. New Mexico Institute of Mining and Technology versus Dakota Wesleyan University. So, in this instance, we do have an Institute. Normally, we usually have universities, and guess what? The crazy thing is that these two, well, one university and one institute so far, have not really been able to find a response aside from their initial goals. We get a very chaotic start here as both teams find their opening, but since then, kind of a settle down here, just kind of going back and forth as both teams attempt to find themselves some sort of way to take momentum in their favor. Dreadful goes for an interesting redirect, not going to be on target, but as we get underneath 3 minutes to go here, it doesn't seem like either one of these teams is able to take control of this game quite yet.
They both appointed a goalie, somebody to sit far back and make sure that any mistake that gets made on the attacking end actually gets mitigated completely. So DWU, they are certainly playing this well, because it's a good adaptation to what New Mexico Tech are actually bringing out. The long boomers over the top, you want somebody far back for it. So I like what DW Blue are doing, but they actually need to also get the shots with it. That's what went wrong for New Mexico Tech at the start, and also right here, right now. Unfortunately, going wide.
I'm gonna pull my own hair out at this point here, and it's not necessarily because I'm so frustrated or mad. I feel for the teams at this point. You want to try and take momentum in your favor, and when you miss the mark just barely a couple inches wide, it's so frustrating to try and recover. So I gotta hope one of the two teams is gonna have that mental fortitude to continue battling on, because with 2 minutes to go, we are no closer to finding a winner here in game number 2. If DWU can take this one, it would be massive for the squad, and they are trying their best. Tay Henry, high flying, finds a shot on target, but also finds the defense of New Mexico Tech. With under 2 minutes to play, and DWU spending a very long time, and their opponents have, at this point it feels inevitable. Sometime they're going to break through.
And Colby Fluck not with that shot, at least way too far out of the midfield, and still having to rip a shot. It was a decent passing play, but he's just going to dive on in for this play instead. New Mexico Tech, they're lurking. They are in the wings and making sure that they keep their presence. No, but actually their presence might be in the wings too much. The free clear through the center by Tay Henry. Has to back down though as soon as he is met with opposition. DW Blue, even if I get the U right, there will be something else that goes wrong. Capissimo into the center. That's decent. Oh, yet again, decent. I find myself coming back to decent very often when it comes to New Mexico Tech.
Decent's going to be used so many times, it's going to start to sound weird at a certain point. You know, you say it too many times, eventually the word doesn't make any sense. Try saying moist 5 times fast and then see if it still sounds like the word moist at the end of this one. And, well, see if you can find also the winner of this game. 50 seconds to go. No one's closer to finding that definitive shot that'll take this one in their favor. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it could be right here. DWU with a bouncer. Follow up from Tay is going to be missed. So Grim's got to keep it on the half. 40 seconds to go. If they can score a goal right here, right now, Hyperia, that would almost definitively take this game in their favor. Capismo trying to get in the interruption and keep that out of the half, but maybe it'll be up to Flux. They can't get a touch, so instead it's going to be a redirect out of midfield here. Bopper up high. Dreadful's there. He puts the shot. Not on target, and neither is the follow-up. 20 seconds to go, and DWU will start their last march of game number 2.
Well, that's a very good march, though. The feet are clapping and everybody's marching in the exact same rhythm. The rhythm not disturbed enough on the side of New Mexico Tech, though, for DWU Blue to break through, and New Mexico Tech, they will actually bring it all the way down the other end. Free shots could be happening, but they decide to let it drop. A New Mexico Tech, they managed to bring it to an overtime after a one last-ditch effort by DW Blue, but we might not get far. Call me Fluck back in the D.
I had to take a real deep breath there. It felt like we were just about to see an ending that would be all too fit for this game. With chaos reigning supreme, it's got to be a goal. That is something else to end us here, and it will not be that. And a double touch attempt is going to come back to bite them, as it's an open net on the other end. New Mexico Tech send the house, and they do not find a result.
On this house and market, you never want to give away your house. Let that be a lesson to y'all kids. Do not do it. And this is exactly what will happen. You will take a fat L. Won't be able to recover from it in the very near future. At least you're going to have to take 3 games at least in a row. Well, not even at least. You're going to have to take 3 games in a row to try and bring this back. DW Blue, they're playing a weird game, but I very much like the game that they're playing. They're playing the game of, we'll sit back and let you make one mistake and bam, slap you.
To be honest, I wish more teams played like this at this level. I think this is something that we talk about. When it comes to the highest level of Rocket League, this is not going to work. You need to make your opportunities. You need to make your opponents, get uncomfortable, force them into awkward positions. But at this level, no, you can just chill. You can just wait back, look for the mistakes, because at this level, it's inevitable. Someone's going to make an error, and if you can take advantage of that error when it arrives, you can most likely win the game. DWU are doing that, while New Mexico Tech are sending everything at their opponents time and time again. You can't do that because it's just too risky. It's not something that you can do. And as complimentary as we have been of the offense of getting these shots, if they're missing the mark, all that means is inevitable counterattacks. They've got to be careful here, because if they do not, that's the end of the series.
The steamroll tactic is great until somebody infiltrates your back lines. Then everything is exposed, and everything you can go into the toilet, because it is number 2. So they've got things that they need to be changing around. That is always certain with this kind of level of gameplay that we're currently looking at. There's always going to be improvements, which is exactly why we like the place of DW Blue. But with that also comes the side note of, as soon as New Mexico Tech Miners simply start making less mistakes, it's still going to be curtains for DW Blue. They've got 3 rounds. This is the first one. Here we go.
Now let's see, can Dakota finish this one off right here, right now, or will New Mexico Tech find themselves a strong enough response to keep the series alive? I'd like to think so. Like we said, New Mexico Tech are a team that have that resilience of the losses that they have taken. 2 of the 6 of them have been in game number 5 because they've battled through their series, but they still cannot seem to catch a break here. DWU with the immediate pressure. Yes, they do not get a goal, but it's very clear New Mexico Tech are still a little bit nervous. They're trying to play more patiently, but in doing so, they're just getting beat to the ball now.
New Mexico Tech, it is still a very weird game for them, and they're getting beat to the ball. DW Blue actually is starting to speed up and at times slow down as well. New Mexico Tech, they are struggling into the attack. Finally, they find some. Call Me Flux, slow on it. The shot by Grimtats. It's going to be swept away rather easily by Call Me Flux, who can pick it up. And that's where you see those people on the back line are pivotal towards your positioning because they can keep the ball out of your net.
That's the big thing right now, is it does feel like DWU are not focusing on trying to force an offense. They are waiting for it to arrive, and when it does arrive, they do things like that. Orbital Atomic reads that his opponent's not getting there first and dusts them once again.
My, yet again, it's an unfortunate bounce. Call Me Flux. I'm not going to put the blame on him, but obviously they can see it themselves as well. It is a scenario where you are present, where you just jump too late. DW Blue, they are incredibly quick. New Mexico Tech are having a tough old time here, but this could be a good bounce for them. DW Blue, they're staying still on the goal line, but Call Me Flux pulls the trigger way too early, jumps coast to coast, and ends up missing absolutely everything.
They're trying their best, but this has been the issue right now for all of New Mexico Tech, is they get close to hitting the mark, but they are just not drilling the bullseye. They're putting it barely off target, and unfortunately, barely off target is going to be enough to lose you a series like this, considering the efficiency out of DW Blue just allowing this much pressure on their half, and then eventually going the other way, and doing so proficiently. New Mexico Tech need this goal. That's just open. NMT, they'll find their first.
This time I will be able, unfortunately you didn't ask, but this time I will be able to tell you why that was a goal. There was a demo on the back line. Nobody home, nobody even anywhere remotely close, and unfortunately the ball going over the top, missed by 1, the final defender. And unfortunately they won't be able to get back in time, so DW Blue, and they do still have to have a bit of a fight, but New Mexico Tech, they still have it in them. Certainly, they'll be able to score another goal, surely, and go to overtime with a 2-on-2 scenario. Maybe even here, the slice down, but for Monkey, just slightly wide.
Even when they're stunting, even when they actually connect with these insane plays, it is still off the mark. They feel cursed at this point here, and I don't know what's going to break that curse. Maybe you need a little bit of voodoo reverse because it's just not working out. New Mexico Tech should have their abilities, but they just can't.
Can I ask a question? What is voodoo reverse?
Just voodoo. You can like reverse curses if you do voodoo to like counter it. Basically, it's a whole thing in like the South.
Oh, so basically like the reverse Uno reverse card or voodoo stuff.
Yeah, but like cooler than that because voodoo sounds cooler than Uno.
Very true. Okay, back to the game.
All right, and now back into this one. And honestly, we haven't really missed all too much because the reality is that with 2 minutes to go here, the teams are still unable to find that not equalizer, the thing to take them in advantage. It feels like DWU, for the first time pretty much all series, I would say they aren't actually in control. This feels a lot more in control of New Mexico Tech this time.
But also not really. I feel like both ends, they are in control momentarily. They give a sling to the wheel, and then they'll see what comes out of it. It's basically a 50-50 at this point. DW Blue, they might be able to get it through. No way! New Mexico Tech, they get robbed of a surefire goal. Another one going slightly wide, and DW Blue, they are insanely happy with the current standings, of course, but it might not matter. No, they still keep it clear. Wait, that's in. Oh, that was weird.
We're coming down to the last second saves here. That's the only way that these teams are able to keep out these shots. The accuracy has finally arrived, and it is putting them on target on repeat. The issue is so has the defense. They have found ways to turn this away with the blink of an eye. But can they find themselves a way to finish this off? Tay would like to think so. He's not going to get it past the the defense once again. Capismu steps up when it counts, but can they step up for another 40 seconds? DWU have the pressure, have the offense, but they now have a relief as well. New Mexico Tech send it the other way, but it's sent right back into them. Grimtats to take it out from midfield, not able to beat their opponent in Call Me Flux, but luckily enough, they will still boom it off one more time. Capismu, though, he's going to put a shot on target, and again, the shots are getting on target, but the defense is becoming prepared, so with 15 seconds left, can they hold out and see an overtime?
It's going to be rough with the way that New Mexico Tech are pressing, but this is exactly how it went. One big clear over the top from DWU could end this entire game and this entire series directly to go along with it. Demo in the midfield opens up the back line at least, but the instant shot by Tay Henry obviously got a spike onto the ground before it can straddle on in. We're straddling onto overtime though, and this is golden goal scenario.
Golden goal scenario, and it could be the last chance we see for New Mexico Tech, but not if they flick like that. Dreadful has been in control of this offense all series long, and finally they step up when it counts most.
What a flick by Dreadful Monkey. That is brilliant. That is exactly what you want to use the Dominus for. That long flick over the top, generate a nice little arc on it without too much power. Well, at the same time, the Dominus can do the exact opposite thing as well and absolutely lay it across the back. But they're not out just yet. They get another chance to perhaps show that to us as well. At least, yet again, at the end, they were able to break through instead of faltering in the defensive end. This is also what can happen.
And that's the thing, is that they didn't really falter in the defensive end as much as they were a bit eager. You saw two players go for that initial dive, and while, yes, you do need to send someone to initially dive at the ball to try and dispossess who is ever flicking, you need to also have someone afterwards who's ready to follow it up once that dispossession happens. And that's the big issue, is it does feel like that panic is still set in a little bit. The two teams are maybe playing a bit too fast for their own good. We talk about this a lot, especially at a low rank, of where teams are trying to keep up with the pace of play, but in doing so, they put themselves out of position. And that's kind of the issue that we're starting to see here, is that as good as DWU are playing right now, they need to take a deep breath. They could have finished that one off had they been a little bit more precise. So can they finish off the series here and now instead? Game number 4 underway. New Mexico Tech still just trying to survive.
I wonder what this will do to both sides, though, because New Mexico Tech, they've been eerily close to winning every single time, I feel like, and now actually getting it. Is that going to light a fire under their butts, or is that going to be the exact opposite? Are they starting to get lousy with it now? From the start opening 20 seconds, it seems like a lit a fire. They are gunning this. DWU, they now need to actually be afraid. Ball across into Dreadful Monkey. He struggles to have it on the top, but yet again, the flick, the clear will also arrive, though.
This time they learn from their past mistakes, though. Grimtats lets their first defender go for that ball and then does not just bite immediately. They wait for the follow-up, wait for the opening, and eventually they will attack. Similarly, though, apparently Call Me Flux is going to, wait a minute, not get back to the ball. He does a little bit of mirror with a DWU player, and I thought they should have the save, but can't get back in time.
The turn inwards is what cost them. He did not believe he had it, and, well, it was going to be incredibly close. I think, emphasis on think, and I'll speak for Bass as well here, he could have saved it if he pinched it on the post. But let's keep the think in there. No, Capissimo, no, that was an open net. That is so unfortunate. Yet again, those earlier stages of pestering New Mexico Tech.
It's just been such a difficulty for them to find the accuracy necessary to take down the CWU team. They were able to solve their problems in the last game, but here in Game 4, apparently they are running into the same sort of issues. The Cats got 9 lives, but at this point, how many of them have New Mexico Tech used? They've been over and over again, getting second chances on these shots and not been able to convert them, so they are here on quite literally their last life. 90 seconds into this one, they're down by 1 goal, and if they can't turn this around, they're heading home with only a single win on the season, and DWU will overtake them in the standings. So it's a big one here. 3.5 minutes to go. It's possible for New Mexico Tech, but they need to start putting shots on target.
They've got shots in game that will count as if they were on target, but that's because of how close they come time and time again. Well, here they come again, and that's a decent shot. Will land on target, but it's going to be cleared out by the DU Blue defense. It's incredibly rough here for New Mexico Tech, but it's one of those things where you're not going to be too heavy on yourself just yet because you still have 3 minutes left, and perhaps a flick in you or a fake as well. Call Me Flux, I think he tried to do both. I don't know. I think he tried to fake it out and then must he flick it into the back of the net. Sure, hey, I like the ambition.
Dude, that's a play I go for in my ranks, and I don't think I've ever successfully pulled it off. If you can do that in a collegiate setting, you deserve the win outright. Like, at that point, we just give you the crown. Like, forget playoffs, we just give you the championship. Unfortunately, not quite able to hit the mark there. As ambitious of a play as it was, the ambition did not work out in their favor. DWU still hold on to their lead as we pass halftime, but New Mexico Tech definitely starting to penetrate a lot more often. They're getting into this midfield, and not only are they getting to the midfield, but they're staying there for a very extended period of time. So at this point, it feels inevitable. New Mexico Tech are going to find a response, but can DWU increase their lead far enough that they don't have to worry about that?
D-Blue, they are going to have to. They would like to, at least. Don't even question it, mate. I don't even question this. It's a decent save by Ty Henry. And all the way down the other end. This is why, but they might own goal this. It's New Mexico Tech. It's still in front of their goal, or of their net, rather. And finally managed to find some reprieve. That's an open net. Somebody going to ride back at home in time. New Mexico Tech are making this eerily close. I don't know what's going on, but I don't think any fan is liking this. Another free shot by Ty Henry. Lines it up from the midfield line and just rips it right at the final defender.
I think the issue right now that we're seeing is that New Mexico Tech, yes, they are getting more pressure, but it's at the cost of their defense. They're trying to play so much offense that they're pulling out of the goal a bit too early. You can see this here. Dreadful pulls off the line and leaves Call Me Flux in a terrible position. And Orbital, they'll take advantage.
Certainly. I feel like that's all this game has been. It's taking advantage. Oh, you made a mistake? Okay, I'm going to score because of that. I don't care what you think. I don't care what you do. I don't care who you are. I will score if you make a mistake, and that's exactly the way it should be. Now the Miners need to delve up some confidence to actually show it in that offensive, and they've got it. It's just the final few inches that are missing.
Getting so close. I'd have to agree with you. It really is a game of inches right now, but DWU, I commend them as well, because this is a game where they've not only stepped up, their offense has looked solid, their defense has been near impeccable, and that's the big issue. Like you said, the little mistakes are where DWU are punishing. They've played this the entire series, so it's not surprising to see it work out here in game number 4. The more surprising thing is that New Mexico Tech still have yet to hit the back of the net. 40 seconds ago, it's possible for them to turn this one around, but considering how difficult it's been to just find one goal, I'm thinking that the curtains are starting to lower.
Starting to lower. The cloth is appearing on the ground. It's just the first one right now, the first loose string. Well, this could be the burial. Good save. I don't know whether that was on either way, but they were able to do that at least. They are just hogging the defense right now, not letting anyone break through. In New Mexico Tech, they're feeling the wrath of it. Blue are just going to win out. Daewoo Blue, rather, because otherwise it could get very confusing. New Mexico Tech win this loss, and unfortunately are going to have to take an L and go home, just like Daewoo, to be fair.
Daewoo, at this point, though, they're doing a great job at least ending off their season right. Both these teams, like we said, this is only their second win, but man, does it have to feel good. DWU Blue, Dakota Wesleyan University, finish off their season with a dub over New Mexico Tech and finish 2-7 overall.
Still a very decent record in the end. Unfortunately, you didn't make playoffs, but you'll be able to further yourself. You've now won the final 2 weeks. You'll be able to enter that next season lovely, nice and crisp, with at least some confidence going and floating you on in there.
It's a great way to end your season, even if it doesn't necessarily have implications for the playoffs. It is a fantastic way for you to get yourself some confidence and to really be proud of the season that you have put on. That being said, New Mexico Tech Miners, please be proud of what you guys have done as well. Many good series here and there. Like we said, multiple of your games have gone to game number 5, and although you were not able to find a second win on the season, you at least find a win and put a good performance to finish your season off. Again, congratulations to DWU, but well played to the New Mexico Tech Miners. So, with that, unfortunately, Hyperia, that is the end of the regular season for you and I. But it's not the end of the regular season for you viewers at home. We've still got more to come. When we return, it'll be Grant and Hail Monkey Man here to wrap up the NECC regular season. So, do not go anywhere. We will be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. It is time for the last series of the regular season. My name is Grant CFO. Joining me on that side is none other than Hail Monkey Man. And boy, this is going to be one heck of a way to cap off the season.
We gotta find a way to cap it off. The regular season has to come to an end, and it might as well be done tonight. Week number 9 will be the finality, especially for the Emergent Cyan Division. It's a top 4 matchup. It's the Fresno State Red Bulldogs versus the EAUCD. That is the University of California, Davis Blue Aggies. And you know what? This is a fun one because the Aggies themselves, they've gone against the number 2 in UBC Academy. They've gone against the number 3 in UCSB, and they have not been able to come out with a victory as of yet. So why not take your final shot at that top 3 and possibly to be able to get themselves a top 3 berth by taking on the number 1 in the Emergent Cyan Division?
I mean, they've certainly got their work cut out for them. It's going to be a tall challenge, but the fact of the matter is this. EAUCD, if they sweep, they take first place away from the people holding onto it in Fresno State. And with that, all I've got to say, Monkey, is let's get in to the battle for California and see who will be taking the pitch tonight. With the Bulldogs, you've got Adrian Jr. and Dark Echo, all phenomenal players. As we said, the 1 seed. Kinesiology major, psychology major, music major. Always love to see some of those. Now let's see what we got on the other side. Monkey, take it away.
Oh my goodness. From the side of the Aggies, we've got the 2, and then we've got 1 we haven't seen a whole lot of. They're all sophomores in this program. Salamence for that computer science, Tom with the applied math, and Grunt with biochemistry and molecular biology. A lot of science, a lot of trying to be able to reach into your mind and into computer and maybe make a whole lot happen. They've got to make a lot happen tonight if the Aggies want to be able to overturn the number 1 squad in the Bulldogs. And you know, the Bulldogs over there posting up with a little bit more of those programs and studies that kind of touch your brain, touch your mind, touch your emotions. And so we have a different of ideals. Gonna see which one will be able to perform the best tonight.
It sounds like no matter what, we are going to love the series that is put before us. For one last time of the regular season, the NECC is going at it here in the Emergence Cyan Division. Fresno Red and the blue, EAUCD in the orange, or I guess the yellow, and they'll strike first.
It's confusing when you have the colors. They say blue, they say red, they say orange, they say whatever. But Grunt says, hey, you haven't seen me a whole lot. Well, here I am, and I will continue to put that kind of caliber of shot on your net tonight. In the first 10 seconds, they brought the fight.
This is that typical EAUCD roster as well in Grunt, Tom, and Salamence. You and I actually casted them in our last week of NECC play, so it's great to see them back before. Can't quite remember the outcome from that one, but we'll have to focus on the outcome at hand, which is Grunt scoring their second goal.
Grunt gets a fat one here. Adrian was just trying to be able to keep it aloft and get it away from a would-be attacker, but that demo in the corner, I didn't get to see it, but you did get to hear it. The old eardrum is buzzing. It's because a demo was able to stop a defender from getting a save, and in a hurry, in the first half minute of play, UCD is up by 2.
The last time EAUCD played a pair, or I guess a trio of Bulldogs, they walked away with a 3-1 victory, but like we just said, Monkey, the last time we saw them face off, they came off of a very defeating 0-3 sweep. It's not a great feeling for them, and it's all about that resilience and bouncing back in this week of play. They've got Fresno Red on the hunt for some goals back the other way. They'll continue to hold on, though. EAUCD will. Grunt off that ceiling. Adrian's got a shot. Salamence, good control to get back around to it. Won't be able to push back. Fresno finding themselves even in the weirdest of circumstances and positioning. I love the way that they're playing so far. Could be any moment they walk away with the goal, but they'll have to get in front of the net first.
Dark Echo trying to see if the cave is open to an echo of its own kind, but instead it will be an elongated possession being held by the Bulldogs as they're on the offensive front, but a quick breakout. Salamence was a breakout player in the previous week, and we need to see if he'll be able to stand up strong. That's going to be a great pass play. It goes off the crossbar. The front face will find the ball, but they won't find a third score to be able to build up with more insurance. Salamence, a wide open option, and Junior goes large. Make sure that this one doesn't get to the back of his net again, but the defense is strained for Fresno.
Regardless of how the defense is performing, EAUCD are getting shots on target when Fresno Red are not. And what that means is, well, think about the basic premise of Rocket League. Just get the ball in the net. It's pretty obvious what happens when you put on pressure more than the other. I don't think Fresno Red have really had any chances, maybe a couple at most. And that's a problem for them. Obviously, the scoreline shows it. All roads point to a deficit that they might not be able to come back from, because Grunt picking up the hat trick has them moving dominantly.
Oh my goodness. In this battle for California, it's a forest fire, and Grant is the one with the matches. He is setting everything ablaze, has a hat trick inside the first half of play here in game number 1 for this best of 5. The Aggies have come to play, and you know, the first game doesn't always paint the tail of the tape, but this one is looking pretty good for EAUCD.
You had me worried there for a second, Monkey. I thought you were saying that I brought the matches, but I knew you meant Grunt. Don't get it confused. I know your co-caster's name happens to be just one vowel off, but yeah, I believe in us, as well as I believe in EAUCD and what they have been performing. Like it says, all roads seem to point to a victory there. Look at the patience and the poise that they have. They're so confident. They know how much time they have, and in fact, they say to Fresno State Red, they say, hey, you can't touch us. You're giving us way too much space, and that's why we've been able to exploit you. So I don't know about showing your hand this early on in a match, but you better watch out, because now Fresno Red, they know something's up.
Tom to be looking for another possession. He gets a couple of free tries, but no connection. It's a bit of a loft. Adrian is going to stress out the defense for a little bit, and this has been an extended offensive for the side of Fresno Red. The Bulldogs trying to whoop their way forward. That's going to be a punch off the sidewall, but Tom will collect and then leave it away. Dark Echo. Oh, again, it's just the second approach. The initial approach is good off of these challenges for the Bulldogs, but they're not finding that second touch to maybe set it up into a prime position to get a pass or to possibly get a shot on target.
It's time we start counting the amount of two-touch possessions that Fresno Red have. In the same way they've given EAUCD a ton of space, they have thrown away the ball and given that space and possession away to the team that they need to beat. And it's not an effective strategy, but when you get a dunk like that on the last guy back, you've got yourself a goal at a minute 6.
Salamence cut up early, and then, Adrian used him like a springboard. He was able to make a quick flick and said, hey, you want to give this some extra power? Turn it onto Salamence's hood. They combine into a wonderful shot from downtown. The Bulldogs able to at least get one, but they've only got 1 minute left.
It's time they start fighting, thinking big off the double taps. They don't get the shot after the fact. Big demo to open up space for EAUCD. Moving down the length of the field. 50 seconds to go and time winding. If you're Fresno Red and you want to have a chance, you got to get a goal with at least some time on the board. As much as of it as you would hope for, though, maybe that's a little bit towards the 30-second mark. Unlikely, though, in the current status. It's going to be a lot of work cut out for them as they move throughout the rest of this game 1 with half a minute to go.
I'm liking the rotation that I'm getting out of Fresno as they're trying to be able to escape their own half, but it's just not paying dividends when it comes to being able to get a better connection. Solidly defensive. That's not what you need in this late term, this last quarter of game number 1. And a big clear will give them an open opportunity, but a better connection by Salamence should be able to put this one on ice. A few seconds remaining, out of the stripes as it goes, and so do the hopes and hearts of Fresno as EAUCD, the Aggies, they struck first, they struck last, and they struck hard. Game number 1 is theirs.
Well, one game in their bag and one game closer to taking away that first seed from Fresno State Red. What an achievement it would be, especially to cap off the season. And if you are a fan of EAUCD, that's of course what you are rooting for. But talking about how the last one broke down, like we said, Fresno, they're giving away possession. They're giving a lot of space to the other team, and they had literally showed their hand to them, saying, this is exactly how we're exploiting to you. That is the confidence that exudes from the pores of EAUCD, and I anticipate that this is going to continue forward into Game 2.
You know that the Aggies have the second smallest amount of game losses. Whenever they win their games, they win them outright, and otherwise they keep things fairly close. But otherwise, just ahead of them in terms of the least amount total is UCSB, and they're at just 4 losses on the season. So keeping it at just 8. If we see the Aggies, I'm knock on wood a little bit. If they get a sweep here, go 22-8. They would overtake Fresno Red completely.
Yeah, it is certainly a possibility, and looking at it now, seems like it becomes much more realistic by the second. EAUCD looking for the early goal, coming up short. Out to the side, Tom's got another chance. Big up to that backboard. Fresno do not like the ball going up there. We've seen Junior on the backboard a couple of times, reluctant to throw it all the way downtown because they know they're throwing away possession. But if you get a strong enough clear, or maybe a strong enough dunk off of a defender from your backboard downfield, you might find yourself with a bit more chances when they've come up with next to none.
Another opportunity. This is a much better situation for the Bulldogs than it was the last time before. By this point in time, they were down by 2 inside that opening minute, still trying to be able to get those infield passes. Tom was in great position. That is just a shot on target. It forces Grunt to have to power slide. He chips it on in. Tom will lose that 50-50, already pre-jumping his Dark Echo. He goes over, and now it's the foot race by Salamence, and we're seeing a lot of these possession steals by either side. It's going to be that second touch. What will happen after the first? That will be the difference maker, and we've seen that work very well for the Bulldogs.
Goodness, it is getting a little frightening to see the way that EAUCD are working this pitch and how quickly they go, how quickly they could, frankly, sauce up Fresno State Red. There have been some very tough moments when Fresno have been able to get in the way of passes. You talked about the infield play. Well, Fresno aren't too willing to give up those opportunities. They'll intercept the passes. They'll take it for their own. Going big off the backboard twice. Junior's there, no finish. The third comes through, and finally they shoot everything they have at the wall, and something sticks.
Oh, they had to, because the defense has been able to at least threaten a stoppage, and Salamence just can't elevate in time. I got to wonder if he had any boost in the tank, because he set his car up just hoping that a double top will be able to give him enough elevation. But when that ball is going right under your crossbar, you ain't got nothing if you're stretching out wide. And so we will have a second, and Salamence says, I got enough boost now as we're tied at 1 again.
You don't even need that much. Enough boost, maybe about 30 from this. Grunt, beautiful pass off that backboard, though. When the defense is still scrambling to get back, they're in a state of worry, a state of panic. And Fresno Red, they take advantage of what's going on in front of them, and that's been the difference maker for them in Game 2, starting to show why they belong to be that first seed and why they will not give it up here, although pressure building on their net from EAUCD.
Grunt's trying to set something up. He had the hat trick in the previous game and looking to be that offensive mastermind if he can help it. That's going to be a setup, though, between Salamence and Tom. Tom from the top shelf corner, my man, Tom.
It's not Mike, but it's Tom is the name we are saying on repeat like a group of seagulls. That was crazy to be up and ready for that ball, and you've got 2 goals in your favor, effectively making that deficit by 1. You're taking back the lead. That might have been a simpler way to say it. Approaching the halfway mark, Fresno Red again trailing and having their 1 seed in jeopardy. They absolutely don't want to go to match point after this.
It is in such jeopardy that after I got to talk with the chat a little bit, they could be even more. But Salamence will have a finishing factor here. What a great win. Past 1, past 2. Grunt's doing all the work.
We are back to Game 1 mentality for EAUCD. Game 1 situation for them as well. 2 goals separating them and Fresno State Red yet again. And Fresno, again, asking the question of how do we overcome it? How about this shot from the heavens?
Okay, sometimes you need a miracle, sometimes you look up, and sometimes you pray, and sometimes it has to come from the heavens as Dark Echo pre-jumped that pass and then brought it straight down, brought the thunder and the rain and the pain past halftime in game number 2. Both these squads taking shots.
Fresno Red, knowing that this is going to be a tougher challenge than they had initially thought walking into this one. Now they know what they need to do. The strategies have been there, but they are getting caught out on these long clears from EAUCD, something they haven't been able to match, something they've been reluctant to even take the chance for. It's not something that exists well within their arsenal, at least as much as they would like it right about now, but they don't need it. They'll continue to fire at that backboard, even though EAUCD mostly have it covered most times. Now it's back to the blue backboard and out to midfield. Adrian's got a shot. They'll rush it, looking for the dunk, but Tom goes high. Beautiful placement on the clear.
That was so tough because Tom was out of boost. He had to go to the corner, get what he could, and then it was at the very last second to make that read. Beautiful to be able to undercut it as best as he could in that position. And now Grunt trying to keep this one just at the midfield. Dropping down is Adrian. Salaman's looking for the double. Can't quite sneak it around Junior. Adrian is going to try and feed it back to Junior. That's a great little back pass. And Tom's going to try and intercept. Does so successfully. Will we have another? Yes. These have been great interception lanes for the side of the Aggies. They are keeping Bulldogs honest and forcing them to work to get it out of their own half.
The AUCD have come close to a couple of demo plays, something that Fresno State Red are beginning to watch out for. Getting caught with no boost as they push in to that yellow half off the backboard now. Grunt's got it over one. The next goal could seal the deal for EAUCD to put themselves on match point against the number 1 seed, and that would actually secure them the 2nd seed moving into playoffs, and what an honor that would be to have. Have your work cut out for you, but definitely the achievement both squads are looking for is to keep their seeding if you're Fresno and keep pushing if you're EAUCD, and they'll get one more to punch their ticket there to the 2 seed.
Oh, man, it's just too good. Grunt never left. He's constantly winning the corners, and Tom, he is outwitting Jerry, which is the entirety of the Bulldogs. Usually the Bulldog is like playing in cahoots with Tom, but I guess not this time around. So, actually, it's Jerry. Tom and Jerry. I forgot which one's the mouse and the cat. I don't care. Either way, it's Bulldogs behind.
Yeah, maybe we make a Kahoot about Tom and Jerry. Anyway, we'll stop with the nonsense. We got 15 seconds to go. Fresno State just need one, but I guess we should go back to the nonsense if this ball stays here any longer. No clear coming across, just more shots from EAUCD. Tom with one more. Wants to add salt to the wound, won't have any. He needs to go to the store and buy some, but enough stank that they've got is going to provide them the victory in game number 2. EAUCD are now your number 2 seed heading into playoffs, and they need one more game to take the 1 seed away from the Bulldogs.
The Aggies are playing so good right now. They are consistently circulating on those corners, the perimeter play, to be able to challenge like that, take away any of the counterplay game, especially when you're trying to work from the outside. It's just not happening, at least not for free. And time and again, we're seeing individual plays being able to at least beat 2 and sometimes even 3 of the personnel the Bulldogs leaving back there for defense. And it's just great work. They are grinding down the Bulldogs, and they have been left with no boost to recover and have a better offensive when they get out of there.
The keys to a great team is being good as an individual, and we see that. The individual play helps them out tremendously. These long-distance clears or these saucy plays in the corner. Whatever the case is, the Aggies are doing a phenomenal job at being a team, and one worth playing, and maybe the 1 seed underestimated their challenge as they come into this final series of our season. It all could come down to this. This next match could conclude the season with a bang, with the Aggies taking that 1 seed.
For a quick correction, the only reason that they can't get that 1 seed is because of match or series play. So they can't get better than having 2 losses. So they're playing for 2. They're playing for 2. They're playing. I know. It's because the Academy got only the 1 loss. But here's a loss that's being dished up real quick. Salaman's coming in with a hot shot. Who else but Grunt to be able to win it from the side?
Somebody's gonna fact check me more often on my stats, but can we check out the shot off the back post from Salamence? I guess so, because we got a replay to see it from. EAUCD take the first goal.
And again, it is the Aggies just starting with a great storm. They come from the outside. They're able to get that boost, but then they just force the one-on-one wins over the Bulldogs. Bulldogs going to get faster. They're going to get stronger. They're going to be able to win these challenges. Oh, fake out by Grunt. He's playing with them. He's in their mind. He's mega mind. His brain's just bigger. It's got more wrinkles. Yours is too smooth. Salamence is going to try and get up there a little bit quicker, but Adrian will be able to win this touch, trying to get this offense going.
Adrian still continuing down the pitch with Grunt locking up the back half. Salamence taken out of the play. Grunt moving forward on an almost open net. Didn't realize the time that they had to cut that one in. Adrian again doing some beautiful work. Uh-oh. Double commits is not a good sign that you want to see from your number 1 seed. But things that start to happen when you get desperate as such. You've gone down each and every game. Not even your demos hitting their mark. EAUCD are a step ahead and quick thinkers.
Grunt just sidestepping people like he's at a dance, and everyone else is just trying to learn how. But he's got the moves. He's got the jazz in his body and in his voice. Salamence will be able to put this one to his own corner and then go for the reattempt. A setup, a back pass. It goes over to Dark Echo, and that's going to be echoing across the pitch as that one will find the opposite side, 90.
You ever seen a laser beam in Rocket League? Well, I guess now you have. Look at the placement. It does not get better than that. Breaking into that 100 kilometers per hour mark. Oh, goodness. The power that both of these teams are able to possess. And I'm just glad that we're seeing it from Fresno State when they've been so absent in this series in terms of goal scoring. They find a way to break through. That shot's got to feel satisfying. And you'll take it forward with you, put it in the back pocket. You better focus on the future, because if not, you're walking out of here getting swept.
We need Dark Echo to step up like he just did a moment ago, much more often in surplus, because the communication right now for the Aggies is going really, really well. That's a bit of a mistel, but it's going to be Grunt that's going to try and chase. Dark Echo is just not collecting the possession. He has no boost, and he's going to have to focus on that for now. Adrian looking for a pop-up. He will be able to get one. Dark Echo with a shot. It's going to go to the backboard with a third commit. No. Adrian is going to look for the escape route, and Junior will keep it nearby. Beyond the halfway mark of game number 3, this could be a fat sweep of the number 4, who has not been able to beat the number 2 or number 3, but maybe looking to take down the number 1.
And that's just a testament to them as players and their program. And we talk about, maybe they could have secured the number 1 seed. Regardless of whether or not they get there, they have shown that they have the potential to take down the 1 seed anyway, and the potential that they should be the 1 seed. It's all about proving yourself here. You might have to deal with some salt, and now you are looking to go back the other way, regain yourselves. Fresno State looking a little shaky in that midfield, but EAUCD have slowed down, not cutting off as many passes, perhaps a problem of boost. I guess we'll never know.
Dark Echo, he's looking for an option. That's on target. Oh, it's just a little bit wide. They are much more confident in where that ball was going than I was. This will be lofted up into the box. And now, just like you're saying before, there seems to be some shakes going on, but I'm seeing on the side of the Aggies, they're slowing down. Maybe they're playing for a war of attrition. Maybe they're trying not to burn through what little reserves they've got, but it's the Bulldogs that are pushing with everything they've got. They've got a chance, and Dark Echo will be able to catch it. The defense squanders it, and this is a lead for the Bulldogs.
I wanted to be as excited as you, but I knew as soon as Grunt went off that backboard, this was going right into the hands of the attacker. That is not the way you want to get scored on. You want to get scored on and be like, you know what, respect to that goal. That was a good goal. That one, it was all on you, and immediately bouncing off the kickoff is Adrian to further the deficit and add insult to injury.
You know what? Whenever they're down, kick them, and kick them hard. And that's exactly what's going on right now. The number 1 seed is asserting their will. This is what's been able to get them to this level for a long, long time. But, yeah, UCD, they know how to fight back. They just got to be able to find these connections. We see one right here.
Yes, sir.
Oh, man, that was too clean.
Wow, for real. Does it get any cleaner than this? Did they hire Mr. Clean? How did they do it? How about precision passing from Grunt and Tom? It really just it doesn't get more flawless than that. Perfect play. EAUCD, they have 60 seconds to do the unthinkable. Tie this game up with the 1 seed they have been desperately fighting against and succeeding at. They've slowed down in this last game, or what could be the last game of the series, but in this game 3, they have slowed down. Fresno State have appeared to find a strategy that shuts them down, but now they've got another pass connection. Crossbar, oh no, just too high, and the shots off to the right. A big moment for EAUCD that could have changed everything.
A big bump into Salamence. That's a free net. That's a give and go, and it's gone. Adrian will double up this lead again. The Bulldogs give themselves a little insurance, and it's a nice little undercut for Salamence that did it.
Oh man, I'm not sure what Bulldog player got it, but that was the luckiest bump of their life that gave them the win in this game. And we all know it. He literally pre-flipped into them, and EAUC, they're like, bruh, are you serious? Not only did we now miss technically an open net, a for sure goal. You missed 2 opportunities, and now you're thinking what could have been. You can't even get one here for another chance with time still left to spare, and you are chasing down your hopes and dreams, but you'll have to continue to fight for them.
And that will hit ground, and we will see a continuation of this fight. Bulldogs, they will take game 3. They will not go quiet into that good night to end this regular season on a sweep. Instead, we move our way into game number 4, finding their offensive identity. That's something that's been kind of missing from the Bulldogs from this, because they've been challenged so often in the perimeter and giving up possession in the midfield. It's not so much that they would lose it. They just kind of lost it of their own volition, be it mistake or otherwise. It's good to see them be able to collect themselves and collect the ball, be able to take better strikes.
Yeah, I am really hoping that EAUCD can bounce back from this, because we're always rooting for the storyline, and if EAUCD win one more game, that's it. Series is done and dusted. But on the other hand, you have Fresno State Red, who finally found a way to shut them down and take their boost, get some demos, disrupt them, intercept their passing play, shut down literally everything that made them work together as a unit. And they're finding themselves pushing pretty heavily back the other direction and in their favor. All roads, actually not all roads, but a lot of the roads are pointing towards a potential Fresno sweep, unless I've spoken too soon, and this floats in, but double save from Fresno.
Fresno's going to be looking to see if they can continue with the possible reversal on this series, as the Aggies has stood up very, very tall in the first couple of games. Now in this 2-1 in game number 4, Bulldogs, they have a great pedigree about them. And that's not just a pun because the Bulldog is their mascot, but they've also been able to post up a great series record in games and overall. They want to stay at the top of the stack if they are able, but they could suffer down to a lower 3 if they were to drop to the Aggies. Oh, getting a light finesse touch, and another one that's more force as Dark Echo will get it around Grunt. Adrian with a shot! Oh, what a bang!
How early was he up for this? This is quite nearly a pre-jump. Okay, it's just the amount of hang time that got and the fact that nobody was up for it just made it look so much more impressive. All the time in the world to yourself. You're going to take your sweet old time with that. And Fresno State continuing their uphill climb as things seem to snowball before. I think the heat has kicked on and things are starting to melt.
These passes by the Aggies are starting to become a little bit more telegraphed. They kind of were there before. They're just taking longer to develop instead of the 1-2 infielders that we saw in games 1 and 2. And because of that, the Bulldogs are taking their time and they're making great reads. That's a nice chip shot. It'll be an attempt by Dark Echo. He actually jumps and will be brought right back down. That's a bump, but it's Dark Echo who recovers, and he's on the defensive rotation to at least take away the initial shot. Oh, nearly getting the dunk with Salamence. It still goes by the box.
Milliseconds separating situations and decisions for EAUCD. You have to think, do I go for the shot? Do I go for the demo? You can't go for both, and obviously they know that now. Hindsight's 2020. You're still looking forward to the future, though. Dark Echo up off that sidewall. Adrian quick up to it. Look at the quickness from Fresno State Red. They won't be able to get there. No, it's practically an own goal. It seemed like it was sure either way, but doesn't take away from the tragedy.
I wonder if Dark Echo would have been nearby. I think this would have been secured either way. He was going for a desperation, maybe like a backflip to get underneath it. But by the time he got to the ball, it was going to be pushing forward with momentum. So that's 2 up now for the Bulldogs. They're looking for a third. Junior has changed shirts, changed jerseys, changed state of mind, and the entirety of this momentum has changed into the Bulldogs' hands.
I hope he hasn't changed jerseys. I hope we're not throwing the match play for the other team. Not that I see that. It's absolutely not happening. But EAUCD still down these 2 goals, and things start to look gloomy. Dark Echo might make it look even further so. Yes, sir.
That is a deficit for the Aggies if I've ever seen one, but they're going to be still fighting their way through. They had a great couple of games to start off this series, and man, you and I, Grant, we talk about momentum shifts, some energy that's in your teammates, in the booth sometimes with us, but you can definitely tell that things have changed, and the saves are now starting to come out from Fresno.
Well, it's not even fair at this point how Fresno State has picked up their pace and everything about them. But yeah, you're right. Momentum has been a massive factor here in the NECC, especially in these lower divisions where you don't really have all those high mentality, fortitudes, whatever fancy words you want to throw at it. I know some people are psychology majors in here, so I'm making jokes about it. But I mean, you have an EAUCD squad who almost had the victory in the last game and might start to push back something. There is hope in this one, but coming up so short in the last one, having plenty of opportunities, and now you get this one. 3rd time's a charm. Does this start anything for them?
It's 2 minutes and it's not too late. And when you're within 2 goals, then you have every weapon necessary to be able to claim victory. Salamence, maybe another chance. Oh, he gets there too soon. No. The 3rd will come from Junior as he actually is able to secure the defensive effort. Oh, timing. You called it out before. It's either the demo, it's the shot, or it's about how you make the challenge. That's the 3rd option, and they've got to be able to make one of those work. What the heck? What? Grunt with 2!
What the dunk did we just watch? That is the craziest thing and the most clutch moments I have ever seen. It doesn't get much perfect than that. I mean, I've already lied to you. I thought that one placement laser to the upper 90 was great, but that dunk might have done it a little bit better. Could have missed the crossbar, but who cares? A goal is a goal. Now you've got a little over 90 seconds. Flip reset, nothing found of it. Off the back, Tom fires a shot. Crossbar again, and the finish from Salamence ties the game.
Absolutely huge is Grunt. He's doing the work, and then everyone is following his example. Salamence never leaves the box, and everyone attacks from the side of the Aggies. They're all over the Bulldogs. The doghouse is in shambles. It is raining outside, and they're nothing but sad woofs, and they've got to be able to get this momentum back if they don't want to go down 3-1 in this series. But all the energy, all the inertia, everything resides right now with the way of the Aggies.
Oh boy, you're certainly right. With those demos picking back up, EAUCD seem to have found their stride again. They're finding new ways to open back up their shooting lanes and opportunities against this Fresno State red roster. Still a minute though. This is silver goal territory. Next goal could potentially end the series if you are EAUCD. Fresno though, looking for theirs. They don't want to go to overtime here. Those could be some pretty dire circumstances. In fact, they know just how much it means the redirect not there. Crossbar coming up short for them.
Do you end the season on top, or do you end it down in the dumps? We get to find out one way or another as the Bulldogs, they've surrendered 3 after claiming 3. The comeback is real. But Dark Echo, though, is trying to be the maestro of the demise of the Aggies, elevating Grunt to Salamence. The shot is off target. It is wide. 1/4 minute to go. Will we go into OT to decide if this survives to 5 or if it dies here? A giveaway. Oh, a takeaway. Tom got in the way of Salamence. That's going to be a free challenge. Junior in a 1-on-1. It's a 2-on-1. It will not make it around the corner, and we go OT.
You just knew in those final seconds nobody was there, but it all could come down to this to cap off the season. EAUCD in need of one more to take away this series in what would be quite the upset as the 4 seed. Salamence with a shot nearly ends it there, but taken away by Adrian. Sidewall running, throwing long, has a shot, opportunity towards the net, no one's there, and Fresno Red are forcing a Game 5 decider.
What in the world happened? It was just too close. Grunt was in no man's land, and then securing it, they go for a bump. Everyone went for the home run swing, but all you needed was a first base hit, and it's Fresno that forces us to go to Game 5. Tons of credit over to UCD to be able to come back, but they turn it into just nothing at the end. Oh, positioning and rotations are going to kill them like that.
Gosh, Monkey, you and I have only had banger series today. Ain't that the truth? And yes, we've only casted one here on the NECC, but Monkey and I came from another place before this. And it has been, I think we just carry an energy with us that says this series will be a banger. I think we can confirm that now. Now, we're totally capping on that one. But what we're not capping on is how incredible this series has been. Fresno State finding a way as they got broken down. They broke down their opponent, and then in the last moments when it seemed like everything was coming back, they had ice in their veins that despite losing a 3-goal lead, they came back. But it all comes down to Champions Field. This is the perfect way to cap off the series. I said it before we even got started that this would be an amazing way for the season to end.
To cap off a series, to cap off a season just before the postseason will come about, Rocket League brings about the most cinematic of natures, and you know that this is a movie that everyone's wanting to finish. They are sitting on the edge of their seats, and everyone's biting their nails, seeing how it will end. Only the players out there will know, and they'll be able to put on this show. Salamence, he's got to be able to pull himself together in these rotations. Don't give anything away for free. That's for both sides on this pitch.
I think both sides are very nervous about that. It has happened for both of them at this point. Salamence nearly getting a drop down, but Fresno knows better than to give any space to EAUCD. EAUCD, they showed their cards early, revealed their hand. Grunt taken away from Dark Echo. Tom to catch below. There's those throwaways. Fresno might capitalize. Not a lot of boost to work with. They get challenged. Tom in the back, struggling with boost. In positioning, barely able to hold on to anything. Adrian up from the pass for Dark Echo. Slam down, top bins.
Adrian, you only need 4 letters because he only needs to take one action to know the name of the man that can put a shot on like that. Salamence and everyone else on the goal line, not in position. It was a great placement, and they can't stop the velocity. Bulldogs draw first blood.
I think the game plan shift there from Fresno is Adrian, get up in the air, because that's exactly where they've been every time Fresno Red need a goal for their momentum, for their morale. They've been ready to receive at any given moment, and it has benefited them greatly as individuals to be a solid team that works together. Dark Echo, been one of the leaders of passes as well as control. We see them start. Wants to lead another charge. Adrian can't finish it. I'll be waiting for that one back as Salamence clears.
That one's going to arc very dangerously nearby. It's a gimme! Tom! Oh, he's there in the right place, right time, and none of the other players from Fresno are. Dark Echo did not mean to redirect it, and they couldn't answer for him.
Monkey, the only reason I gave you the mic is because I anticipated Fresno to stop that. It seems so easy, but a typical blunder is going to be the thing that costs Fresno State Red their lead, and they are back to a tie game, the last place they wanted to be, especially as they are hunting down this reverse sweep. It could be monumental. Regardless of what happens, we've got storylines. Tom getting dunked up front has another chance off that backboard. Everybody there, Grunt too close forward and won't be able to rip the shot.
He expected the touch, just like we've expected anything out of the Bulldogs. They rip another one. The third one, oh my goodness. They're sending so much power into these to just try and secure a banger that they don't even put them on target. That the ceiling and physics in every single wall is trying to give the Bulldogs a chance. Adrian will make a read to be able to stop out Salamence, and we go past halftime of game number 5. We've survived this long, and so have both teams.
Somebody might be hoping that they're a physics major and they can understand the ball, where it's going, how it can be read. How about Grunt? He might be the one to be majoring in physics because he read that one perfectly, understood exactly what they needed to do, and now they're taking it away through that corner. Still danger in front of net. Double commit makes it worse. Luckily, no threat inbound, and they'll escape this time, but still looking to check out of their half.
Tom very wisely does not go up the wall. He was going to lose that touch based on the secondary approach from the Bulldogs as they came up, but Salamence is now going to try and get this beyond Junior. It's a neutral 50. Salamence trying to be able to play it cheeky, but instead it's a cheeky touch. It's a demo. He gave his life for the save to not give the Bulldogs a chance. And we're now with sub 90 seconds to go. And the Aggies trying to press.
How is no one there? I don't know. Fresno, another blunder that could cost them everything they've worked so hard to overcome. That's nearly an open net. No, the whiff from Grunt. How about a blunder to return the favor? Now we're right where we should be.
Oh, Junior just puts it on target, and that's all you gotta do. Oh, he was just the tiniest margin of difference away. But you know what? Bulldogs will take that. They put the pressure on. They force the Aggies into the situation. We're coming up on 1 minute left.
Oh, Aggies have done so much work. They would have had a shot if it wasn't for Junior. How much of this... I mean, this could hurt tremendously to have all this work you've done. The 2-game lead, all in vain? Absolutely not. We couldn't stand to live for that.
Junior, he's going to try and pick it up. Grunt is going to not be able to pick it up as well. Salamence, he's got to get there. Adrian started the scoring. That may be the last one the Bulldogs need to try and end this season on top. Salamence thought he had more time, but Father Time is tapping his watch and saying no.
Oh boy, Fresno, they might have clutched it. I've got to say, though, EAUCD, they have quite the comeback power. In fact, one early shot comes from that kickoff, and that's a great look if you are the Aggies, and we're a fan of them. 30 seconds to go, though. You need something quickly. They've done it once before, and they have to get there again. It's quite a tall ask, and that's not even considering what they have to do to tie up the series.
No
but
way!
The pass plays are there. Adrian pre-jumped in and made the save. 15 seconds. We might have just witnessed a highway robbery.
Oh, it was the beautiful one that you would get in your clips, but instead, that's going to make you lock your lips. This one's done. This one's dusted. The reverse sweep is complete from your #1 seed, Fresno Red. The Bulldogs were never dead. They came alive at the right time. Nice and clutch. They take this one 3-2 to end the regular season.
That's a ridiculous series if I have ever seen one. And that's the way the NECC regular season comes to a close. What does that mean? It means playoffs start, I believe, next week. I don't have any sense of time, so don't ask me on that one. Monkey will probably do me one better in a second. But my gosh, that was a perfect way to end it. Unfortunately for EAUCD, they would have liked it to go one other way, but even then, my storyline was void, and all I could really hope for was a tied 1 seed in terms of the games played.
Yeah, we're going to get to see how all of that really pans out. The math will be figured out by the admins and the fantastic staff and workers that are doing all this. But you know what? They did a great season, and they've continued to be able to produce that for all these awesome game titles. We've been able to see Valorant, we've seen Rocket League, and now we're looking into Rainbow Six Siege tomorrow. You guys had a fantastic regular season, and you know what? I hope you come right back around to be able to join us there. I won't be casting, but other awesome talent will be, so you better cheer them on and cheer on your schools all the same. I'm Hail Monkey Man. This is Grant CFO. Tofu's in the back doing awesome things too, so make sure you give him some credit. But you have been awesome. We'll see you next time.